Chapter 246, Chapter 243 A Righteous Heart, a Beacon of Light on Earth. I have to tell the elders. Gitano, who was frantic, hit the hard ground. Fortunately, the club floor wasn't that high, and he didn't fall to his death. Otherwise, if a dignified vampire jumped to his death, it would be too ridiculous. Run. This was the only thought in Gitano's head. He didn't dare to look back and rushed forward desperately. He was afraid that the terrible Superman would catch up and blow his head off. Shield noticed the Blood Council and our secret plan. Gitano's obedience to the Blood Council elders temporarily overshadowed his fear of Superman. He knew very well that if those great plans to revitalize the Blood Clan were exposed or announced, the master of the New York Sanctum would definitely launch a new round of cleansing activities for vampires in the whole North American continent. When the nest was overturned, no egg would be left intact. Although Gitano had never heard this Eastern saying, he also knew a similar truth. Therefore, he couldn't betray his clan and spill all the secrets. Get out! Like a player in Grand Theft Auto, Gitano rushed to the street staggeringly, pushing away an unlucky bastard who had just gotten out of his car, kicking him in the chest. The original elegant aristocratic temperament and pale handsome face turned into a ferocious look because of the intense pain from his arm. And bloody clothes, as if being splashed with a bucket of red paint, looked horrifying, making people avoid him. The message must be sent. Gitano got into the car. He didn't have the keys, so he had to hotwire it. These days, hotwiring a car was still a simple and basic skill. Boom! 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 The white Ford Thunderbird uttered a low roar and left under people's stunned eyes. That's my car. Asshole! The unlucky bastard shouted. The others watched for a while before continuing their night activities. Director, should we follow? Nick Fury, who walked out of the club, still remembered the vampire who ran away. Those high-ranking people, who committed crimes, had been punished as they should. But the Blood Council member behind them managed to escape, and it looked like they would soon hide in the darkness. I deliberately let Gitano go. The first thing the blood-sucking bat would do under the panic is definitely to return to his nest. Luke wore those Clark Kent's glasses, and pretended to be the sunny reporter again. Those guys are used to hiding in dark corners. If no one leads the way, looking for them one by one wouldn't be easy. He stood in the street like nothing happened, looking up at the billboard of the wine club. Tonight, a total of 6 business elites, 3 members of the White House cabinet, and 2 members of Congress died here, which was bound to cause an uproar in Washington, D.C. Agent Fury, you are now a member of SHIELD. Luke lifted his glasses, smiled, and asked, so, tell me, are you loyal to the country or to someone, such as the president? I am loyal to the flag and the justice in my heart. Fury was stunned for a moment. He thought of those ugly-looking higher-ups in the hall and replied in a firm tone. That's good. Then I have other tasks for you. Luke was very pleased to see the young and passionate Nick Fury. In the future, the hard-boiled egg director wouldn't be so sincere. Find someone named Howard Stark, and tell him everything that happened here. Luke ordered. The situation was very clear. The president secretly manipulated the Blood Council and began to absorb political power. The next step, perhaps using a fuse to restart the war. Kang the Conqueror liked to use this method to drive others with power and interests and fight endlessly in his boring game of ruling the world. Howard Stark. Yes, sir. Fury silently noted it down, then asked, "What about you, Director?" "Me. I'm going to end this simple but difficult game." Luke smiled faintly. He was 80% sure that Kang was posing as the president. Otherwise, how could the Blood Council penetrate so quickly into the elite circles in Washington, D.C.? "I'd like to know how that guy managed to fool the vampires." Luke's mouth rose. His tall figure rose from the ground and rushed up into the night sky. This image of him, if he put on a Superman shirt, could really make a cameo appearance as a small reporter from Metropolis. "I have urgent news for the elders of the council." Gitano, who lost his right arm, went all the way to a villa in the suburbs. Generally speaking, vampires didn't like living in the city center. For them, the environment was too noisy. "It's Gitano, he looks like a mess." The white Ford Thunderbird rushed through the open gates and stopped at the courtyard. The sharp brakes slid the tires on the ground, and the ear-splitting sound echoed. "It looks like he's freaking out. Such a pathetic Gitano." There were endless voices of discussion. The Blood Council highly valued Gitano because he had connections with White House dignitaries. The elders praised him many times and thought that he was a descendant worthy of support. Maybe after a few decades, he could become an elder. The rapid rise to the top would inevitably lead to jealousy and discontent from many people. There were a few seats in the council. If someone took one, someone else would lose an opportunity. "I need to see the elders." Gitano pushed open the car door, ignoring the strange looks from others, and broke into the hall where a banquet was being held. "Which elder?" asked the vampire at the door. "All the elders." Gitano spoke angrily, "I will hold a Blood Council meeting. Call all the elders in Washington." "That's against the rules." "Gitano, you have no right." "Shut up. Do as I say." Gitano slammed the vampire against the wall, glared at him with fierce eyes, and spoke word by word, "I need the elders to know that their plan is exposed. They should abort it immediately." Before long, the 4 elders in charge of this area of Washington, D.C., appeared together in the villa. "Gitano, what can't be said on the phone?" An elder with blonde hair led them. He looked as if he was a 30-year-old middle-aged man. "This is for the sake of prudence." Gitano's right arm had been treated and bandaged. "As far as I know, the East Coast telecommunications carrier business and mobile phone sales are almost entirely monopolized by Skynet. The man behind it is likely to be Luke Cavill, Lieutenant General Superman. If we talk over the phone, it's likely to be bugged. Elder, I need to tell you that SHIELD has probably noticed the movement of the Blood Council." The White House's Chief of Staff, John Stillman, became the breaching point. "That terrible Superman broke into Stillman's wine club 40 minutes ago and killed people." The 4 elders who came to the conference room frowned. Superman had been in the limelight for a long time, and it was said that he had turned the vampire covens in Paris upside down. Even the patriarch behind those bastards, Alexander Corvinus, failed to stop it. "Is he in league with vampires?" A female elder with her charm still intact cursed angrily. After the vampires in Europe, he wanted to take action against the North American continent, without even resting. "Maybe we've been making a lot of noise and attracted S.H.I.E.L.'s attention," another elder said in a deep voice. "The man in the White House has long warned us that overt actions could put SHIELD on alert." Gitano listened silently, he wasn't qualified to speak. As Lieutenant General Superman guessed, the changes from the Blood Council had started not too long ago. The elders, who had always been conservative, changed their timid style of doing things and infiltrated Congress and the White House on a large scale. It seemed that he wasn't worried at all, which attracted disgust and warning from the New York Sanctum. Lord Dracula has been gone for a long time, and the blood race needs a true La Magra. The blonde elder's eyes flickered, and the reason why he agreed to cooperate with the man in the White House was that the other person held the original essence of La Magra in his hand. If they could get it and then hold a ceremony, it would be possible for an elder vampire to become an ancestor, equivalent to Lord Dracula. Becoming a patriarch. This was a temptation that no vampire could resist. Then what should we do now? The elder woman asked. Can you negotiate with him? Superman is in a high position and should understand the rules of the political game. If we surrender part of our interests, such as letting him join a cooperative alliance, we may be able to survive this crisis. The blonde elder hesitated. It sounded good, but who knew if the other party would agree? That was Superman. How could a war hero of justice, a selfless beacon of light on the earth, negotiate a deal with a vampire? Comment. 8 comments. Vote. Chapter 247, Chapter 244 How to Deal with Superman, Make 2 Sets of Plans. Oh, Stefan, as far as I know, Superman is not what you think. After listening to the blonde elder's doubts, the charming female elder shook her head and spoke in a seductive voice, who in Washington, D.C., isn't well informed about the young lieutenant general's messy personal life. The last time a meeting of elders was held in New York, I heard that he had slept with half the female employees of SHIELD. Superman isn't only powerful, but also far superior in some places. A reliable insider told me that Superman is energetic and hard to satisfy. He would use 3 or 4 women at the same time. When attending the Paris Peace Summit, Superman stayed at Moulin Rouge for a night, sleeping with a dozen dancers. Facts have proved that no matter race, occupation, or grade, any female creature was full of enthusiasm for gossip and celebrity scandals. Originally, they were discussing the possibility of cooperation with Superman, but it had turned to discussing his private life. Those are gimmicks and rumors that attract people's attention, Elena. The vampire named Stefan shook his head. He was more serious than the female elder who was keen on gossiping and cared about things between men and women. We have investigated the schedule and whereabouts of Lieutenant General Superman. He goes to SHIELD twice a week and holds regular meetings. The rest of his time is spent in the Pentagon or elsewhere. A quarter of S.H.I.E.L.D. are female employees, with a total of 329. Half of it would be equivalent to 160 people. Suppose he sleeps with 3 at a time, and each person spends about half an hour in that month. Apart from being a pure-blood vampire, Stefan was also a graduate of Carnegie Mellon University of Science and Technology. He could be regarded as a maverick compared with other vampires who focus on art, literature, and other fields. After all, no one had ever seen a vampire that liked doing math and physics, spending all his time calculating problems and doing research. If this was the case, the only advantage was that vampires who had lived a long life might actually produce several great scientists to benefit the world and mankind. To sum up, unless Lieutenant General Superman was a master of time management, he wouldn't be able to do it, unless he spends all his time on eating, sleeping and mating, every single day. Stefan made a simple calculation with his rigorous thinking from science and engineering and denied the rumors from Elena's mouth. Here we go again. The numbers you're talking about are just like you, not interesting at all. Elena was an art collector who ran a gallery in real life and naturally couldn't talk to Stefan, who was a scientist. I have proof. That Superman is usually close to Howard Stark. Could he be any kind of virtuous role model who doesn't get close to women? Luke himself would never have imagined that the root cause of his character assassination was Howard. That's enough. What's the use of arguing about Superman's moral character at this point? The older vampire elder interrupted. The most important thing is how to solve the problem. He glanced at Gitano, who was listening and didn't deliberately conceal his original plan. The president wants power and wants to unite those who boast of being superior to him and build a huge interest group. A red glint crossed the vampire elder's eyes, and they laughed sarcastically. He wants more votes or a war in his favor. What we want is a true La Magra who will lead the family and the council. A great patriarch who walks in the sunlight. This is the basis of the cooperation between the two sides. The Blood Council has something better than heroin or marijuana, the blood poppy. It can control human beings, just as gangs control drug addicts. As for the president, I don't know where he got the original blood essence of La Magra, but it is indeed an important bargaining chip that we can't refuse. Therefore, there is room for cooperation between the Blood Council and the White House. This is why John Stillman acts as the spokesman for the president. The vampire elders analyzed the recent events and the reasons behind them clearly. He looked at the other three young elders and asked in a deep voice, "Is there a basis and room for cooperation between Superman and us? Do you know what he wants, or is he interested in anything?" The rest of them looked at each other. After a moment of silence, Stefan, who was thinking from the point of view of science, took the lead in saying, "According to the human psychological model I designed, I think Superman is a hero with a strong sense of morality and full of righteousness. Therefore, the reason for his actions is to satisfy his inner desire to be a savior. Saving as many people as possible is the basis for his actions. I think we can prepare two sets of plans. One is to show a good attitude to prove that the Blood Council is friendly to humans, or most vampires are very kind, and push those evil acts to some restless guys. As long as Superman reveals some intention to communicate, we can build the basis and room for cooperation. Stefan deserves to be a graduate of a prestigious school." He spoke eloquently, and his thinking was clear, convincing everyone else. The only unfortunate thing was that he misjudged this Superman. This wasn't the Superman from the studio next door. Luke had no idea what the moral bottom line and sense of justice were. What about the second option? The vampire elders were interested. Again, using Superman's moral standards. We disclosed the president's plot. An exaggerated terrible plan diverted his attention and put the Blood Council in a weak position to gain sympathy. Stefan's eyes flashed with wisdom. He was confident that any young man with a sense of justice and lofty morality would fall into such a trap. Those heroes having good qualities were their biggest weaknesses that could be used. Gitano, who was silently watching, wanted to interject at this time. That Superman simply killed people without blinking. He couldn't feel any sense of mercy from the guy. Heh, such a boring proposal. Elena snorted. Don't you forget that Superman came out of the battlefield. His hands are stained with blood from countless people. Kindness, morality, and a sense of justice couldn't possibly be embodied in him. The female elder, who still had her charm, ruffled her hair and tilted her body forward, deliberately revealing a deep, bottomless cleavage, with a seductive smile. The best way to deal with human beings is actually to stir their inner desires, to manipulate their behavior. The stronger the individual, the stronger the desire to dominate, and Superman is no exception. With so many lovers, he must be quite fond of beauty. I don't mind sacrificing myself and offering him my body. Anyway, it's all for the family and the survival of the council. Stefan looked indifferent, turning a blind eye to the beauty displayed before him, and bluntly said, I don't know why you want to expose your breasts. This will certainly subconsciously remind a man of the bond between mother and child, secreting hormones and androgens. But in Superman's view, it's probably just a pile of useless fat that only gets more cumbersome as it gets bigger. The simplest example is that we are both elder-level vampires, but I move much faster than you. Elena, the breasts you are so proud of will only be a burden to you. And with all due respect, because of your age, you are not as competitive as those young women in terms of flexibility, firmness, and roundness. If Superman is really passionate about women, he has so many choices that he doesn't need to look at an older woman who is over 300 years old. Stefan's straightforward words, like a knife, cut Elena down to bits. The smile on the latter's face solidified. She was about to retort when he heard the sound of an explosion coming from above. Boom! A dark red residual shadow, like a cannonball, smashed down. Rubble fell like rain, sending out smoke and dust. The pair of ice-cold eyes flashing with crimson light, slowly sweeping across the room. Were you talking about me? Binge. Read next 50+ chapters on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/binge translations. Comment. 26 comments. Vote. Chapter 248, Chapter 245 The Villainous Alliance, History Being Changed. Boom. A shocking sound, as if a powder keg exploded. The vampire elders who were plotting how to deal with Superman didn't expect the other party to come so soon. That tall figure directly pierced through the ceiling, smashing into the conference room like a cannonball. The excessively exciting and sensational way of entering the stage made the whole room fall into a short silence. The two vampires who were facing each other just now subconsciously shrank their necks, hoping that they would become transparent and wouldn't be noticed. You seem to be surprised by my visit. Luke's eyes slightly condensed, revealing a crimson light. Why? Am I not welcomed? Vampires who had always liked the dark and hated the sun felt as if they were stuck with needles as soon as they met Superman's gaze. They looked at each other, lowered their heads, and said nothing. If they spoke the truth at this time, they might be humanely put down in an instant. Superman. Although Luke's uniform and cloak were very distinctive. But out of politeness and not knowing what to say, the older vampire elder still asked habitually. His attitude was quite good, just like a social animal worker meeting an unscrupulous boss. No matter how much they complain and curse behind the boss's back, they would still smile with respect in front of the other. Do you know of any other guy who likes to fly around in a cloak? Luke complained to himself. He always felt that the cloak was of no real use. In battle, when he would encounter an evenly matched opponent, he might get pulled into a big tumbleweed. For details, please refer to Superman vs. Batman, Superman vs. Bizarro, Superman vs. Louise. Cross out the last one. However, being strong was a matter of preference, and looking cool and handsome was a lifelong thing. In terms of personal image, Luke chose to keep his cloak. After all, wearing only a tight-fitting uniform may be seen as a perversion. But with the cloak, it's closer to a superhero. Then, I want to communicate frankly with you. I hope that there will be no lies or hostility in the conversation between us." After Luke scanned the audience, the corners of his mouth curled up. As if he is the master here, he raised his hand, pulled out a chair that had not been ruined by the rubble, and sat down slowly. "Mr. Lieutenant General, what do you want to know?" "We will definitely tell you everything." Feeling Superman's gaze, the vampire elder's heart felt like it was under a large stone, and his breathing was stifled and uncomfortable. He decided to adopt Stefan's second plan and sell out the president in exchange for personal safety. If he betrayed the president, at best, his clan would be suppressed, and he would have some difficulties in the future. Deceiving Superman, he could be killed instantly at any moment, directly turning into dust. It goes without saying which of the two endings was lighter or heavier. It's nice to have a friendly exchange. It saves me and you a lot of unnecessary trouble. Luke nodded with satisfaction and continued, "Let's start with the president's deal with you." "Well." Bang. Before the vampire elder could explain, a group of heavily armed vampires knocked down the door of the conference room. "Elder, I'll save. I'm sorry to bother you." The young vampire who rushed in was fierce but saw the elder was desperately winking. The rest of the people there were honestly shrinking their necks. He quickly swallowed the second half of his sentence. The group of people quickly left the room and closed the door. "Go on." Luke didn't react to this little episode. Compared with their relatives in Europe, these pure-blood descendants of Dracula had less arrogance in their bones, that looked down on humans. They had more schemes and trickery. The advantage was that they were very obedient and knew how to respect and obey the strong. The downside was that Luke couldn't even find a reason to get angry, so he couldn't kill like he did in the wine club. He also wanted to clean up this group of vampires so that the Corvinus Coven, led by Selene, could expand their territory. In short, that's how it is. The vampire elder gave a full account of the private contact between the Blood Council and the White House. He didn't realize the seriousness of the problem. He only thought that the Lieutenant General Superman in front of him might have pursued the matter out of a sense of justice or for other reasons. According to normal thinking, one was the manager of the country, the president in the White House. The other was a legendary war hero, Lieutenant General Superman, in the Pentagon. They were at the top of the pyramid of power. Even if there were contradictions, it wouldn't be too ugly. Superman wouldn't rush to the White House because the president colluded with the Blood Council and punched the other party to death, right? That's too brutal. The vampire elder thought so. "I appreciate your honesty, which kept the conversation from getting too bloody tonight." After listening, Luke's suspicion that the president was Kang the Conqueror had been upgraded to a definite belief. By the way, as an extra reminder, the true La Magra in your eyes does not exist. So, don't bother to get that blood essence or something. It would only be in vain. Superman stood up and prepared to leave, leaving behind a dumbfounded group of vampire elders. How did he know that they were talking about La Magra? Just an Atlantean who signed a contract with Cthulhu, the god of the underworld, and transformed himself into an undead creature. The great sorcerer named Varney later passed on his power to Dracula, giving birth to the vampire clans. In the White House, Oval Office. The night was getting deeper, but the lights were still on. The security guards outside were impressed by the president's enthusiasm for his work and his abundant stamina. The White House's champion of staying up late remained engrossed in various national issues even at this late hour. "Stillman, go back." The president, who was leaning over the table, looked up and said so. "Yes, Mr. President. By the way, about vampires." Stillman, the chief of staff, whispered. "I'll leave it to you. I totally trust your ability, Stillman. So, you don't have to report to me all the time." The president interrupted his confidant's words. He pushed up his glasses on the bridge of his nose and whispered back. The latter nodded and exited the office. "Idiot." When Stillman left, the president released the pen from his hand and took off the glasses. He rubbed his flabby skin, and a sarcastic smile appeared on his face. "I asked you to cooperate with vampires, but you were fooled by those stupid bats and became addicted to blood. Human beings are fragile creatures. Just a little desire could destroy them." The president is talking to himself, and he is not worried about being heard. The White House was surrounded by a covert detection system that would alert them to any stranger's intrusion. By drawing those politicians to my side, I can follow the trajectory of history and set off a Cold War between the United States and the Soviet Union for hegemony, and successfully start the Third War. The president's eyes flickered as he began to imagine his crazy plan. The Sorcerer Supreme had left this timeline. The biggest obstacle in front of him had disappeared. With his familiarity with the history and the future technology in his hand, it was easy to fool the White House politicians and realize his ambitions. "You are late." A few minutes later, the president stood at the window with his arms at his chest and looked out into the night. The magic circle cut through space and pulled out a transmission channel. "Mr. Kang, you have to ask Celine about this. It took her 2 hours to choose the right clothes and makeup." Mr. Sinister walked out of it and sat on the sofa. He glanced at the Black Queen, who was dressed up and charming, but his face didn't look very good. The truth was that no man had much patience for this kind of thing. They behaved very gentlemanly, just to win the favor of the woman and facilitate the next step. Unfortunately, Mr. Sinister wasn't interested in this woman. He was quite conservative in his private life, not at all like a villain. "When I meet a great conqueror, I have to be at my best." The Black Queen sat across the table, crossed her long legs, and scoffed, "Essex, how can a guy like you understand a lady's heart?" "Ha ha. I'm not interested in women's hearts, but I'm very good at dissecting and studying the hearts of mutants." Mr. Sinister sneered. "Oh, then you can try to study mine." The Black Queen deliberately lowered her bosom to reveal the fullness of her curves. Although she had a smile on her face, charming and enchanting. But those eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a dangerous glint. "Well, you two, don't be so serious. Everyone is in the same boat, and we should be friendlier." Kang, who was pretending to be the president, came out to settle the matter. As the vampire elder said, the two sides should have the basis and room for cooperation to continue transactions. According to his style, he never looked for allies. As the great conqueror, Kang only had two sides, subordinates and enemies. Allies on an equal footing didn't exist. However, the situation of this timeline was somewhat different. In addition to the Sorcerer Supreme, who could threaten Kang the Conqueror, there was Superman, who he had never heard or seen. First, the other party ended World War II and defeated Hydra, not Captain America. Moreover, the latter hadn't yet fallen into the glacier and slept for 70 years. This was totally different from the history Kang was familiar with. Generally speaking, no matter how the timeline changed, some things were bound to happen. For example, Steve Rogers becoming a super soldier and then Captain America. This was an ironclad rule. Kang had walked through too many timelines and found no exception. Secondly, the early appearance of SHIELD. At this time, it should be called the Strategic Scientific Reserve. And then, a lot of probabilities made the Conqueror a little frantic. He was a rookie player who played through the level, according to the guide. Without future science and technology and understanding historical trends and key figures in his head, he was no different from the main character without overpowered luck. Therefore, Kang the Conqueror thought about it and decided to erase the unstable factor Superman. Binge. Read next 50+ chapters on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/binge translations. Comment. 23 comments. Vote. Chapter 249, Chapter 246 Traitors, you set me up. The powerful enemy made Kang the Conqueror decide to be careful and plan steadily. So, he looked for Mr. Sinister and the Black Queen. If they were asked to face Superman directly and become a frontline fighter, the other party would certainly not be happy. However, Kang the Conqueror had ruled so many timelines, so he had long been proficient in guiding other characters in the story. He knew Mr. Sinister and the Black Queen, both of whom were scheming about awakening Apocalypse. One was planning on being a traitor, stab the guy in the back and take the latter's powers. The other wanted to absorb a powerful soul and complete the ascension ceremony, to become a god. It could be said that each of them had their own ulterior motives. It just so happened that Kang the Conqueror and Apocalypse had grudges of their own. The latter used to be his follower, but he overthrew his rule. That was the first time Kang the Conqueror hit a wall, and his game of ruling the world ended early. In this way, the three people had the same enemies and the same interests. Hitting it off and forming an alliance was only natural. Next, Kang should consider persuading Mr. Sinister and the Black Queen to join his anti-Superman alliance and act as his pawns. Mr. Essex, I know you have a lot of research on mutants and cloning technology. Kang's eyes twinkled as he used the president's face to say, as far as I know, Dr. Bolivar Trask from S.H.I.E.L.D. has worked on mapping the genetic map for mutants and compiled 1/5 of it. At this time, Superman not only has a perfect gene pool but also gathers many mutants. Your compatriots are being domesticated and turned into captive lambs. The diamond-shaped gem on Mr. Sinister's forehead gleamed with a red glow. He wasn't Namor, who lacked IQ. He could understand Kang's words. What the mutants become has nothing to do with me. Mr. Sinister shook his head as if he didn't want to get involved in the mess. He was a mutant whose gene was activated by Apocalypse and had no sense of belonging to the race. When doing experiments before, he dissected several mutant bodies himself. But Mr. Essex, your research requires mutant genes. For you, those are the basis of your ascension. Kang knew Mr. Sinister well, and his biological cloning technology had always been at the forefront of the times. Collecting mutants and cloning mutants had always been his thing. The other party's purpose was also very simple. Using the collected mutant genes to turn himself into an individual more powerful than Apocalypse or to create an individual more powerful than Apocalypse. Sir Conqueror, what are you trying to say? Mr. Sinister pursed his lips. He knew that the president standing in front of him was actually a space-time stowaway from the future. When he met Kang the Conqueror for the first time, he told him his origins and showed convincing evidence. That was why Mr. Sinister and the Black Queen agreed to cooperate. Apocalypse is nothing but fish on the chopping block. He is temporarily asleep and has no ability to resist. Kang showed a confident smile and looked like he had a plan in mind. If you want to deal with him, I can help. But before we can do that, we have to solve the Superman problem. The Black Queen's long legs stopped shaking. She lay sideways on the sofa, giving off fatal attraction. Sir Conqueror wants us to deal with Superman. This is different from what you said before. When you came to the door, you didn't mention anything about dealing with the world's most powerful man. When Selene heard Superman's name, her eyes couldn't help but flash. She frankly said it before. She was deeply interested in the young lieutenant general. She once thought about seducing the other party and letting Superman help her with her spiritual development. Put away your unsettling desire, Selene. Superman has never hesitated in killing a woman. Mr. Sinister glanced at his ally and coldly said, if he sees you, the probability of him bowing down under your skirt is very low. He's more likely to beat you to a pulp. Don't overestimate your own charm. Men's inner desires for women could be satisfied by torture, whipping, abuse and other ways in addition to the biological impulse to mate. Destroying beautiful things could also give people pleasure. The Black Queen smiled contemptuously, showing her veteran driver's side. If Superman has that kind of hobby, I can definitely satisfy him. Abuse, torture, and bondage are just pediatrics. Playing with toys or other devices had appeared as early as the 17th century. The British, in particular, had a strong desire for whipping. At that time, in order to attract big business, brothels often offered professional services, prostitutes in riding boots and low-cut dresses, beating their guests with their whips. According to the statistics of unknown organizations, the number of masochists who spend money was far larger than that of abusers. Most of them were well-dressed men with successful careers. They even advertised in newspapers, soliciting mistresses. Many socialites in social salons had to learn skills to win the appreciation of men. The British loved whipping, but the Germans liked bondage and fierce props. The French were relatively normal, but they were keen on letting their lovers watch and serve. Anyway, at that time in Europe, there were various games to play. Moreover, only the upper class could play like this, and civilians could only express their envy by saying, the upper class was really dirty. The Black Queen had lived long enough to experience the Roman Empire, witness the Republic era, and then witness the division of the East and West until its demise. Those so-called public baths, 10,000 people celebrating together. The things that Mr. Sinister mentioned were trivial. I think you're missing the point. Kang, who wasn't very interested in women, spoke up. He couldn't dive into their topic. Sir Conqueror, we can't go against the most fearsome opponent in the world for that small profit. Mr. Sinister went straight to the point. His meaning was very clear. It was fine to make him the front fighter, but it would cost more. Yes, Sir Conqueror. Some too many strong people have met their end in Superman's hands. At this time, the Black Queen was on the same side as Mr. Sinister. As if their tit-for-tat just now never happened. Apocalypse is not enough as a bargaining chip. Kang frowned as he asked. He began to realize that the two allies he had found seemed a bit too greedy. Mr. Essex is an alpha-level mutant who is proficient in many abilities. Miss Selene specializes in black magic and can extract vitality. Kang the Conqueror, with his arms folded, glanced out the window to the dark night and tried to persuade, with my high-tech weapons, getting rid of Superman is highly possible. Mr. Sinister glanced at the Black Queen and shook his head. Superman's reputation was too resounding, and his record was too impressive. What was the difference between rushing up there and giving away his own head? If you are the conqueror, you should be willing to use your time machine as a bargaining chip. After a short silence, Mr. Sinister made a request. Ruling a timeline, a whole world. This was a great temptation for anyone. It seems that Mr. Essex isn't interested in talking properly. Kang's face turned cold. He directly said, Superman is 150 kilometers away and will arrive at the White House soon. There's not much time left for you two to consider. Either you form an alliance with me, and after that, I'll give Mr. Essex the mutant gene pool from SHIELD, and also find a suitable soul for Miss Selene to help you complete the Ascension ritual. Or, choose to sit on the sidelines and miss this opportunity. But even if I fail, Superman couldn't destroy me once and for all. It's different when dealing with you. There is no foundation or room for cooperation between the two of you and the overly strong young general. Without my help, it wouldn't be so easy to find an opportunity to deal with Superman. Kang said so quickly and urgently. He didn't expect Superman to be so impulsive and come straight to the White House. Even if he had some conclusive evidence, he should test each other for several rounds and only take action after a fierce competition, right? Essex, you stay and fight Superman, I'll. The Black Queen made a decision and chose to run away. She quickly made a magic circle, cutting through space. The shining spark just came out and went out instantly. I already blocked the possibility of escape by using transmission magic with the spatial phase barrier. Kang shrugged his shoulders. He originally wanted to negotiate seriously. First, he didn't think that Superman would directly kill him. Second, he didn't expect his allies would have such a big appetite. Instead of continuing to play hide-and-seek and find a new identity, it would be better to tie Mr. Sinister and the Black Queen to his ship. You set me up. The Black Queen, with a fierce look on her face, sent a fireball out. Zzzz. An electrical current rattled. Kang, who had the president's appearance, disappeared as if he was only a projection. Miss Selene, are you sure you want to choose infighting instead of joining forces? As if he teleported, Kang appeared in another part of the room. After her failure, the Black Queen knew the other party was only a projection. According to Kang's careful character, he wouldn't easily expose his real body. I hope you can keep your promise. The Black Queen stopped and spoke coldly. Abandoning redundant feelings, thinking rationally, and cooperating with Kang was the best choice. Superman won't give her what she wanted, and if she couldn't complete the Ascension ceremony, staying like this was meaningless. The Black Queen had lived for a long time, and becoming a god was her only obsession. He's coming. The diamond-shaped gem on Mr. Sinister's forehead glowed. As his voice fell outside the White House, a figure was like a supersonic aircraft, tearing airwaves, breaking through the sound barrier, and slamming straight on the green lawn. Binge. Read next 50+ chapters on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/binge translations. Comment. 21 comments. Vote. Chapter 250, Chapter 247. The White House has fallen, coming to the rescue. Boom. Luke hit the lawn like a cannonball, making a loud noise. The air below overflowed like a powerful hurricane. The dust rolled up, and his cloak billowed. This shocking movement immediately attracted attention. The alarm sounded in the White House, and sharp beeps echoed inside the building. Immediately afterward, the brigade arrived. Field agents holding firearms arrived in groups of 5. There were also heavily armed guards scattered around the White House. They found the target as quickly as possible and formed an encirclement. Lieutenant General Cavill, the head security officer, recognized the intruder. There was doubt in his eyes that he didn't understand what Superman would do in the White House when it was already dark out. Out of professional habit, he kept a safe distance. At the same time, he kept one hand behind his back, gesturing tactical signals. Behind the bushes and trees, guns were aimed at Superman, who was standing on the lawn. It's just that no one dared to pull the trigger or have such thoughts. They were subconsciously vigilant, trying to prevent accidents. Lieutenant General Sir, why are you visiting the White House late at night? Although Superman's rash intrusion was against the rules, the head of security kept a respectful attitude. If he wanted to meet the president, he should have made an appointment in advance, arranged the trip and the meeting time. But Luke's position was exceptional, and the rules of the Pentagon and the White House did not affect him. I want to see the president. Luke scanned the White House with supervision and didn't find Kang the Conqueror, which was very strange. When he was flying at high speed just now, he destroyed more than 20 automatic aerial vehicles in a row, and those intelligent aircraft groups were obviously beyond the current era. He could tell they were future technology from Kang at a glance. Maybe half of Washington was filled with his spies. At this time, the head of security spoke awkwardly. His duty was to protect the president and the safety of the White House. Naturally, an intruder like Luke, who broke into the White House without permission, should be killed on the spot. But bullets can't hurt Superman. The head of security felt bitter. Even if he issued an order to open fire from every angle, he still wouldn't be able to break the other party's defense. But he knew that the Superman, standing in front of him, had the horrifying record of fighting against tanks and annihilating bombers with his bare hands. Unless the National Guard was brought in, he could do nothing to stop Superman from doing anything tonight. You are Jonathan, right? Luke found that his supervision was obstructed, and he couldn't see clearly, as if he had a layer of smoke in front of his eyes. Kang the Conqueror was fully prepared. He didn't choose to run away. Going head to head. Very good. Luke silently praised him. He expressed his appreciation for this kind of initiative. Yes, Lieutenant General, sir. The head of security nodded. He was a little surprised. He didn't expect Luke to say his name. Although Superman often entered and exited the White House. But the people who came into contact with him were all important cabinet members and military leaders. A small officer like Jonathan wouldn't be able to show himself in front of him. Do you think I am a terrorist who wants to assassinate the president? Luke asked in a heavy tone. No. Why would I dare to think that? Jonathan shook his head repeatedly. He did have this terrible idea in his head, but he would immediately snuff it out every time it appeared. Then, make way. Luke whispered. Lieutenant General. Jonathan was under great pressure. His legs trembled, and he couldn't help but want to do what the other person said. Sorry, I have no time to waste here. Luke's eyes slightly condensed. The crimson beam resembled a laser, cutting the Oval Office where the president often stayed in half, from top to bottom. Rumble. The air made a shocking explosive-like sound. Lieutenant General Cavill. What are you doing? Jonathan quickly pulled out his gun. As the head of security in the White House, he couldn't sit idly by and watch the other party wreak havoc. The only courage left in his heart supported him to pull the trigger. The standard 3 bursts hit Superman's chest. Unsurprisingly, the copper bullet heads hit an iron wall. Those 2 distinct pectoral muscles didn't even tremble. The powerful kinetic energy that hammered his body couldn't even break the suit, let alone his skin. "Jonathan, you misunderstood." Luke lifted his hand and took the gun, crushing it into scrap metal. According to the secret intelligence obtained by S.H.I.E.L.D., the president was captured by dangerous people, and I was trying to rescue. Superman was making up nonsense without even blinking. Suddenly his feet powered up and sprinted forward. Boom! A strong wind blew on the green lawn, and a big hole exploded on the ground. Jonathan, the head of security, wanted to say a few more things but was thrown to the ground by the violent airflow. "This is terrifying." He watched the recently renovated white building collapse as if a demolition crew demolished it. Superman made a passage by force. Steel and concrete were like papier-mâché in front of him. "Chief, what should we do?" The field agents, as well as members of the security team, gathered around. They were at a loss. No one could stop Superman. "I don't know." Jonathan shrugged his shoulders. Superman said he was trying to rescue the president. Even if he didn't believe it, there was nothing to be gained by stopping him at this time. "Inform the Pentagon, by the way, request the deployment of the National Guard." Jonathan was silent for a while and made a decision. "I don't believe Kang's technology could fool my perception." Luke dashed across the lawn from the White House to the Oval Office, which was cut in half in a matter of seconds. That piece of desk, which was a gift from the Queen of England, was tilted to one side. "Lieutenant General Cavill, by breaking into the White House so blatantly, you're trampling on the Constitution." A low voice suddenly sounded. Luke turned away. Heat visions swept by and cut the bookshelf leaning against the corner. The blazing high temperature ignited the piles of books, forming waves of fire that spread. Projection. Luke caught a glimpse of the illusory figure with a sneer at the corner of his mouth. A great king who claims to have ruled countless worlds and conqueror of various myths through time and space, how could he be someone who hides like a turtle, shrinking in his shell? He amplified his perception while speaking sarcastically and mockingly. "It's not the time to meet yet. To be honest, I haven't figured out where you came from." The projected image said. "I have consulted nearly 200 years of history, 342 timelines. Superman simply doesn't exist. You haven't demonstrated any mastery of advanced technology, so you can't be from a future further than the one I live in." Luke stared at the projection and turned a blind eye to the fire rising from the ground beside him. "I came from the land of light of Nebula M78 to save the people of the Earth." Lieutenant General Superman uttered nonsense. Binge. Read next 50+ chapters on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/binge translations. Comment. 22 comments. Vote. Chapter 251, Chapter 248, each displaying magic power, Super Demon. Nebula M78, the Land of Light. Kang, the Conqueror's projection, looked as if he was thinking carefully for a few seconds. "That's a Messier object, located in Orion's Reflection Nebula, 1,600 light-years away from Earth, but you don't look like an alien. Although your body seems to have an invisible barrier preventing me from scanning with a machine. But judging from your appearance and biological signs, you are obviously a human being through and through." Based on Luke's answer, Kang made a serious analysis and got the result. Even in the future, he had never heard of the Land of Light. He only knew of the Skulls, the Kree, and Shi'ar. These are the famous civilized races in the universe. My home is called the Land of Light, which was destroyed by a terrible monster called Belial. My parents had no choice but to put me on a spaceship. The spaceship lost its direction and landed on the planet of Sion, a famous fighting nation in the universe. I grew up there, received basic education for some time, and then came to Earth. Luke opened his mouth and made up a whole set of nonsense. It contained too many elements, which made Kang somewhat doubt. After all, he didn't know enough about the origin of Superman. To be precise, it was close to knowing nothing. Cosmic fighting nation, Sion people, Land of Light. Kang noted these key words. He was going to search the database later to see if he could get something. By the way, Kang, are you going to stand still like this, or are you waiting for the National Guard to come and kill me? Luke walked out of the Oval Office and into the corridor outside the door. After the huge uproar earlier, the security agents and service personnel staying at the White House were all gone. Using heat vision, Superman swept the building from top to bottom. As if it were a red-hot knife dividing the whole building into two halves like a cake. The newly renovated White House was instantly reduced to ruins, and no one dared to stay. Boom! Luke heard explosions from time to time. It was probably the blazing heat that set some flammable items on fire. The fierce fire, like a moving wave, spread rapidly and lapped up everything around it. Under the dark night, separated by a distance, people who could see the White House, which symbolized the center of power, had thick smoke rising. In the eyes of those who didn't know, they were afraid that this might be a terrorist attack, or maybe the burning of the White House in 1814 was repeated. During the War of Independence, Washington, D.C. was broken into by the British Expeditionary Force, and it was successfully occupied and burned. I want to talk to you, Superman. Kang showed sincerity, and his illusory projection followed Luke closely. I'm sure you've heard of some of my deeds, but the facts are conveyed by 3 or 4 people, and their contents would change. What the Ancient One told you may not be the real truth. We don't have to be enemies. I may not be unable to meet the conditions that the Sorcerer Supreme could offer. Luke raised his eyebrows and sarcastically said, let me guess, what you're going to do next is to put a seemingly reasonable but actually illogical excuse on your behavior, right? For example, what provokes wars on different timelines was actually to carry out a huge sociological research project or something. Although you pursue hegemony and dictatorship and turn the whole world into a mess because of your own selfish desires, you're still a good man who loves democracy and freedom. Kang, is there a guy named Donald among your ancestors? Otherwise, where did your skills come from? Kang's generous speech, which he had prepared long before, was stuck in his throat because of Luke's series of rhetorical questions, and he couldn't spit it out. With this speech, he deceived many people, and those superheroes were always easily moved by a bright future and fellow justice seekers. It was just a grandiose rhetoric, a righteous excuse, but it was useless to use in front of Superman. The other party wasn't at all like a beacon of light among the people, the embodiment of justice, but had a villain temperament similar to his own. Sir Conqueror, do you know what the only thing I have learned in my short life among humans? Luke suddenly stopped, his mouth tilted, and he spoke softly. The more you play tricks, the more you will find that an individual's ability has limits. Those who want to hide behind the scenes and manipulate everything will eventually face the end, being overturned and pulled up to the stage. Got you? Superman's eyes condensed slightly, catching an unusual hidden figure. He jerked to the right and knocked down the fragile wall. The palm stretched out and clenched into a fist. Boom! The powerful force that could push an aircraft carrier was condensed in his fist. Then, a huge wave that could turn a mountain and call a tsunami poured out. The entire room was turned into ruins in an instant, as if it had experienced the violent destruction of a Category 5 typhoon. Sofas, tables, and chairs were directly torn apart and crushed by the strong airflow. The walls, supported by reinforced concrete, were like thin cardboard. All of them were turned into dust under Superman's fist. Fuck. Mr. Sinister, who was hiding inside, only had time to curse. His whole person flew out like a baseball that had been hit hard, at an extremely fast speed. He originally wanted to use Kang's invisible tech to stab Superman in the back by surprise. He didn't expect that his opponent's senses would be so sharp. Kang gave him the invisibility cloak, which could distort light, hide biological signs, and deceive human perception without any problem. How did he find out? With such doubts, Mr. Sinister flew up in a curve and smashed into the lawn outside the White House. You're too nervous, so your heart beats faster. You can't hide it from my ears, Luke said lightly. Then, he exerted force under his feet and stomped hard. The upright body tore through the air and caught up with Mr. Sinister, who had fallen to the ground. He slammed down a punch without hesitation. Bang! The harsh sound waves dispelled the air current. The energy shield on Mr. Sinister lasted only a few seconds before it was completely blown away. Is this guy still human? Mr. Sinister, who was completely defeated in one round, was deeply shaken. He had never confronted Superman head-on, only knowing that the other party was very strong, but he didn't expect him to be this strong. Kang asked me to stall Superman. That's an impossible task. Mr. Sinister, aware of the danger, quickly used his mind power, trying to push Superman away and draw out some distance. But he felt like a child hitting an iron wall. He tried and tried, but his originally unstoppable mind couldn't even cause a dent in the other party. I heard that you have many abilities. Apocalypse had given you the gift of being immortal, regenerating and healing, as well as the powerful mind control ability and moving objects through space. Luke whispered when he saw the shocked look on Mr. Sinister. He already had the terrifying physical presence of the All-Father, and he could easily break free from the interference of that psychic power. Alpha-level mutants posed no threat to him. Luke clenched his fist and was about to swing it again, but he felt disoriented. Mind manipulation. He sneered away from the influence. The Superdemon's card itself had strong resistance and was immune to spiritual prying and control. Ah! Mr. Sinister screamed, a trace of blood flowed from his eyes. He tried to control Superman's movements but was countered by his opponent. His spiritual power that tried to manipulate the mind was like a surging wave hitting a hard rock. This is Superman's strength. No wonder the president said that the lieutenant general is a walking nuclear weapon. Jonathan, who stayed outside the White House, witnessed the brief battle with his own eyes. He first saw the violent explosion in the East Hall, followed by a figure slamming heavily into the ground, plowing a deep ditch. Before the weird man with diamond-shaped gems inlaid on his forehead got up, Superman, who rushed out of the White House, punched him back into the pit. The White House lawn was splattered with debris as if from an earthquake. Jonathan's body shook, and he quickly stepped back. Ordinary people like him couldn't even get close to the battlefield. Binge. Read next 50+ chapters on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/binge-translations. Comment. 28 comments. Vote. Chapter 252, Chapter 249 Devastation, Turning the Tables. How did that happen? Mr. Sinister looked at Superman's tall figure, and a touch of fear appeared in his eyes. He finally experienced Namor and Sebastian Shaw's pain. The feeling of oppression came from Superman. Like a mountain collapsing and a flood breaking the dam. For no reason, it made the other party extremely frightening and difficult to face. Just his violent aura had almost broken Mr. Sinister's mental defenses. Too frightening. Mr. Sinister thought so. He only had this kind of feeling when facing Apocalypse. The mutant god who almost had no weakness and never failed. With an aura similar to Superman's, people were intimidated and fell to their knees in submission. Your mental abilities seem to be inadequate. Luke stared at Mr. Sinister, who had suffered a backlash and had blood dripping from his eyes. If he wanted to interfere with himself mentally, he must be at least at Professor Charles's level. Although the latter was only an alpha mutant, his mental ability was far stronger than that of the White Queen at the same level. This was probably equivalent to Luke being an All-Father level and Odin being an All-Father. If they fought, the former's winning rate was not that high. There was still a gap between people of the same level. If the bald professor used the Cerebro, he could fully exert his power, equivalent to an Omega-level mutant. When measured against a normal Alpha level, they were sure to suffer a big loss. How can a man possess such a terrifying physical body and such a terrifying mind? How can a human being reach this level? Mr. Sinister, whose body was in severe pain, like being run over by a roaring train, was full of doubts. Superman was like an unshakable celestial body in his mind's eye, emitting a blinding light that people couldn't directly look at. The ability of his own mind simply couldn't go deeper. I can't just sit around and wait to die. Mr. Sinister took a punch from Superman. His solid body, comparable to that of a super soldier, seemed to fall apart. His eyes were rounded, and the diamond-shaped gem on his forehead glowed with a sinister red light. In an instant, it condensed into an extremely powerful and terrifying ray of penetrating light. Ah! Luke's expressionless face tilted, avoiding a fatal blow. At the same time, he lifted his foot and stepped on it. Boom! Jonathan, who had been hiding far enough, felt as if a bomber had plowed over the ground. Strong air currents, like hurricanes, swept through, lifting the dirt and dust up. The lawn in front of the White House seemed to have undergone a round of howitzer artillery fire. The ravines were so deep that they looked shocking. There were potholes everywhere. You're a fast runner, spatial transfer technology. Luke's stomp didn't kill Mr. Sinister on the spot. At the last minute, there was a faint fluctuation in space, which moved the guy away. To be honest, I don't have much patience to play a boring game of cat and mouse with you. There was a sharp glint in Luke's eyes. He went to Jonathan's side and whispered, "Please step back. By the way, tell the people on the budget committee that they have to build another official residence for the president." Jonathan, who was in charge of security, was slightly stunned. He didn't understand what Superman meant. Only to the other party's feet leaving the ground, slowly rising. The dark red cloak waved in the air. Just like a fluttering flag. A god on earth. Jonathan's mind, these words suddenly flashed. That was the newspaper's new title given to Superman when he showed up on Liberty Island to preside over the negotiations with the Atlanteans. At this moment, Superman, with his hands open and free from gravity, was like a god who had descended to earth. Lofty, indifferent, and powerful. Boom! 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 Luke, who had risen to midair, raised his hand and shook it. The air seemed to ignite like explosives, bursting out with a loud and frightening sound. After he upgraded to LV2, he opened up his bioforce field for the first time. The entire White House, including the lawn outside, and the streets nearby, were all shrouded in it. Suddenly, an invisible pressure covered everything. "I'll see where you can hide." Luke clenched his fists, and his eyes looked cold. His tall and upright body had bulging muscles. Like a hill, it outlined unparalleled lines of power. "Fuck!" Standing underneath, Jonathan, who looked up and watched, broke into curses. Then, he turned around and ran. He finally knew why Superman wanted him to stay away. The scope of this battle was too wide. After a violent demolition of the White Building, only half of the building remained standing, and the rest were reduced to rubble. Thick smoke rose, and the fluttering flames spread wantonly. When Luke's bioforce field fully covered them, the raging flames were smothered. As if the air had been drained, it turned into a vacuum environment, and everything quickly went out. Then, above the earth, there seemed to be a gravitational disorder, everything losing equilibrium. Large pieces of ruined walls, broken bricks and tiles, slowly floated up. Rumble. Rumble. A moment later, half of the White House that was still standing. Just like being pulled up by an invisible hand, it rose up a little bit. The surrounding bushes, trees, fountains, stone bricks, everything was pulled up. Superman, standing up in the night sky, like an open black hole, attracted everything. The field agents and security guards who were running in all directions were breathing heavily. They looked up at this incredible scene. Their hearts were full of shock. Is this still human?" A guard stammered. Everyone had heard of Superman's legendary story. Everyone knew that Superman was powerful. In the gossip that circulated, overturning tanks, shooting down bombers, pushing aircraft carriers. As long as it was news about Superman, it could occupy the headlines of every newspaper, every time. It was one thing to hear and know about it. But seeing it with their own eyes was another matter. The tall figure above the night sky perfectly illustrated what it meant to be powerful. Jonathan gasped, his eyes full of admiration for Superman. This was the only feeling that the weak have for the strong. "Now, where else can you hide?" Luke looked down at the devastated landscape with indifferent eyes. It was impossible for Kang to leave this area. If he wanted to conduct a super long-distance airstrike, there was no need to leave Mr. Sinister to stall time. Because, no matter what kind of precision strike it was useless against a human being moving at the same speed as a supersonic aircraft. No matter how powerful it was, it had to be able to hit him first. Besides, what kind of future weapon did Kang have in his hand that could pose a threat to Superman? He couldn't have borrowed any drops of water or planetary weapons. So, he must have other plans. "Just the three of you? I thought there would be a little more." After the White House building was completely cleared and demolished, Kang could no longer hide. Mr. Sinister, who managed to save his life, the Black Queen, who appeared in front of him, and Kang the Conqueror, who hid behind him, were completely exposed under Luke's sight. There are only a few people in the anti-Superman alliance. "This is embarrassing me," Luke said coldly. His eyes condensed slightly, and a red beam lashed out. "Selene, hurry up. If you keep dragging this out, we're all going to die here. Mr. Sinister, who had seen Superman's strength, was anxious, and while urging the Black Queen, he manipulated the diamond-shaped gem on his forehead. The mysterious red glow turned into a ray of death. However, as soon as it hit Superman's crimson beam, like a cluster of faint flames, it was directly engulfed by a raging fire. How did that happen? Mr. Sinister's face twisted. The diamond-shaped gem on his forehead was of extraordinary origin, capable of drawing biological energy and emitting death rays. This was originally a secret weapon to fight against Apocalypse, and he was only willing to use it at a critical moment. Each shot consumed Mr. Sinister's life force. As a result, he fought back with his life but couldn't even stop Superman. This cruel fact greatly frustrated Mr. Sinister. HMPH. You think it's easy to summon a dimensional demon? Holding a book, the Black Queen spoke out of breath. Her hair was like a waterfall, with long black hair falling to her waist and hips. It lost its luster in an instant, like a clump of dead grass. At the same time, a long and narrow crack appeared in the space shrouded by the bioforce field. Dark energy surged out and invaded every inch of the territory outside. Cthulhu, God of Chaos. Luke raised his eyebrows slightly. Comment. 29 comments. Vote. Chapter 253, Chapter 250. Cthulhu, I've come to bargain. As early as billions of years ago, natural life gave birth to a group of ancient gods. Cthulhu was one of them. At that time, the Earth was still in a primitive age. There were no rules, and intelligent civilizations weren't born yet. Those mighty ancient gods followed their instincts for survival. They started killing each other and devouring each other. In the eyes of future generations, it was undoubtedly a bloody and brutal dark age. To end this situation, Gaia, the mother of the earth, combined with the god of life, gave birth to Atom, the god-eater. As the offspring of two ancient gods, Atom was born at the level of an all-father. Relying on his incredible devouring ability, he treated the demonized ancient gods as snacks after a meal and ate them alive. Sensing that something was wrong, Cthulhu, the god of chaos, quickly joined hands with Set, the serpent, and wanted to fight against Atom, the god-eater, but he was no match. After a few rounds of confrontation, Cthulhu saw that the situation wasn't good and decided to betray the leading serpent god, Set. He quickly left Earth and went into exile in another dimension. And the unfortunate serpent Set was lucky enough to survive. However, he was also greatly wounded and went to a broader and more diversified dimension by himself. This was why the ancient gods gradually disappeared and left no traces. They were either eaten by Atom, the god-eater, or choose to run away and disappear. Cthulhu, who became a dimensional demon, still missed his hometown and wanted to return to Earth to make waves. It's just that at that time, the Sorcerer Supreme Agamotto was born, and there were two ancient gods behind him. Cthulhu, who didn't want to suffer another mess, wrote a book, The Dark Hold, and by collecting, harvesting the souls of the fallen, he tried to extend his tentacles into the material world. Like the Hell Lord, Mephisto, from the Dark Dimension, latecomers borrowed Cthulhu's power. The demon of the Dark Hold was quite generous, and he liked to bless others most. The rewards he asked for weren't so strict. For example, Varney, the great sorcerer of Atlantis, summoned Cthulhu in the hopes of getting an immortal life. The latter readily agreed and immediately turned Varney into a cold-blooded creature, the vampire, that had now multiplied into a huge race. The price was that the great sorcerer would always suffer the curse of bloodthirst. He had the strong impulse to drink the blood of any creature. The Scarlet Witch, who would become the host of the chaos magic in the future. She was also the chosen spokesperson for Cthulhu. To sum up, Cthulhu was a powerful dimensional demon who liked to hide behind the scenes and do things secretly. He always responded actively to the caster's call, giving strength and taking away their souls. Success. The Black Queen panted with a hint of joy on her face. She was a well-known master of dark magic and had signed contracts with Dormammu in the Dark Dimension and Cthulhu of the Underworld. Because she could absorb fresh vitality, she always had souls to offer. Therefore, the Black Queen could always pass on the cost of casting spells, thus keeping herself unaffected. Compared with other witches, her combat effectiveness was higher than that of others. Are you sure Cthulhu's projection can handle Superman? Mr. Sinister looked up and looked at the night sky. The previous fight with Luke left a deep psychological shadow on him. Just one punch and one kick completely knocked down Mr. Sinister's self-confidence. If Kang didn't use his space-phasing technology to transfer him to a safe place in time, and had that foot stepped down on him, it was enough to trample him into a bloody pulp. Who do you think Cthulhu is? He is the great god who manipulates chaos and the ultimate source of dark magic. The Black Queen, who gave 1/5 of her life force, said in a respectful tone. With the arrival of Cthulhu, the cage created by the bioforce field cracked a bit. The aura of chaos magic. Luke's eyebrows slightly wrinkled as he felt strange energy that distorted reality and tampered with matter. As the narrow and long crack gradually expanded, the surrounding space resembled a broken mirror, reflecting magnificent colors. Those brick walls and rubble floating in the air were inexplicably distorted into strange organisms with breath. They were like locusts, densely packed, dark clouds covering the sky and the sun. Buzz. Buzz. Manic sounds stimulated the eardrum, and sudden swarms of insects hovered around, engulfing Superman. Ah! Luke sneered. The bioforce field opened up again, forming a translucent shield. His figure flickered as if ejecting from a supersonic aircraft, directly crashing into the dark swarm. In an instant, the air current was soaring, creating an amazing explosion. The violent air wave, like a sharp knife, cut apart the insects that came rushing in. A large number of residual limbs fell like rain, turning into a pile of rubble. This isn't enough to stop me. Luke's eyes condensed slightly, and a crimson light appeared. 2 high-temperature beams that could evaporate flesh and blood, like a sword in the hands of a god, appear in the dark night sky. With each swing, it swept across a wide range. Cthulhu. Seeing that the rift was still expanding, Luke's eyes turned cold. The muscles in his whole body twisted as it expanded like a twisted steel wire. His palms clenched, and he threw a punch. Rumble. The air was directly blown up. The terrifying current from the punch crushed the insect swarm into minced meat. Like a rampaging dragon, the accumulated dark clouds were impacted and dissipated. Half of the dark night sky of Washington, as if tearing off a layer of gauze, became much brighter. Then, the remaining force of that punch continued unabated. It blasted directly into the crack. Who is it? That surprised me. Crack. Crack. After a while, the space looked like a fragile mirror. Thick cracks expanded into black cobwebs. Such a young All-Father is rare. The voice containing the strange aura suddenly came out from the crack. Boom! The voice fell. The vast night sky seemed to be torn off, and a huge face made of pitch-black demon flame came out. I can smell the aura of the Sorcerer Supreme on your body. Are you a believer of the Vishanti? The magic flames rolled, brightening up the night sky. Not yet. Luke answered frankly. The heavy pressure emanating from Cthan was like a waterfall running wildly, impacting his spirit. With Superdemon's spiritual immunity and the Dimension Demon's terrible aura, Luke didn't feel any severe negative impact. It's terrible. My spirit is going to melt. Standing below, the Black Queen was shivering, her eyes showing a vacant look. She had just summoned Cthan's projection, but she didn't expect that Luke would shock the real body with a punch, attracting the massive dark shadow hiding in the other dimension. This wasn't good news. As the spellcaster, the Black Queen couldn't afford to summon a dimensional demon. Simply put, Celine's body was about to be hollowed out. My power is draining so fast. The abundance of magic power disappeared quickly like a flood cracked the dam. The charming face of Black Queen instantly turned pale. Like a hay-meeting flame, the long black hair was suddenly burned by the pitch-black magic flame. I lost half of my vitality. The Black Queen was angry. She spat out a mouthful of blood, and her head felt dizzy. In the contract spell, it clearly says summoning projection. Why did you get the real body? While the Black Queen felt puzzled, Luke, standing in the night sky, said, Cthan, I've come to bargain. Binge. Weekly mass release. Every 450 power stones today equals 1 extra chapter tomorrow. Comment. 25 comments. Vote. Chapter 254, Chapter 251 Becoming a Spokesperson, The Three Ancient Powers. Bargain. The huge face formed by the pitch-black demon flame fluctuated, seemingly letting out a scornful laugh. Human, although you have been promoted to the All-Father level, at this level, being young often means being weak, lacking experience and background. Cthan unscrupulously absorbed the magic power from the Black Queen. With this power, he broke through the rules of the material world and extended his stay. That Sorcerer Supreme, the annoying fellow, used 3 major time and space nodes to form a solid defensive line. Every dimensional demon who wanted to break the limit and come to the dimension of the material world would be suppressed by the rules of this planet. World-shattering, planet-breaking power couldn't be used at all. The stronger the dimension demon, the greater the pressure. This was why Saitoruk, Dormammu, and Cthan rarely showed up on Earth. Who was willing to walk around while carrying a planet on their backs? It was stressful. Really. As a dimensional demon who has lived for billions of years, you don't seem like you can even beat the Sorcerer Supreme, Agamotto, who's only thousands of years old. The corners of Luke's mouth cocked, turning on his taunting mode. The strongest in the Marvel world wouldn't think that the longer one lives, the stronger one is. Even the dimensional demons, the 5 cosmic entities, and the living tribunal often didn't lose to an existence older than themselves but lost to persistent people. For example, Dormammu in the Dark Dimension. Doctor Strange, who had just learned magic and hadn't graduated, almost became a ruthless salesman, knocking at his door repetitively. Another example was Thanos, in a certain timeline. To strengthen the power of a higher dimension, punching the 5 great cosmic entities, and to kick the living tribunal, even the custodian of the universe felt helpless. Therefore, this was a world that was more vicious than anywhere else. Fortunately, Luke considered his plugins to be far superior to those of others. Human, offending the dignity of a dimension demon god isn't a wise choice. Cthan sneered. The dark magic flame swept out in a raging frenzy. Luke didn't change his expression. He had studied in Kamataj for some time. He wasn't afraid of Cthan's dark magic. He only closed his hands together. Complex formation flickered out. The lines gleaming with magical sparks intertwined, embedded like gears, forming a complete structure. In just one breath, the defensive spell shield of the seraphim was condensed. Boom! The terrible magic flame that could burn flesh was firmly blocked. It's unwise to offend a dimensional demon, but we aren't in your chaotic dimension right now. Luke didn't lose face at all, relying on the shield of the seraphim to block the attack. His body was like a hard reef standing in the heart of the river, not the least bit shaken. Cthan was the most powerful god of dark magic in history. Almost every fallen master on the earth would learn the powerful spells passed down from the dark hold. But unfortunately, all of his black magic had their countermeasures recorded in Kamataj's Book of the Vishanti. Moreover, Luke himself happened to be a quick learner, writing down everything from the Book of the Vishanti and reciting it like a magical genius. Sure enough, you are a believer of the Vishanti. What a disgusting fellow. Cthan's huge face was trying hard to break in from the crack in space. Countless dark magic flames turned into dense tentacles, overwhelmingly trying to grab Luke. Images of Icon. Luke recited the spell quickly, and with a few slurred syllables, his whole body was like the thousand hands Guarnian, with countless arms in different postures. Just like the shadow clone jutsu. His mouth picked up, showing a slight curve. When the night sky was covered with demonic flame tentacles, countless supermen suddenly appeared. They weren't clones that could break apart from touch but entities that could cast spells and bear injuries. Zizi. Zizizi. Many supermen surrounded Cthan's head and launched heat vision in unison. The terrible heat was like a burning hot knife. Cutting off all the demonic flame tentacles that came from the crack, destroying them into ashes. Human, you don't seem to have signed a contract and can't borrow the power of dimension. Cthan didn't care about the shredded tentacles and noticed something more important. He was more interested in Luke himself. These days, finding a spellcaster without a contract, and one with a very high level of talent, was like finding gold in the gravel. Ha! Luke, who thought there was going to be a big battle, couldn't help but pause. Could it be that you have a crush on me? When he remembered the stars projected during his meditation, they each represent a different dimensional demon. Among them, Cthan, the underworld demon, was there. Since you are not a believer of Vishanti, you haven't been blinded by the crimson light of Saitoric, and you aren't Set's slave. Then would you like to consider being my protégé? Cthan's majestic voice abruptly slowed down and became quite calm. You want to give me chaos magic? Luke's eyes showed a hint of surprise. What's this twist? People would ask someone to join if they couldn't fight. But they haven't fought yet. How could he already start to recruit him? I didn't even choose the Vishanti, Saitarak, or Set. Why would I want to be your protégé? Luke restrained his distracting thoughts and assumed a calm attitude as an equal. Anyway, Cthan couldn't break through the restriction, so provoking him with a few words wasn't a problem. If he wanted to come to the material world, he had to break the 3 major time and space nodes and disintegrate that solid line of defense. What Dormammu couldn't do, Cthan, nicknamed who has slept since before man crawled from the sea, couldn't do it either. Those fallen wizards who have obtained the Dark Hold, which one of them isn't a powerful legend? Cthan's demonic flame face, with slight ripples, seemed to look proud. But the Dark Hold is just a part of my research on magic. I have something better. As long as you become a protégé of the Chaos Dimension, you could get the powerful force that could distort reality and tamper with time and space. Although Cthan's words were tempting, it seemed that as long as he became his little follower, he could immediately reach the pinnacle of life. But Luke's heart had no fluctuation, and he didn't even want to laugh. The Marvel Universe had 3 extremely powerful ancient powers. Anyone who obtained them could instantly gain the hope of becoming an All-Father and being a single entity in the multiverse. For example, the Phoenix Force of the mutant Jean Grey. Representing life and emotion, the embodiment of primitive cosmic energy. If it could be absorbed completely, it could control time and space almost infinitely and change matter. There was also the chaos magic that Cthan mentioned. The characteristics were destruction and creation, which could easily rewrite reality and distort thought. Wanda Maximoff, the Scarlet Witch, was its host. The most striking performance was when 90% of the mutant abilities in the world had been erased in one sentence. Finally, there was another one called the Goblin Force. Similar to Galactus, the host would have a hunger that could never be satisfied, thus devouring all matter. These 3 plugins, all of which could easily bring up the strongest people to the All-Father level. But there was no free lunch in the world. Everything had a price. Phoenix Force would make people feel strong, but they would face the risk of turning evil if their hearts had a little darkness. Chaos magic could rewrite reality and also affect the host, leading to mental problems. As for the Goblin Force, it seemed like no one would want to experience the cruel feeling of being hungry forever. This is indeed a very exciting proposal. Luke narrowed his eyes, paused, and whispered, "However, I refuse." Binge. Read the next 50+ chapters on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/binge translations. Extra chapter coming in some time. Comment. 17 comments. Vote. Chapter 255. Chapter 252 Lord of Oblivion, delighted to send away. Human beings, you're unappreciative. Cthan flew into a rage. This was the first time he was rejected like this. In the long and endless years, ignorant human beings who yearned for strength and power bowed and worshipped him. The words great, omnipotent and eternal, which symbolize power, always accompanied his name. Every fallen master was chasing the Book of Cthan, the god of chaos. Occasionally, he let some little scraps fall from his fingers, and those people saved it carefully as if they had found precious treasures. Those ridiculous people were even willing to kill each other in order to compete for magical knowledge, exposing the darkest and cold side of human nature. This was a good way for Cthan to pass the time on boring days. A good enough show could often give him a lingering aftertaste. But now, this very young human in Cthan's eyes, who had already started counting the years by millennia and thousands of years, this excessively young, all-father level, 20-something-year-old human that can only be regarded as a blink of an eye at best, turned him down. This raised Cthan's monstrous anger with a trace of doubt. Did the other party not know what chaos magic was? It wasn't a popular product like black magic, but an ancient power coveted by dimensional demons. Human, you have to think clearly. The dark face, made of magical flames, stared straight at Luke as if to see through his heart. Being the spokesperson of chaos, you can gain even greater power. No longer limited to All-Father, but to climb to a higher level. I can see that you are a man who pursues strength and thirsts for power. So, are you sure you want to refuse this gift? Luke was still expressionless and unmoved. Dimension demons were never philanthropists. They were more like hunters or fishermen, setting traps and catching prey. or cast a big net and catch delicious souls. Cthulhu used the Book of Darkhold to cheat fools blinded by power. Those fallen masters who flourished for a while, after decades of becoming legends, their souls would basically become corrupted and fall into chaos. As an old rival, Set, the snake god, especially casted down his serpent crown. As long as someone puts it on, they would be able to comprehend boundless wisdom and have unlimited power. The price was to become a tool of the serpent god, Set, and work for the other party obediently. Once things went wrong, they would become petrified statues. Even the most free-spirited and spontaneous Cyttorak. If someone used his crimson gem, they would also face the risk of being brainwashed and put on a halo of diminishing wisdom. Until the end, they would experience an unnatural death. Everything has its price. Luke was well aware of these dimensional demons' true nature. They gave their strength, not because they want to accumulate virtues and do good deeds, but recruit people and gather pawns. Then, from many pawns, choose a frontline fighter to invade the main universe. Caecilius, the future disciple of the Ancient One, was deceived and became Dormammu's leading pawn. Later, the invasion from the Dark Dimension failed, and the hapless Caecilius was eaten and wiped clean, leaving nothing from body to soul. You only mentioned what I could get but never said anything about what I would have to pay. Luke lifted his hand and pulled out a parchment contract. The words on it glowed red, seemingly containing peculiar power. In the human world, this kind of behavior is usually the beginning of a scam. Is there anything good in the multidimensional world that could be achieved without any effort? Cthulhu suddenly fell silent. He generally proceeded to the last stage, when the power was to be given. Most people were ecstatic, and few people would be cautious. But in the end, they all surrendered to him. A mere all-father level can resist my spiritual influence. Cthulhu thought it was weird. See you next time, Cthulhu. Luke waved his hand and said goodbye. At that time, maybe I could introduce to you a suitable protege. That parchment contract was instantly burned to ashes with heat vision. The words imprinted on twisted like living creatures. As if the attached force was excited, a crimson beam of light shot out. Cyttorak the Destroyer. Cthulhu was furious when he saw this scene. The violent and messy mental impact blasted into Luke's consciousness. The latter wasn't afraid, silently chanting long spells. That was a temporary contract. It could summon Cyttorak. As one of the Dimension Demons, he was the most free-spirited and the most eccentric. Cyttorak's method of invading the main universe was very simple: to randomly drop a crimson gem in every timeline and every world. He had always been too lazy to engage in intrigue, and the trading terms were always very direct. Use my strength, and assume my shape. The more they asked for from the crimson gem, the deeper they would be assimilated. In the end, completely becoming a puppet of power. Dedicating both hands to the Lord of Oblivion of the universe in which they live. It sounded terrible, but because Cyttorak was a free spirit, he almost never came to collect debts. Therefore, as long as people didn't touch his gem, there was almost no problem. For example, the master of Kamatage was very fond of borrowing the power of this big man. For example, the Crimson Bands of Cyttorak was a common spell used by high-ranking masters. You would rather rely on the boring guy Cyttorak than be the mouthpiece of chaos magic. Cthulhu saw Luke take out the parchment contract and somehow had the feeling of being cuckolded. In terms of power, he didn't lose to the Lord of Oblivion. On the degree of gift, he would gift package chaos magic when they needed it. Other people would be grateful and willing to give their lives and souls. But for some reason, Luke chose Cyttorak in the end. Wasn't this bullying the honest people? Nonsense, with so many dimensional demons, only Cyttorak gives people a temporary contract and doesn't force the caster to pay. Luke gave Cthulhu a contemptuous look. He had no idea what was going on in his mind. Raising his hand, countless clones waved the scarlet chains and tied the head of the billowing demon flame into a dumpling. Compared with the previous use of white magic and defensive spells, Luke fully utilized the advantages of the Super Demon card. A steady stream of power was absorbed into the body. Like the infinitely expanding sun, a terrible aura erupted. This is the power of the Crimson Universe. Luke only felt that his body was filled with copious power, and the crimson light was enveloping his entire body. Still want to assimilate the soul. The crimson light covered his whole body like running water. The only thing that wasn't contaminated was his head. Superdemon was immune to mind control, so it rejected the aura entering his mind, which could turn people into fools. See you later, Cthulhu, the great god of the underworld. Luke clenched his fingers and threw a fist. The crimson light bursts out like a roaring wave. The night sky in Washington, D.C., suddenly turned red. The dense light invaded the clouds, the stars, and the moon. Crack! Crack! Space was like a fragile mirror, shattering and breaking. He was abruptly struck with a terrible iron fist before Cthulhu could break free of the scarlet chains. And still, the pure physical attack became magic penetration and physical blows, and the damage was an instantly full bar. Human. Cthulhu's head was blasted back to the chaos dimension without being able to say the classic villain line, "I will come back." The ever-expanding spatial rift closed in an instant. I'm glad I can do magic and have resistance. Otherwise, dealing with Cthulhu would be troublesome. Luke shook off the influence of the crimson light on his soul, and after sending Cthulhu away happily, he hit the ground with a thud. He didn't learn from Iron Man and did a classic superhero landing, which was too much for his knee. Is there anything else? Luke's eyes were slightly coagulated and ready to use a heat vision to get the 3 kills instantly. Comment. 23 comments. Vote. Chapter 256, Chapter 253 Event ended, Earth 199,999. How can I fight this? Off court, the 3 people thought of the same thing at the same time. Even Cthulhu, the summoned dimensional demon, was blasted back to the chaos dimension by Superman. Seeing that scene, Mr. Sinister and the Black Queen had completely lost their fighting spirit. The latter was actually a little grateful to Luke. If Cthulhu's head existed in the material world for a long time, she would probably be sucked dry. I'm innocent, Lieutenant General, sir. The Black Queen, whose legs were weak and could hardly stand, kept winking at Luke, trying to appear delicate and touching. Her body also deliberately leaned forward, exposing the evening gown that was already considered low-cut, more thoroughly. After Cthulhu's excessive demands, the Black Queen basically lost her fighting ability, and all her magic power was completely consumed. Besides, even though she was in her heyday, she was still not enough to go against Superman with the blessing of Cyttorak. Cthulhu, the most powerful god of dark magic, was defeated, but the Black Queen, who learned several spells from the Dark Hold, could only resist several rounds. Miss Celine, I can see countless wailing poor souls in you. Luke was unmoved. There was no gender on the battlefield. When he faced Siegline D, the battleship class of the Axis powers, he wasn't half-hearted. If you are willing to give up the dark and turn over a new leaf. Lieutenant General, sir. I am willing. The Black Queen answered straightforwardly. She immediately distanced herself from Mr. Sinister and Kang's projection. In this critical moment, keeping one's own life was the most important thing. But, I don't really believe your defection, Miss Celine. Luke looked at the barely clothed Black Queen. Kthan's dark magic flame almost burned the evening dress clean off. The amazing scenery, graceful curves, and snow-white mosaics were looming in the air. I can show sincerity to you. The Black Queen straightened her chest. The round curves almost jumped out, giving people a sense of excitement. Forget it. I'll do it myself. Luke slightly smiled and continued, a beautiful woman like you would be crying for a long time if I punched you. Superman's body flickered, and in a blink of an eye, he was behind the Black Queen. He didn't kill her, but a hand chop landed on the opponent's neck. Oops, that didn't seem to work. Originally, he just wanted to stun the Black Queen. As a result, he didn't seem to grasp the accuracy and almost broke the other's neck. I hope she's okay. Luke thought silently. He saw the Black Queen's eyes turn white. Her neck dropped to one side, like a broken puppet, losing support. The whole person fell to the ground limply. If there was no heartbeat, Luke almost thought that the other person had suddenly died on the spot. Mr. Essex, how are you going to choose? Luke moved his eyes, which landed on Mr. Sinister. The latter met Superman's eyes, and as soon as he met them, a sense of horror arose in his heart, as if a sharp sword had penetrated him. If I choose to leave at this time, would you let me, General? Mr. Sinister asked hesitantly. Although his heart was full of pride, he wanted to replace Apocalypse and become the god of the new generation of mutants. But right now, it was more important to survive, temporarily bowing his head and look weak, for better development in the future. That certainly won't do. If you take the wrong side and make the wrong choice, you have to accept the punishment you deserve. Luke shook his head, and his eyes were indifferent. Mr. Essex, I'm sure you also understand that one must be ruthless to the enemy. I have shown rare kindness, but you are stingy with your sincerity, which is unreasonable. Mr. Sinister was caught in a dilemma. On the one hand, he didn't want to bow too much and give up his dignity. On the other hand, the cold reality was in front of him, and there were no bargaining chips in his hands. Superman's strength was obvious to all. Although the Black Queen played an extraordinary role and summoned Kthan's true body, it still didn't help. The other party was like an unfathomable ocean, making it impossible to explore the true power behind it. Then what do you want me to do, Lieutenant General? Thinking for a moment, Mr. Sinister slowed down and asked in a low voice. I heard that Mr. Essex has done a lot of research on cloning technology and mutant genes. I happen to need a high-level scientific researcher. The corners of Luke's mouth were raised. He was a very reasonable person. It was better for him not to raise his hand. Mr. Sinister's heart seemed to stir, but the tiny communicator in his ear transmitted Kang's voice. Zizizi. Lieutenant General, sir, forgive me for not agreeing. After a while, Mr. Sinister answered. He decided to trust Kang the Conqueror one last time. The other party said he was sure to handle Superman. The diamond-shaped gem on his forehead flashes at the same time, emitting a death ray. Well, that's not a very wise decision. Such an obvious provocation was naturally intolerable for Luke. He stomped his foot and shot out. Mr. Sinister's head was under his palm, seemingly crushing the man's brain. A violent aura rushed toward his face. The latter only had time to retreat 2 steps before Superman was already in front of him. The turbulent air current hit his face. Like a knife, it gave Mr. Sinister a painful blow. He closed his eyes subconsciously as if death's sickle was about to swing down. Buzz. Buzz. A terrible shock wave instantly enveloped Luke's whole body. The tough body that could withstand machine guns' fire and a tank's main gun rippled violently. His eardrum was going to explode as a buzzing whistle was emitted. Ultrasonic transmitter. Did Kang learn from Batman? Luke grinned. The bioforce field expanded. The heavy pressure directly destroyed the transmitter hidden nearby. Kang the Conqueror came from the 31st century, and the future technology of that era indeed had its merits. But this could only temporarily hinder his steps and didn't constitute a threat. Luke took a step, which seemed to activate a switch, and the ground suddenly collapsed. Zzz. As if a current was switched on. An extremely powerful gravitational field instantly captured him and fixed him firmly in place. Bang! Superman's steel body felt like it was carrying a mountain. Taking a difficult step, like an earthquake, it shook the surrounding blocks. Ha! Ha! Seeing Luke trapped, Mr. Sinister quickly sent out 2 death rays. Aren't you underestimating me too much? Luke's forehead was full of veins, his hands were clenched into fists. The terrifying atmosphere was like a volcanic eruption. Rumble. The viscous atmosphere turned into a frenzy, visible to the naked eye. The small gravitational field that was enough to pressure him with hundreds of thousands of tons of weight was instantly broken. Boom. Ignoring the 2 deadly rays, Luke rushed to Mr. Sinister. He made a fist with his right hand and suddenly swung out. It's not. Before Mr. Sinister's voice fell, and the diamond gem on his forehead exploded, forming a strong protective cover. Crack! The terrifying air current from his fist was like a hammer hitting an eggshell. Breaking it without difficulty. Flesh and blood turned into powder. Mr. Sinister, who had a strong life force, had half of his body torn apart and crushed. Like I said, Mr. Essex. Luke glanced down at the hole in his chest, where the death ray had struck and was slowly healing. The more people scheme, the easier it is to have limits and forget what real power means. Mr. Sinister, who only had half of his body left, had intense fear in his eye. His vocal cords were tugging, but he couldn't make any sound. Ultrasonic vibration and gravitational field constraint are all very good gadgets. Luke raised his head. His sharp eyes swept around. How far can you hide, Kang? Found you. When Luke uttered the last word, his figure resembled a charged cannonball, directly smashing the ground, breaking a safety door made of heavy alloy. This was the temporary command center of the White House. Dedicated to preparing for the outbreak of World War III and the launch of nuclear bombs. Once the homeland was reduced to rubble, if the president and cabinet members couldn't be relocated in time, they would retreat to the underground temporary safe house, which had enough food reserves and daily necessities. A guy with blue skin and a purple helmet appeared in front of Luke. Wait a minute. I have something to say. Kang the Conqueror, who replaced the president's face and restored his original appearance, saw Superman rushing in and spoke quickly. His hands were behind his back as if preparing for some surprise. I don't want to hear it. Luke didn't stop. Heat vision swept right to the left, cutting Kang in half. Because of the high temperature, no blood spurted out from the wound. Snap. Luke walked over. and stomped the guy's lower body into the mud with one foot. In his eyes, the future man of the 31st century was as fragile as the present man. "Now, you can speak." Luke looked down at Kang, who was only now feeling the pain, and smiled. "Superman. Give me a..." Boom. Luke stepped on his head without waiting for Kang to finish. With a frozen expression, the blue head burst like a watermelon, spewing out turbid liquid mixed with red and white. "It's too old-fashioned. For mercy, you should be innovative. I didn't even have the desire to listen to you for a second." Luke shrugged his shoulders. He didn't intend to give the other party time to say his last words. Luke didn't have time to observe the transformed safe house until he was sure that Kang was dead. All kinds of technology beyond this era were in the room. For example, a spliced projection screen with live broadcasts from all over Washington. There was also a picture of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s building. Laser weapons, exoskeleton armor, various miniature transmitter buttons. If he gave Kang the Conqueror time to lay them all out calmly, it might really give him a little trouble. "Is this a spaceship?" Luke saw a semi-arc-shaped metal platform in the corner on the right, with a pyramid-like energy crystal at the top. He walked up and saw the countdown at the bottom beating from 1 to 0. At this moment, Kang's dead body, holding the button in his right hand, made a beep sound. "Shit!" A blue light rippled out, and Luke, standing on the metal platform, seemed to be swallowed up and instantly disappeared. Earth 199,999. In 2018. Looking at Nick Fury, who turned into ash in front of her, the female Commander Hill anxiously pulled out an old communicator. As soon as she dialed and sent a call message, she was also turned into ash. However, before Nick Fury completely lost consciousness, the one-eyed man saw a flash of blue light, and a tall man walked out of it. Motherfu. Nick Fury, who didn't know what happened, disappeared before finishing his classic line. Binge. Read next 50+ chapters on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/bingenaruto. Comment. 44 comments. Vote. Chapter 257, Chapter 254. A good way to shake off the blame. Iron Man appears. If Luke's guess, as you said, that Kang the Conqueror is pretending to be the president, then this guy on TV, is he real or fake? Howard asked solemnly at the Stark Mansion in Long Island, Manhattan. His eyes were on the TV, and the president on screen was giving a speech in a painful tone. The main content was about the official explanation of the White House attack. After all, there was such a huge commotion. Half the residents of Washington, D.C., could see it. It was too difficult to hide. The Pentagon didn't have the technology that could erase memories by clicking something. What do you think? From the tone and appearance, it's the president himself. I don't know the truth. Howard muttered and turned the TV off. He briefly summarized the contents of the previous speeches. All this was most likely a conspiracy by the Soviet Union, who wanted to assassinate the president and undermine the stability and prosperity of the country. Thanks to Superman, who saw through the tricks and came to the rescue. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. For the United States to become great again, for freedom and democracy. When the president got excited, he couldn't help but act and play accordingly. If Luke were here, there would be a strong desire to vomit. Throwing the blame to the Red Bear was the basic operation of the land of the free, both now and in the future. They were always good at setting up an imaginary enemy, an evil country, against themselves and the people. Then all the mistakes and all the serious consequences were turned into bullets. Right now, the Red Bear standing on the other side of the world played this role. Therefore, when the White House exploded and burned into ruins, the culprit had been found. It was the Soviets. A minor earthquake occurred in Washington, D.C., changing the color of the sky and the earth and causing many anomalies. The Soviets also did that. It's hard for me to make a correct judgment about the president's identity. Nick Fury shook his head, and his brow wrinkled tightly. However, judging from this overly bizarre statement, there's a high probability that he may be fake. According to the director's instructions, he came to look for Howard Stark, who was addicted to his work and couldn't extricate himself, and tell the other party about the blood councils and Luke's analysis. However, before Howard did anything, even worse news came. The White House was in ruins, and Superman's whereabouts were unknown. The director directly went to the White House, and before he left, he didn't leave any explanation, so I don't know what happened later. Fury's eyes revealed a bit of worry. He didn't know why the director would investigate the White House chief of staff and his secret collusion with the Blood Council until now. This wasn't only a politician doing something for an exchange of interests, there was a bigger conspiracy behind it. It involved the identification of the president and the future direction of the world. According to Luke's character, if he directly went to the White House, it proves that he had completely confirmed his speculation and had enough evidence on hand. He was confident that he could solve what happened later. Howard was wearing pajamas, barefoot on the carpet. If you added a tobacco pipe on him, he might pass off as a cameo for Sherlock Holmes. But why did he disappear? At this time, it has been 6 hours since a fire broke out in the White House and riots broke out in Washington, D.C. The sky was gray, and the faint light of the morning dawn rushed out of the horizon, spewing out the breath of life. Howard stared out of the window, his brow furrowed. That's what he couldn't figure out. The White House turned into ruins, and the riots in Washington, D.C., were definitely the aftermath of a battle between Superman and Kang the Conqueror. If we look at the ending, it seemed that Superman had lost. Because Luke's whereabouts were unknown. Whether he was alive or dead, it was unknown. I've never seen Luke fail. Howard found a cigarette and puffed out some smoke. For him, nicotine helped him think. Even though Kang the Conqueror is a man from the future, from the 31st century, defeating Superman wouldn't be that easy. And also, giving Luke no chance to escape, and directly erasing him, that's really unlikely. Howard never doubted Superman's strength. Luke Cavill was the young lieutenant general and the director of SHIELD. His strength was based on winning again and again, rather than false propaganda and exaggerated rumors. Those opponents who ended up miserable, such as Red Skull, Aryan Supermen of Berlin, Namor of Atlantis, Sebastian Shaw of the Hellfire Club. They were a warning to others, that when they were up against Superman and becoming his enemy, they wouldn't make it out alive. Mr. Stark, the worst-case scenario, the director has likely encountered a bad situation. His strength is enough to ignore 90% of danger, and it's difficult for us to find a strong enough enemy on this planet, who can defeat Superman. But Kang the Conqueror came from the 31st century. He has all kinds of high-tech weapons. He may not be able to erase Superman physically. But what if he replaces killing with imprisonment or exile? Nick Fury made a wild guess. It's possible. Anyway, it's more reliable than the answer given by the president. As an evil plan of the Soviets. Howard nodded his head and praised the young man. The president said that the disappearance of Superman was an evil plan of the Soviets. Nick Fury remembered the speech that had no credibility on TV. Howard evoked a sarcastic smile on his lips. He whispered, "Yes, the Soviets are afraid of Superman's strength, fearing that one day Luke would fall from the sky and appear in the Kremlin, then drag those people out and hang them in the Red Square. To prevent the imbalance between the East and West camps and stop the expansion of the United States in dominating the world. So, the Soviets prepared this raid plan. On the surface, it was to assassinate the president, but the real goal was Superman." Nick Fury's mouth twitched. He finally saw the shameless faces of those politicians. It seemed that the Red Bear didn't know what happened. While people were growing corn in Siberia, the blame had firmly stuck to their heads. But what method did the Soviets use to get rid of Superman? Nick Fury thought that this excuse for blaming someone was very poor. It's Superman, the god of the new era. In North America today, some people may not know who the president was, who the governor was and who the mayor was, but he believed that everyone knew Superman. How could such a legendary existence simply disappear? I just called the Pentagon. They said that the Soviets had studied some kind of proton bomb and were going to destroy Washington, D.C., and New York. To save tens of millions of innocent people, Superman was going to send the bomb into outer space, sacrifice himself, and then, he was gone. The more reliable speculation is that the explosion of the proton bomb opened the Einstein-Rosen bridge, which led to Superman's disappearance. We can't see him if he survived, and we can't see a corpse if he died. Howard shrugged his shoulders, saying that the president was really imaginative. The man might write novels when he's retired. If the Soviets have proton bombs, why don't they directly use them as weapons? Send people to sneak them into the cities on the East Coast, launch them at once, destroy the defense lines, and then send a fleet to attack. Nick Fury, in keeping with his professional habit of thinking seriously, asked in disbelief. You have to ask the Soviets about this. I can't figure it out. If they can study that thing and make it into weapons, is it really necessary to assassinate the president? As a scientist, Howard felt the lies fabricated by the president were ridiculous. It's completely possible to apply the relevant technology to rockets, launch space races, or use it as an ultra-small and ultralight high-energy generator of various systems. In this way, if they press the launch button in the Kremlin, they could blow the North American continent into ruins. Nick Fury didn't quite understand, but that didn't stop him from nodding. So, what should we do now? He looked at Howard, whose hair was in a mess, was clad in an oversized robe, and had a cigarette in his mouth. Currently, there might be only two people who knew the president's identity. It was necessary to come up with a practical plan to cope with the coming crisis. First of all, we pretend nothing happened, strive for stability, and continue to participate in S.H.I.E.L.D's work. Howard rolled his eyes and began to think. Second, it's imperative to determine Luke's situation. If that guy is lucky enough, nothing should happen to him. If he's really imprisoned by Kang the Conqueror or fell into a trap and couldn't get out of trouble, I'll find a way to bring him back. Howard glanced at the young man and asked, by the way, what's your name? Nicholas Joseph Fury, a new agent of S.H.I.E.L.D, and Director Cavill's driver. Nick Fury replied. Can I trust you, Fury? Howard asked again. As long as you're not asking me to betray national interests, I'll definitely obey orders, Mr. Stark. Fury said seriously. That's good. Howard beckoned and motioned for the other party to follow. Actually, I wanted to give Luke a surprise. Who knew he would meet with such an accident? Howard opened the basement workshop and entered a long string of passwords. Catcher. Catcher. The sound of a machine rang, gears turning, pulling some chains. The heavy iron gate rose. It was so dark inside that it was impossible to see the exact scene. Howard went in, followed by Nick Fury. "This is my first-generation machine." He pressed the switch, and the light overhead struck, revealing a huge, thick steel armor. An awkward-looking head, and stout limbs. An unpainted silvery white outer shell with a machine gun on the shoulder. The core on the chest glowed with a dim light. "With this, we can better deal with the hidden enemy," Howard said confidently. "I like the name Luke gave me, Iron Man." Earth 199,999. New York. This is the timeline where Thanos did the snap. A blue light flashed, and Luke walked out of it without any problems. There were no lightning, thunder, and clouds, like the Terminator. Then, like a pervert, exposing his muscular body. "This is Nick Fury's body." Luke lifted up his hand and grabbed a handful of floating dust. Just as the one-eye director saw his arrival, he also witnessed the other party's disappearance. Binge. Read next 60 chapters on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/binge translations. Comment. 28 comments. Vote. Chapter 258, Chapter 255 Box Theory, Universe Number. "So, I can't go back now." It took about a few seconds for Luke to organize his thoughts and figure out the situation. He didn't know whether Kang had prepared a time and space trap in advance or wanted to run ahead of time. As a result, he used it himself. Anyway, Luke came to this strange and familiar future world through the time and space transmission device. A world that wasn't influenced by Superman and developed according to the original track. This is probably the timeline of the movie universe, and Thanos has finished snapping his fingers. Luke stood in the street, watching a helicopter falling from the air and crashing into a tall building. With a bang, a fire broke out. The shocking movement, like a terrorist attack, didn't cause the slightest panic. Many cars suddenly got out of control, slamming into stone piers on the side of the road or rushing directly into stores. Boom! Boom! A series of rear-end traffic accidents occurred, smoke billowed up, followed by explosions. This may be the most chaotic and worst day ever. Luke spread out his palm and threw out the little ash left by the one-eyed director. He looked down the street. The cars on the road were jammed into a long queue of steel, and there was no end in sight. In many drivers' seats, there was only a handful of ashes and no human in sight. Some people died silently, and their bodies were erased. Others looked frightened, blank, and had no idea what was happening. If I came a bit earlier, maybe 1 hour, perhaps I could have prevented this disaster. There was a glimmer of expectation in Luke's eyes. Thinking of facing Thanos, it should roughly be a 50-50 situation. The combat power of the movie universe Thanos wasn't so exaggerated. "Sir, what's happening? Help me." A pedestrian grabbed Luke's arm. The other party might have seen Superman's suit and thought he was a superhero. "I'm sorry, I can't do anything for the time being. But don't worry, you'll be back soon." Luke shrugged his shoulders. A few seconds later, the poor guy vanished in front of his eyes. Then again, will the rules of this universe influence me? Wiping out half of all living things, I wonder if I would be included. The director of the Family Planning Commission, the Mad Titan, dedicated himself to depopulation. Using the random way of wiping out half of all the living beings on each planet. This was an erasing requirement. So, those unfortunate people who were randomly selected were directly reduced to ashes and disappeared. Their bodies were gone with the wind, and their souls returned to death. The only good news was that there was no pain. Equivalent to euthanasia. But Luke had a question. As a traveler from another universe, would he be affected? According to Marvel's universe hierarchy, this world's Infinity Gauntlet may not be able to take effect on him. This may not be answered until I meet Thanos. Luke thought silently. A runaway car ran towards him, but it was cut in half with heat vision before it could touch him. With more and more lives erased by that snap, the scene seemed to be more and more chaotic. Compared with the end of the world, this snap seems to be a little more frightening. Luke himself was quite calm. He waited for a long time and didn't feel anything strange. Obviously, either he was lucky and wasn't selected by random probability, or he was completely unaffected. At this time, Captain America's team and Thor's delegation are in Wakanda. Iron Man and Nebula are on Titan. Who should I go to? Luke's first goal was clear, and that was to find a way home. The space-time transmission was actually quite complicated. In other words, any scientific field linked to quantum mechanics was always confusing. The Marvel Universe was equivalent to an infinitely large box, and then there were small boxes with different numbers inside. Luke's timeline was a small box located under the 616 primary universe. The timeline he was currently in was in another small box numbered Earth 199999. There were subtle connections between different small boxes. For example, Nick Fury in the movie universe was black. But in the main Earth 616, he was actually white. For another example, Loki in the movie universe was the second prince of Asgard. But in other universes, it was possible for Loki to be a princess. Everyone's gender, skin color, pros and cons would change with different boxes. But the general characters would still exist. Unless they were forgotten and thus erased. To sum it up, Luke wanted to find his way home. He needed to locate the small box where he was originally from accurately and then use the small box he was in as a starting point for a smooth time and space trip. It sounded simple, but he needed to use the specific parameters of the relevant world, coordinate position, time and space anchor points, and landing points. Even a genius like Tony Stark would get a headache if he saw it. Because this wasn't time travel in one small box, but from one box to another. The difficulty had risen exponentially. By the way, my little box hasn't been named yet. Luke suddenly remembered this. Every box under the main universe had a corresponding number. Then, of course, the world where he lived should also have a string of corresponding numbers. Earth 1024. Luke pondered for a moment and gave a simple answer. If there's an opportunity in the future, he also planned to stamp his own box. There were fewer and fewer pedestrians on the streets, and more ashes were flying all over the sky. Luke was unaware that he was walking to Times Square. As the crossroads of the world, this was the place with the largest flow of people in New York, but now, there weren't many people at all. Only rolling billboards and colorful neon tubes, proof of the liveliness before. Captain America is still in Wakanda and probably still in grief over the death of his teammates and his friend. Thor, the god of thunder, is probably regretting why he didn't chop down Thanos' head. The only two survivors on Titan, one missing Spider-Man, one without her sister Gamora, shouldn't be in the mood to listen to my story at this time. Luke calculated with his fingers and found that it seemed that no one else had time to pay attention to him except for the retired Thanos. The world was almost destroyed, and the superheroes suffered heavy casualties. Thanos, as a big villain, finished his plan and left the ending in a hopeless direction. They need a hero. Luke breathed the air of the 21st century and whispered, "But before that, I need to find someone first." Since the Avengers and superheroes were unreliable, he could only look for an old acquaintance who could understand his situation. Comment. 29 comments. Vote. Chapter 259, Chapter 256 New York Sanctum, the Ancient One. Greenwich Village, Bleecker Street. The only person in this universe who could understand his situation without much explanation was probably the Sorcerer Supreme, who frequently traveled to observe the future. Of course, Luke wasn't talking about Doctor Strange, who was directly erased by the snap. After watching the spoiler, the guy was still completely helpless, everyone was gone. The person he was looking for was actually the Ancient One who took the opportunity to retire. I wonder how many people are still alive in Comatage. Luke directly pushed open the door of the New York Sanctum. It was silent inside. The flames in the fireplace rose, the teacups on the table were still warm, and a few books and some magical artifacts were scattered on the ground. It's like, 1 second, everyone was chatting happily, discussing where to eat later. The next second, they vanished. Not even getting the chance to say goodbye. Only the lit fireplace, the unfinished tea, and the flipped books were proof of things that happened before. "This is terrible," Luke lamented. Fortunately, the 3 time and space nodes still maintained basic operations. Those dimensional demons couldn't take this opportunity to invade the world. However, today, it was also a heavy loss for them. Thanos wiped away half of life on Earth, so the dead souls didn't fall into the hands of those dimension demons. The rapidly declining population was essentially no different from that of a capitalist losing half of its productive resources for no reason at all. This was a huge loss. No one knew how long it would take to make up for it. Half of the lives just disappeared. This meant that for a long time in the future, the dimension demons would have to face the embarrassing situation of deflation. Because the soul was a common currency for the dimension gods and demons, the devil of hell and the angel of heaven. The former was a way of lending, building a well-established system to harvest wealth. The latter two, by contract and faith, divide the soul of mankind into 2 sides of a larger business. Regardless of the means, a large population base was a necessary condition for maintaining this market. However, Thanos, who was bent on contributing to family planning in the universe, had cut the market in half. If Cyttorak, Cthon, and Set could enter the material world, they would definitely beat Thanos to the ground. Luke curled his lips and entered the hall unimpeded. He went up to the 3rd floor. "Master Ancient One, are you here?" Strange asked me to bring you a message." Luke stopped in front of the window of the worlds, bent his fingers, and tapped twice. As an artifact with Vishanti's seal, it could also act as a communicator. "Who are you?" Strange should no longer be in this world. Luke waited patiently for about half a minute, and the Ancient One suddenly appeared. She held a small sandalwood fan and sized up the strange intruder with a critical eye, revealing the other party's obvious lie. Well, I don't know Stephen Strange yet. Luke admitted frankly and continued, but I do have something urgent for you, Master Ancient One. It's strange, I've never seen you before, yet I feel the aura of Vishanti, the scarlet glow of Cyttorak, and even the chaotic magic of Cthulhu. The Ancient One's eyes showed a puzzled look. Generally speaking, provoking even one of these dimensional demon gods was already a headache. The young man standing in front of her seemed to have had contact with all three. To tell you the truth, I have read the Book of the Vishanti, used the temporary contract with Cyttorak, and was taken a fancy to Cthulhu, and almost became the spokesperson for chaos magic. Luke, with a light-hearted look on his face, described a series of his legendary experiences. You have had a hard life. The Ancient One didn't doubt it either but looked at Luke even more strangely. She clearly didn't know the other party, but she had a feeling of familiarity. Master Ancient One, let me introduce myself. I come from another universe, the past before everything happened. Luke directly stated. Because of an accident, I came to this universe involuntarily. This universe, a future timeline where everything has happened. Superman said, a little loosely, but the Ancient One still understood. So, you know the me of that universe. You also entered Kamataj and studied the Book of the Vishanti. You aren't the next Sorcerer Supreme I selected, are you? The former Sorcerer Supreme behaved calmly and didn't make a fuss. You do look a lot better than Strange physically, I mean. I have suggested before that he should spend more time on physical exercise. A qualified master needs a strong body. The Ancient One had a general understanding of the theory that the universe was an infinite box, with layers nested between one another. Therefore, she could quickly accept the facts as Luke presented them and asked questions. If it was Doctor Strange, Luke would definitely have to spend time explaining what another universe was and what past actually meant. That guy hadn't been at the top for long, completely unskilled in the workflow for the Sorcerer Supreme. I need your help, Master. Seeing that they could communicate with each other normally, Luke went straight to the point and made his request. He was worried about whether the Sorcerer Supreme, after her retirement, would talk and laugh with eternity. Fortunately, the Ancient One stayed on the earth and didn't leave. I'm afraid I can't help you. The Ancient One shook her fan and whispered. Half of the creatures in the universe are wailing and weeping, and their existence has been completely erased. But I am just a long-dead person, who can only watch silently, wait quietly, unable to do anything. Luke raised his eyebrows. He knew that the Ancient One, at this time, had lost her physical body and was currently appearing in the form of a soul. As early as in the previous story, the other party faked her death in the hand of Kesalius and successfully retired early. She gave Doctor Strange the Sorcerer Supreme post and the responsibility of protecting the Earth. You have chosen Strange, and he saw the exact ending from countless futures. Luke suddenly remembered that the 6 Infinity Stones had been collected, so it seemed that he could finish the task ahead of schedule. Everything can be changed and corrected. The Avengers will accomplish this arduous task. I'm willing to help so that they could make fewer detours and fewer sacrifices. But in return, I would like you, Master Ancient One, to give me the coordinates of this universe and some detailed parameters. This was why Luke came to the Ancient One in the first place. If we were to ask who was the most likely person to hold the deep secrets of the universe, it was definitely the Sorcerer Supreme. Vishanti was an ancient god, and they were closely related to eternity. Luke had no information about the box other than the number on the small box. If he wanted to make another smooth space-time trip, he needed to know the coordinate data of that universe, which was convenient for modeling and calculation. Tony Stark and Bruce Banner had to do the following work. All right, now I completely believe that you're a traveler from another universe. The Ancient One was slightly surprised. In theory, it was impossible for anyone other than the holder of the Time Stone, the Sorcerer Supreme, who had access to the Eye of Agamotto, to know where the future was leading to. However, based on Luke's words, Ancient One determined that her opponent knew no less than she did. By the way, what's your name? The increasingly relaxed former Sorcerer Supreme asked. Luke Cavill, in my universe, everyone likes to call me Superman. Luke replied. I can agree to your request. After a long time of contemplation, the Ancient One nodded her head. The death of her body had no effect on a great master like her. As long as her soul remained intact, the Ancient One could still travel the universe in her astral projection form. This was much more liberating than the hard life of being at her post every day and not being able to leave without permission. Strange will lead the Avengers from this bad ending to the only correct choice. The Ancient One's face was grave, and she spoke in a deep voice. Luke, you are an insurance policy to make sure they complete their mission. In exchange, I will tell you what you want to know as a reward. Luke's mouth hooked up a smile. No matter what time, as long as a reasonable argument was given, the Ancient One was always the best one to talk to. Then I'll see you next time, Master Ancient One, and I'll complete the deal. He conveniently borrowed an unwound hanging ring from the table on the third floor. Skillfully drew a magic circle and opened a portal. I'll go to Wakanda first to talk to Steve. I hope he will treat me as a friend, not an enemy. Looking at Luke walking into the portal, the Ancient One's soul had a strange glint in her eyes. Stranger, I hope you won't make things worse. She stopped at the window of the worlds for a few minutes. The illusory soul burst out with a flash of light and disappeared. Binge. Read next 60+ chapters on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/bingtranslations. Comment. 34 comments. Vote. Chapter 260, Chapter 257 Coming to Wakanda, Unfriendly Meeting. Wakanda. Capital. Like New York, like what was happening all over the world, this was where the finger-snapping of death came to an end. Those tribal warriors in Wakanda, before they knew what had happened, turned into ash. As Thanos said, it was absolutely fair and absolutely random. This mysterious secluded area on the African continent, down to the commoners and up to the king, was all wiped out with one of his fingers. Leading figures, except for General Okoye, who Black Panther T'Challa trusted, there were few left. When the sickle of death fell, even a king or a hero wouldn't be treated differently. As for the Avengers, the death toll was a long list. The Winter Soldier, Falcon, Wanda, Vision, all of them were on it. Only a few of the seniors were lucky enough to survive. We failed. Captain America, with a beard, said feebly. He sat next to Vision's body, staring at the horrible wound on his forehead. Thanos abruptly pulled the Mind Stone from the latter's head. Just half a minute ago, Captain America saw Bucky, the Winter Soldier, vanish and die. The sadness in his heart was beyond words. That was his friend, who fought side by side. Best friend, who grew up together. They had a hard time reuniting, and he just disappeared. Thanos succeeded, and his goal was achieved. Thor was extremely remorseful, and his heart was full of emptiness. He should have used Stormbreaker to chop off the head of that ugly purple potato. That could have stopped everything. Stop the other party from snapping that finger. Can you contact Tony? What's the situation on his side? War Machine asked. After a hard battle, everyone was at a loss. No one knew what to do. Some of them had lost their loved ones, some had lost relatives, some had lost their best friends, and some had lost their king. The sacrifice was huge and costly, but the final victory was still not achieved. The ending wasn't like in movies and novels, where heroes defeat villains. Everyone embraces and cheers, bringing the story to a happy ending. I don't know, Tony, and the talkative little bug, the master magician in that cloak, they were all on Thanos' Dawnut spaceship. Banner, who couldn't switch to Hulk, wanted to say something witty to liven up the atmosphere. However, seeing his friends depressed, even Captain America, who had always been determined and never discouraged, showed a trace of confusion, so he swallowed the inappropriate joke back. Do you have any plans, Captain? Black Widow remembered Hawkeye, whose life and death was unknown, and a bit of worry appeared in her eyes. Thanos' snap erased half the life on the Earth. She wondered if Clint survived. Captain America was silent for a while, then worked hard to sort out his mood and once again became the calm leader he was. Go back to New York first and contact the Pentagon if those acquaintances are still alive. With their strength, the list of casualties would be counted as soon. We can't let the social order collapse. We must stabilize the situation as soon as possible to avoid riots. SHIELD will also mobilize its strength to help governments resume operation. In addition, try to find Tony. We need him. Captain America briefly listed several plans to carry out. The whole world lost half of its population, which was equivalent to a huge machine running stably and suddenly stopping. The impact was too great to imagine. In some families, parents may have been erased in the snap, leaving only young children behind. This required proper placement. In some countries, high-level leaders may be unlucky, erased by the snap, causing a power vacuum and internal turmoil. This needed to be stabilized as soon as possible. To sum it up, with the drastic reduction of the world's population, no matter the government or superheroes, they had many problems to face. Thor, what are you going to do? After clearing up his sad emotions, Captain America looked at Thor, carrying an axe and wanting to chop something to vent. Asgard has disappeared, destroyed by the flame giant. His people were also killed on that ship, almost no one was left. Among the superheroes, Thor was the one who lost the most. I need a drink, Thor said painfully. Hatred held him together until now. The death of his people and Loki only made him think about how to chop down Thanos. But with the other party's snap, everything vanished. Even with Stormbreaker in hand, he still failed to stop it all. If any of you know the whereabouts of the ugly purple potato, please inform me as soon as possible. Thor pressed Captain America's shoulder. There was a vague flash of thunder in his eyes, leaping with anger. No matter where he hides, I will get there as fast as I can and cut off his head. I swear on Odin's name. Calm down, Thor. You should stay with us. S.H.I.E.L.D. will need your strength, and so will the Avengers. Captain America was very good at the ideological talk and calmed down the irritable Thor with a few words. He looked around and looked at the few teammates left. War Machine, Black Widow, Banner, Rocket Raccoon, and General Okoye. Tony, Strange, and the babbling bug were all in a state of uncertainty. We have failed, we're facing the worst situation, and we also need to face the most difficult moments in our lives. Captain America's voice wasn't high, but it was very powerful. But no matter how gloomy tomorrow is and how unacceptable reality is, we must take that small step, get back on our feet, and find our way. The future. Boom. It was as if a cannonball had hit the ground, sending up a violent cloud of dust. The dark red cloak billowed and swayed. A figure abruptly appeared in front of everyone. Excuse me. A gentle voice sounded. Its owner had a young face. Can you give me some time? The first thing you should do, as an uninvited, strange guy who appeared out of nowhere, is to state your name. Thor, the god of thunder, said in a deep voice with a vigilant expression. The other superheroes reacted similarly. They had just experienced a hard battle and faced one of the most powerful enemies in history. At this time, any trouble could easily arouse vigilance. I know you just lost your dear brother, but also lost your sister, loving father, loving mother, and a bunch of men who followed you and supported your people, but Thor, should you take out your anger on me? Understand? Luke, who rushed to Wakanda and then flew to this dense forest, said so lightly. On the surface, his attitude seemed to be trying to calm him down. But according to this speech, no matter how you look at it, he stepped on all the mines in the minefield. Ha ha, very good. Thor's anger turned against him. Thunder rolled in his eyes. Finally, an asshole stepped forward. Let me punch him. No matter who you are or what you are called, you're going to beg for mercy. Rumble. Lightning lingered on Stormbreaker. The sky is covered with dark clouds. Thor clenched his weapon and locked his eyes on the damned bastard who dared to provoke him. Binge. Read next 60+ chapters on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/binge translations. P.S. Today marks the 200th day of this fic and also the Binge Group's 200 days consecutive update streak. Thank you for your supports. Special shout-outs to all top fans, especially Gan123, Lucial_Dragon, Castle for being the top 3 fans. And Lucial_Dragon, R3 Adder 123 and ReadN0VE1 for being the top 3 votes. As for the super readers ranked below 3, it goes without saying that this book is surviving only through your efforts. Once again, thank you so much and may you get waifu/night of your dreams. Comment. 41 comments. Vote. Chapter 261, Chapter 258 Physically Calm, Violent Persuasion. Thor. Captain America looked at the stranger and wanted to persuade him to avoid a meaningless battle. But the Asgardians were like the fighting nation of Siberia. There was only drinking and fighting in their eyes, and the fighting culture was very strong. Thor, as Prince of Asgard, was even more so. When he led the war, he never asked how many enemies there were but where they were. Later, he ran to Earth, was deprived of his divine power, became immortal, and experienced twists and turns. Then his violent and reckless temper converged. Captain, I can't wait to beat the shit out of this bastard. He'll see how wrong and stupid it is to pick on an Asgardian. Thor roared, and the Stormbreaker in his hand drew thunder and lightning and blasted straight out. The violent current broke through the air, giving off a burnt smell. The surrounding area was blindingly white. The infinite power of Asgard, combined with a weapon more powerful than Mjolnir, gave Thor enough confidence. He could cut Thanos with only one breath, not to mention the human being in front of him. Zizzy. Zizzy. Luke's eyes condensed slightly, and heat vision shot out. The high-temperature light beam that evaporated flesh and blood was like a burning red blade, cutting open the horrible lightning. Boom! Heat vision bombarded Thor, who couldn't dodge. The armor on his chest was red hot. It seemed to have been heated in a steel-making furnace. Crack! The sound of a cracking shell. That piece of hard armor on his chest was directly broken into several pieces. Thor was hit by the strong kinetic energy and flew out, hitting several thick trees. After several rolls, he was able to stop. I sympathize with what happened to you, but if you're looking for a beating, I can't help it. Luke shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly. He just said the other party's experience in a declarative tone. Who would have thought Thor would react so much and act like he wanted to fight with himself? Okay, Luke admitted that he had deliberately angered Thor. It wasn't that he didn't like the other party or some other personal grudge. There was no Superman in the timeline of this universe. Therefore, whether it was Captain America or Iron Man, they were somewhat suspicious and wary of him. Next, when the two sides wanted to cooperate, it would definitely involve the key question of who was in charge. Thor was a veteran of the Avengers and had prestige and connections. And as for him, he was the newcomer. How would he get the right to speak? In most cases, it was natural to fight side by side and risk one's life, thus building a strong and lasting bond of friendship. Or through one victory after another, to establish their own position. However, Luke was just a player who had no patience and wanted quick results. He still had a lot of things to do in his own Earth 1024, so how could he waste his time here? After thinking about it, Luke finally came up with a quick and effective way. Beat Thor, the highest fighting force in the Avengers. Hulk, who couldn't turn into a Hulk, had been kicked out of the upper ranks. The big green guy, after giving Thanos a set of hits and getting beaten down. Basically, he never showed the power of anger anymore but gradually became Buddhist. Generally speaking, strength was the best way to show one's position. Luke was the kind of character who was more self-centered, and it was impossible for him to obediently follow the leadership of Captain America, or Iron Man, and play the role of a henchman. So, unfortunately, Thor became the stepping stone with bad luck. Oh, very good. You've made my desire to kick your ass even stronger. Thor, who was blasted into a rock, made a deep human-shaped outline. With a bang, the tiny current that lingered all over his body exploded violently. Like a large number of TNT explosives were ignited, the rock was crushed into powder with amazing power and a huge shock wave. I've heard that Asgardians were good fighters and quite brave. Luke smiled. He could subdue Howard, who was mean and poisonous, let alone Thor. But Thor, you don't seem to have characteristics like that, except for your harsh words. Even your brother, Loki, who has the blood of a frost giant, is more of a warrior than you. It was another extremely accurate jump on a mine. I won't allow you to mention that name. Thinking of Loki's tragic death, Thor picked up the Stormbreaker and roared like a berserker. With force under his feet, he stomped a big hole in the ground. At this time, Thor hadn't turned into the fat guy of the future. His movement was still vigorous and powerful, and his speed hadn't dropped. Stormbreaker, wrapped in thunder lightning, swept by. Boom boom boom. The atmosphere exploded. It was as if space was being chopped open. It was almost instantaneous. Stormbreaker, which almost hacked Thanos to death, slashed in front of Luke. Luke's fully open bioforce field, like an eggshell, was directly cut open. Even the Infinity Gauntlet with 6 stones couldn't block this artifact, nor could Superman's bioforce field. I underestimated the axe. Luke's reaction was also very quick, and his eyes were filled with red light. Heat vision spurted out, blocking the rotating Stormbreaker. The high temperature collided with the current, causing a violent reaction. Bang! Thor, who was empty-handed, surrounded by a silver snake-like electric light. He threw a punch at Luke's face. The latter's palms were open and easily blocked. As a Midgardian, you have a good body. Thor was a little surprised. His opponent's strength didn't seem to be weaker than his. As an Asgardian, you look like a weak maiden. Luke changed the sentence briefly and returned it to Thor. How could he endure? Thor had never been called a woman in his life. Die! The furious Thor stretched out his right hand, and Stormbreaker flew back. He slashed without mercy, the cold, sharp blade of the axe slammed straight into Luke's face. Luke raised his hand to block the opponent's offensive and hit Thor in the abdomen with his knee. After being upgraded to LV2, he thought he had never been afraid of anyone in close combat. I'm not a Kansas farm boy who can't even fight. Luke thought silently. That hurts. Thor, the thick-skinned god of thunder, hissed and drew a cold breath. He couldn't help blowing his waist, but his years of fighting experience still played a role. He held Stormbreaker in his right hand and blew out thunder again, wanting to use that to stop the opponent's attack. It seems that your father hadn't taught you when you fight, you should concentrate and avoid these bells and whistles. Luke was unafraid and chose to resist the terrifying light with magic resistance. At the same time, he reached out a hand, pressed it against Thor's head, and whipped it downward. Boom! There was a big hole in the ground. Thor tried to get up with his hands on the ground, only to be met with another iron fist. That angry face was in intimate contact with the soil. Luke then got up and lifted his feet. He stepped on Thor's right hand and took away the Stormbreaker. It's mine. Although he held on tightly and refused to let go. But in the face of Superman's terrible power, resistance was of little significance. Give it back to me. Thud. Luke didn't look at him. He raised his elbow and hit Thor's face when he struggled to get up. That handsome and brave face, which could charm many women, was swollen on his right cheek. You can't have it back now. Luke's palms closed together, clutching the struggling Stormbreaker. The wisps of violent electricity struck his body but couldn't cause much damage. He picked up the battle axe, stepped forward, and stuck it to Thor's neck. Tell me, young king of Asgard, can you give me some time and let us communicate normally? Luke's eyes were calm, and his arm holding Stormbreaker didn't tremble in the slightest. As if Thor said no, he would cut off the other person's head without any consideration. Yes. Thor's face went red, and then he squeezed the word out of his teeth. Suddenly, the Avengers noticed something. Stormbreaker was in this mysterious young man's hand. Binge. Weekly mass release. Every 450 votes today equals one extra chapter tomorrow. Please go to novel page and vote. Comment. 41 comments. Vote. Chapter 262, Chapter 259. I came from the past, to change the future. If you had said it earlier, there wouldn't have been so much trouble. Luke's mouth evoked a smile, putting on a refined and easygoing look. The Stormbreaker that was tightly held in his right hand left Thor's neck. This made the latter breathe a sigh of relief. His head being at the risk of getting cut off at any time was an unpleasant feeling. In fact, I am very reasonable and hate violence. If the problem could be solved through normal communication, I would never want to fight with others. Luke didn't throw away Thor's weapon and directly returned Stormbreaker to his opponent. Of course, we can't rule out the fact that doing so in front of everyone wasn't a good thing. What you say is not the same as what you do. The young king of Asgard grunted softly, still with anger in his eyes, but he didn't attack again. He had already seen Luke's strength, and even if there was another fair fight, the chances of winning might still be relatively low. Therefore, although Thor wanted to defend the glory of the northern gods, but for strategic reasons, he temporarily gave up the reckless idea of fighting again. Stormbreaker combined with the power of thunder was no match for an unarmed Midgardian. Thor was frustrated by such a heavy blow. He originally wanted to go to Titan and cut off Thanos' head with his axe, to pay tribute to the people of Asgard, as well as his younger brother Loki. But after Luke's severe beating, his fighting spirit suddenly decreased by half. Even more so by the fact that this person could hold Stormbreaker. This is most probably because there is no enchantment on this. It has to be. Thor, are you all right? Captain America asked with concern. The vibranium shield in the shape of melon seeds faced Luke as if fearing that the other party would suddenly attack. His eyes however were glancing back and forth between the hammer and Luke. The classic line "I can do this all day" was ready. As long as Luke launched an attack, Captain America would say it, instantly boosting the team's morale. I can't believe someone can beat a guy like Thor. Fucking believable. Rocket Raccoon said in an exaggerated tone. Perhaps because of the loss of the small tree Groot, he only spat out a sentence but didn't start up his sarcastic tone. Shut up, Rabbit. I just didn't use my full strength. Thor subconsciously retorted. He couldn't accept the fact that he would easily lose to a Midgardian. Come on, Thor, you're almost beaten to death by this macho stranger. Rocket ruthlessly exposed him. When the battle was over, the superheroes who acted as onlookers joined the crowd. To be honest, they all expressed some surprises about Thor's defeat. Thor and the Hulk had always been the two most powerful forces in the Avengers. Now, the latter was hiding in Banner's body and was unwilling to come out. The only reliable top powerhouse was Thor, who had previously caused serious damage to Thanos. However, Thor, who was invincible and unstoppable in Wakanda's battlefield, inexplicably lost to a stranger. And it was still the kind of crushing defeat that made him look helpless. If we have time later, let's have another fair fight. Thor grinned and sent out an invitation. His swollen right cheek seemed to have been hit by a heavy hammer, completely destroying his original heroic appearance. Even if the Asgardians were physically superior, it might not heal too soon. No problem, I always welcome one-on-one duels between real men. Luke shrugged and nodded. Thor, who had a fight with him, was easier to talk to than before. Therefore, to win the goodwill of the combative nation, either you drink, or you fight. This was the most effective way. Let's get back to business. Who are you? Where are you from? What are you doing? Captain America, who was currently the team leader, looked at Luke warily and asked 3 questions with philosophical implications. About that, it may be a long story. Luke pondered for a moment and cut down and modified his strange experience of accidentally traveling through time and space and coming here. Then, he spoke about it in a more acceptable way. You mean, you came from another universe. But also from the past. Just like Terminator. No, it should be like Back to the Future. After listening, Colonel Rhodes, War Machine, took the lead in asking questions. The other superheroes all looked on in shock. This was too much information. It was a bit unbelievable. To be more precise, it isn't simple time travel, but a parallel time-space crossing. Luke corrected. By the way, I didn't cross over in that DeLorean car either. Captain America frowned slightly and asked again, do you have any evidence? This young man claimed to have come here from another universe, from the past. That was to say, the Avengers were used to all kinds of bizarre events. Otherwise, they would definitely regard the other party as a lunatic. Steve, your mother's name is Sarah. She lives in an old house in Brooklyn. You used to put newspapers in your shoes. Your first kiss was a blonde girl from the Strategic Science Reserve. Her name was Marjorie. The corners of Luke's mouth curled slightly, taking out Captain America's past experience one by one. I don't think these things were written down in the museum. Now, it was Captain America's turn to be silent. Maybe we can believe this guy. After staring at Luke for a long time, Thor put away his doubts and spoke in a deep tone. He knows Loki's origin and seems to know Asgard's prophecy of Ragnarok. These are secrets I haven't even revealed to the Avengers, but this guy said it. I can't think of any better reason to explain all this except for him being a time traveler. Captain America thought for a moment and couldn't help nodding his head. As a legendary hero of the World War II era, it was unlikely that the museum would include his past life in Brooklyn. Especially putting newspapers in his shoes, which only he and Bucky knew. You just called me Steve. Did you know me in that universe? Captain America was keenly aware that Luke called him differently from others. Not only do we know each other, in fact, but our relationship is also quite good. Remember when Jamie used to bully you? I beat him up one day, and we became friends. Luke looked at the bearded face and chuckled. Bucky and I used to make fun of you, saying we couldn't imagine what it would be like if Steve Rogers had a beard. In my world, you didn't get on that plane, and you didn't sleep for 70 years, Steve. Captain America's eyes flashed, a look of nostalgia appeared. What Luke said was indeed a secret past that happened. Luke, I believe your stories now. Captain America temporarily put down his guard and extended his hand in a friendly way. However, we have encountered some problems and may not have time to help you find your way home right now. Thanos wiped out half of life in the universe with a snap. If they didn't clean up the mess as soon as possible, the nations on Earth would quickly erupt into chaos, creating a terrible chain reaction. Out of careful consideration of the overall situation, Captain America decided to prioritize dealing with the mess on Earth. As for how to rescue Tony and help everyone calm their inner pain, he had no clue. I'm not in such a hurry, Steve. In fact, regarding Thanos and the partners, relatives, and friends you sacrificed, I happen to be able to help. With a smile on Luke's face, he finally got to the point. I mean, have you ever thought that everything could actually be rewritten? Comment. 10 comments. Vote. Chapter 263, Chapter 260 Ant-Man, what? My girlfriend's whole family is dead. When Luke told the surviving superheroes that the snapping ending they faced could actually be changed. Innocent people who turned into ash, friends who were sacrificed in this Infinity Stone battle, may be able to come back. Everyone was stunned. There was silence in the tropical forest of Wakanda. Those superheroes who used to face villains, murderers, evil criminals, without changing their faces, froze into wooden or clay sculptures. It's not that their mental capacity was too poor, but the news that Luke conveyed was too shocking. Do you know what you are talking about? The ending is something that has happened, and it's a bad one. How can we rewrite it? Captain America deserved to be the leader. He had excellent mental capacity and was the first to react. There was a bit of uncertainty in his eyes, as well as a trace of expectation. Of course, Steve. This isn't a prank or a joke. Luke threw this bombshell lightly. When he saw that the Avengers were emotional, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but slightly curl up. After fighting with Thor and then explaining his origin, he temporarily gained some trust from the superheroes. The next thing to do was to covertly and positively guide the situation. Thanos put on the Infinity Gauntlet, collected 6 stones, and finally did the ultimate snap that erased half of the life in the universe. Everything he did was to keep the balance of the universe, delay the decline and eliminate war, at least that's what he thought. Luke, like a replay, helped the Avengers carefully analyze Thanos' behavioral logic and motivations. With the Infinity Gauntlet and its 6 stones, Thanos could easily erase half of the life in the universe, so if we get it, maybe we can bring back all those who died. In theory, there's no problem, is there? Hearing this, Captain America's eyes lit up and glowed. His originally slumped heart seemed to be injected with strengthening medicine, and his whole person looked refreshed. Yes, as long as we get the Infinity Gauntlet, we still have a chance to turn the tide. He followed Luke's train of thought and said so. The rest of the superheroes also seemed to see hope, with a trace of excitement on their frustrated faces. They were immersed in grief before because they lost their direction and goal. Even though Banner returned to Earth early to inform Doctor Strange and Iron Man, Thanos came too suddenly. The Black Order acted quickly and had a clear goal. Not only did they take Strange away, but they almost took away the Mind Stone from Vision. On the other hand, from the beginning, Captain America and Iron Man were fighting each other. One stayed on Earth, and the other was forced to go to Titan. The two sides were in an unequal position in terms of information. They didn't know much about the enemy. And after their defeat, they didn't even have a place to seek revenge. Taking back the Infinity Gauntlet and snapping one's fingers again, will we be able to bring back those people? Black Widow's voice trembled. She watched Wanda and Winter Soldier, one by one, turn into ashes. That feeling was really despairing. Theoretically so. Luke nodded his head. He had found a direction and goal for these superheroes. Using the 6 Infinity Stones to bring back the half that had been wiped out. But we don't know where Thanos is. Thor frowned and asked. His Stormbreaker was ready for blood. He couldn't wait to chop up a couple of ugly purple potatoes for practice. You are wrong. The problem is not Thanos. He has completed his mission and is probably staying on a certain planet, ready to live a peaceful rural life. Luke wasn't going to go to the director of the Family Planning Commission right now. At least it wasn't necessary at this stage. That person was already living a life of retirement, just like how the original plot went. Every day, wearing a straw hat, planting the fields, sitting in front of the house, and watching the sunset. What a beautiful life. First of all, he was struck in the chest by Thor's Stormbreaker. He was almost split in half, already suffering a severe injury. Luke's tone was steady as he calmly analyzed. Furthermore, using the Infinity Gauntlet also causes heavy damage. One snap was enough to wound him severely. In other words, Thanos is in an extremely weak state at this time. Thor narrowed his eyes and subconsciously clenched the Stormbreaker. There were flashes of lightning on his body. He interjected, "Isn't this just right? When that bastard is at his weakest, we launch a raid and cut off his head. Well, I know it sounds cruel, but he's Thanos. Do you still need to talk about morals when dealing with a guy like him?" Luke let out a breath and spoke softly, "That's exactly what I wanted to say, that Thanos is a guy who wouldn't change his mind easily after setting his goal, and he also has a powerful ability to execute it. Whether sending the She-Torai to attack New York or letting Loki steal the Tesseract, these are enough to show that he had long coveted the Infinity Stones and had a plan. After the Black Order came to Earth, they found Stephen Strange, Vision and Wanda without doing much. Thanos is not interested in destroying the Earth or ruling the universe. He has a more extreme philosophy, not for the sake of power, nor the pursuit of power." Captain America frowned, as if he understood Luke's meaning, and hesitated. "So, are you saying that Thanos may do something beyond our expectations? Because his thoughts can't be judged by common sense?" "Bingo. If I were Thanos, I would choose to destroy the Infinity Stones to prevent accidents after finishing my final mission. This is the best way to prevent others from turning over the whole situation." Luke snapped his fingers, causing the others to react violently. They now had a serious trauma that could be triggered by the snap of a finger. As long as the Infinity Stones are gone, what happens in this universe will become the established ending. Hearing Luke say this, Thor's veins popped out on his forehead as he growled, "We can't just let Thanos live his own life and do nothing, right? Of course, I'm just suggesting that you don't waste too much time and energy on killing Thanos." Luke glanced at the resentful Thor and added, "If it's a personal vendetta, and any of you want to kill him with your own hands, then I don't have a problem with that either. According to that, Thanos will destroy the Infinity Stones, so how do we rewrite the future?" Bruce Banner, who was in the anti-Hulk armor, raised the most critical question. "Speaking of which, I have to mention a guy named Scott Language." Luke's eyes flashed, and the corners of his mouth slightly curved. 5 hours later, the Avengers, who were lucky enough to survive, mobilized the power of SHIELD and finally found the Ford Brown van parked on the roof of a building. "Are you saying that there is a way to save the world in this van?" The group of superheroes looked at Luke with doubts in their eyes. The van, which costs tens of thousands of dollars on the market, looked ordinary in every way except for the complicated equipment attached to it. "That's right." Luke nodded. "Some of you may have heard of Hank Pym, who was a member of SHIELD. Pym particles. The technology that can freely change the size of human bodies and objects." Bruce said in surprise. Hank Pym was also a rare genius in the 1990s. The other party's achievements in biochemistry were as famous as his bad temper. Even a man with a good temper couldn't endure working with Hank Pym for long. Fortunately, someone could answer. "I don't have to explain too much then." Luke beckoned for Banner to come over and operate the instrument. The Pym particles, he discovered, could scale people down to the subatomic level, to enter a microscopic universe called the quantum realm. Unconsciously, Luke began to take over the leadership of the team. He seemed to know everything and could always answer other people's questions. Countdown begins. Fortunately, the instrument connected to the van wasn't difficult to operate. After all, even a mouse could turn it on, not to mention Bruce Banner, a famous genius in the Marvel world. Banner's fingers kept moving, ready to open the mini-tunnel in the trunk of the van. 1. 2. Swish. At the end of the 5-second countdown, the mini-tunnel in the van began to rotate. The next moment, a human figure grew from small to large. Like a cannonball, he was ejected out. "Hey, you! Dr. Banner, and Captain Rogers!" Rolling twice on the ground in an awkward manner, Scott, dressed in his Ant-Man uniform, rose to his feet and greeted them. "You must be Thor. I saw you on TV." He started his habit of running his mouth and shook hands with everyone one by one. "You are?" When he walked up to Luke, Scott had some doubts. This was a fresh face. "Luke, you can call me Luke." Luke, who met the second-generation Ant-Man for the first time, smiled and said so. "Do you know what happened outside?" Scott looked puzzled when he heard such a strange question. The passage of time in the quantum realm was very different from that in the real world. In the original plot, after 5 years, he only felt like he had waited for 5 hours. "What's wrong with it? Oh, by the way, where did Hope and Hank go?" "I waited inside for several minutes, but it was just a test, and it should have been done in half a minute." Scott began to rabble again. He was aware of the strange atmosphere and started to feel nervous. "I'm sorry to tell you this, but your girlfriend Hope and her parents were, unfortunately, killed." Luke cleared his throat and delivered the shocking news that left Scott dumbfounded. Binge. Read next 60 chapters on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/binge translations. Here was the extra chapter. Please visit the novel page and vote for this novel to support. Comment. 25 comments. Vote. Chapter 264, Chapter 261 Quantum Realm, Captain Marvel. If we were talking about the unluckiest superhero of when Thanos snapped his finger, it was probably the first-generation Ant-Man, Hank Pym. He, himself, together with his newly found wife and beloved daughter, the whole family, became flying ash under the snap of a finger. The second-generation Ant-Man, Scott, the cheap son-in-law, got away by chance. By the way, his daughter was fine. Such a bizarre random probability and luck problem. You mean, an alien named Thanos came to Earth, took away those info-something stones, then put them on his glove, and then snap, Earth population was reduced by half. Scott was emotionally unstable. He was constantly pacing back and forth on the rooftop as if he was suffering from anxiety. In fact, it was difficult for anyone to calm down when they heard such bad news. He suddenly found his girlfriend was gone in a blink, and his father-in-law and mother-in-law also died. Who could stand that? To be precise, it's half of the entire population of the universe. Luke corrected. That doesn't make sense. Why must he snap his fingers? Can't he just stomp his feet or wave his hand? Also, why does he have to eliminate half of the population? For an alien civilization that has entered the interstellar age, it's reasonable to assume that the Malthusian trap doesn't exist. And I heard that there's a regulation method called family planning in the East, which can effectively. Scott began to enter his chattering mode again. His mouth was like a torrent, constantly spitting out various words. This was some kind of stress reaction. This could occur when there was a great deal of mental or physical stimulation. Of course, other ordinary people tend to be more direct. For example, fainting. "Mr. Lang, You have too many questions. I don't know which one to answer first. Luke interrupted helplessly. He could understand the mood of the second-generation Ant-Man. But the other party was almost incoherent. It seemed that the disappearance of his girlfriend's family had dealt a great blow to Scott. Besides, you can't expect Thanos, from Titan, would read the population theories of Earth's civilization and know what the Malthusian trap and family planning are. Luke held Ant-Man's shoulder and stopped him from jumping left and right. In fact, the so-called Malthusian trap referred to the classical theory that the population's growth increases according to the geometric progression, while the living resources only increase according to the arithmetic progression, and the extra population would always be eliminated in some way, and the population couldn't exceed the corresponding agricultural development. It was originally proposed by an English cleric named Malthus. He believed that excessive population expansion would lead to competition for resources, which would lead to war and extinction. This coincided with Thanos's idea. The purple potato also thought that the universe's population was increasing rapidly, which would produce various conflicts. Therefore, randomly erasing half of life with the Infinity Gauntlet had become the best way to avoid a disaster. Of course, this was only in his opinion. If they wanted to solve a difficult problem once and for all, they could only suffer the consequences later on. And don't evaluate whether the random extinction of half of the universe's population violated the spirit of humanitarianism. It was important to understand that when Malthus developed his population theory, the Industrial Revolution hadn't occurred yet. Therefore, his views had the limitations of the times. He didn't know that the subsequent technological explosion made humankind turn from agricultural society to industrial civilization with roaring machines. Malthus's prophecy did not come true, or even the exact opposite. According to statistics, the low fertility rate tends to be more serious in developed regions. The amount of resources was no longer a shackle that limited population growth. If Thanos knew more about Earth civilization, he would probably understand that simply erasing life couldn't end the Malthusian trap. Because the population would always increase, and when it approached the critical point again, was another snap necessary. Compared with Thanos's violent approach, family planning and the real estate economy was the solution to control the population. Cassie. By the way, Cassie, is she all right? Scott mumbled a lot of things to himself, then suddenly remembered his daughter. If Hank Pym's family was gone, erased by Thanos's snap, then his lovely daughter, the naughty Cassie, would also be. I had already confirmed before I came. Your little princess was lucky, she wasn't among those who disappeared. Luke said soothingly. Mr. Lang, we will let you meet your daughter later. But before that, we need your help. No, the Earth needs your help. When he saw the fresh face with a serious tone, as did Captain America, and the other Avengers standing next to him, Scott took a deep breath. He tried his best to adjust his mood and asked curiously, I'm just an insignificant person. What can I do to help? Mr. Lang, how long have you been in the quantum realm just now? Luke asked straightforwardly. Just a few minutes. About a minute and a half. The second-generation Ant-Man, Scott, scratched his head and answered with uncertainty. At first, he thought it was Hope and Hank's prank, trying to scare him. He didn't expect that when he came back, everyone was gone. It was like entering another world. In fact, it's been over 9 hours since Thanos snapped his fingers. Luke's mouth slightly tilted, bringing Ant-Man and the Avengers into his own rhythm. In other words, in the microcosmic universe in the quantum realm, time flows differently from the real world. If we can find a way to collect the Infinity Stones before Thanos snaps his fingers, then return to the present time, and snap again, maybe we could bring everyone back. Completely rewrite this ending. Scott slightly frowned and listened carefully. He had a master's degree in electrical engineering and followed Hank Pym to learn to be an excellent Ant-Man. Therefore, he quickly understood what Luke wanted to say. Wonderful. After pondering for a long while, Scott put up his thumb and said so. This is indeed feasible and the only way to save the situation. But we need top-notch talents, a time machine. This can't be achieved by beating a hammer a few times. Luke beckoned behind him when he heard the words. Bruce Banner, dressed in a knitted sweater with a scholarly air, came over. We already have one of the best geniuses in the world here. What we need to do next is to bring back another genius. Luke had more confidence in Bruce Banner than the latter had in himself. For him, the only pity was that he probably couldn't see Banner turning into the Hulk. He had already beaten Thor once. If he added Hulk, who wasn't angry enough, this time and space trip would be a complete one. When Luke introduced Banner, Captain America came along. Before he said anything, Scott grabbed the other's hand. Captain Rogers, we meet again. You know, since the last airport parting in Germany, I often saw you on TV. During the Civil War between the Avengers, the second-generation Ant-Man was in the same camp as Captain America and was regarded as an acquaintance. Luke had to sigh. Captain America's fans were everywhere. There was Agent Coulson from S.H.I.E.L.D., and now the second-generation Ant-Man, Scott Language. With the addition of Falcon and Spider-Man, they could almost form a soccer team. Scott, I'm counting on you this time. Dr. Pym has been erased. No one knows the complete formula for the Pym particles, but him. Captain America showed the perfect temperament for a leader, which was his greatest strength. The Pym particles, on you are our last and only hope. No problem, I'll take care of it. Scott said, patting his chest. Luke, who moved to the side, shook his head and smiled. Wanting to compete with Captain America for the leadership position in a universe where Superman had never existed was simply whimsical. The opponent's charisma, and leadership aura, was enough to crush any superhero. Even Iron Man, who was also experienced, could hardly compare to him. Well, no matter which Captain America of what universe, he's always willing to listen to other people's opinions. Luke thought silently. If this was Batman from the studio next door, not to mention taking advice, there might not even be a hint of trust. He was a guy who treated everyone with suspicion and never put his guard down. So, the next step is to save Tony. Captain America looked at Luke with his chest in his arms and asked calmly. That's right. But before that, you have to welcome a new member. Luke lifted his chin. His supervision caught a small black spot breaking into the atmosphere. That was Captain Marvel. Carol Danvers. Comment. 36 comments. Vote. Chapter 265, Chapter 262 Fat Thor, Titan Rescue. After finding the second-generation Ant-Man, the Avengers were ready to return. Captain America, Thor, and Luke were going to return to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters base in the north of New York City. They had just received a message from NASA that a UFO had entered the sky over New York. According to the picture taken by a satellite, it was suspected to be a humanoid creature. Carol Danvers. How many secrets do you think Fury is still keeping? Captain America repeated the name with a helpless smile on his face. According to the information provided by Luke, the other party used to be a military pilot. Later, she was captured by the Kree, one of the three great empires of the galaxy, and a series of wonderful stories happened. Simply put, it could be understood that the young woman named Carol Danvers was on their side. Rather than how many secrets Nick Fury has, I'm even more curious about how you know everything. Thor asked Luke next to him. This secret of S.H.I.E.L.D, no one had ever heard of except for Nick Fury. Even Black Widow, who was a veteran, and the trusted Agent Hill, was unfamiliar with the name Carol Danvers. But Luke knew. Not only could he tell them her name, but he also knew the others' experiences very clearly. Huh? Luke raised his eyebrows and asked calmly, "You mean I know all about superheroes or other aspects?" For the record, I don't know much about the next lottery number or the winner of the World Cup. Captain America laughed blankly. Luke's serious and humorous appearance reminded him of Tony. That guy always liked to act cynical and frivolous too. You don't act like a visitor from another world traveling through time and space, but rather similar to the three Norn sisters in Asgard. They are just like you, they always speak with a godlike temperament. Thor was very interested in this Midgardian, not only because of his strength and amazing origin but also because of his inner curiosity. If you say that we also exist in your universe, can you tell me what Thor will become in the future? There was a glimmer of expectation in his eyes. Thinking that he might get back together with Jane or rebuild Asgard in the future. An older single fat alcoholic that indulges in games and whose skills aren't so good. You also rely on offline force to threaten others and win a game. Luke replied with a straight face. Who would have guessed that the tall and brave Thor in front of them was likely to become an older single fat man with a beer belly and beard in the future? Every day, except for eating junk food, it was fried chicken and beer while playing Fortnite on the internet. Many people once dreamed of having Thor's figure, but they never thought that this dream would come true one day. Oh, nonsense. Thor naturally refused to believe it. How could these strong muscles and this perfect body, full of masculinity, become useless cellulite? I am from Asgard. A powerful warrior who would never give up, always rise to the challenge, and would face any cruel fate. Thor thought so. The word fat didn't exist in his dictionary. If you don't believe it after everything is over, you can stay on Earth for a while and experience the charm of pop culture. Luke said lightly. Even Asgardians, who drink carbonated drinks with alcohol every day and overeat high-calorie foods, would still degenerate into fat men. Weight and fat don't act differently because of racial differences. Captain America ignored these two idle guys and began to assign tasks. Because of Thanos' snap, superheroes were faced with the embarrassing situation of insufficient manpower. Therefore, Captain America, as a leader, could only sort things according to their priorities. He asked Banner and Ant-Man to pack the van and bring it to S.H.I.E.L.D base. Inside was access to the quantum realm, the key instrument to rewrite the future. Natasha, Rhodes, you're responsible for communicating with the government. Colonel Rhodes, the war machine, was himself a member of the military. Black Widow turned from the dark side to the light in SHIELD. After Nick Fury stepped down as director, she acted as a diplomat and had been in contact with institutions in various countries. Both of them had official legal status and were undoubtedly suitable candidates. At this moment, Captain America himself was still an important international wanted criminal. After assigning their respective tasks, he beckoned and said, "Let's go. There's a transport plane waiting at the airport." Thor curled his lips, showed off the Stormbreaker in his hand, and held his head high. "I can fly by myself. It's much faster than sitting in that thing. I can actually fly, so." Luke shrugged his shoulders and smiled lightly. In the past, he rode in cars and planes like a normal person because he wasn't in a hurry. I'll take that back." Captain America smiled bitterly and said, "Then I'll be taking the plane by myself. Do you have to be able to fly to be a superhero these days?" He couldn't help but miss World War II when there weren't so many flying, omnipotent guys. An hour later, Captain America, who returned to S.H.I.E.L.D's base, walked into the hall and saw Luke and Thor having a great conversation with a blonde woman. The former mostly talked about the interesting experiences through the stars in the universe, while the latter spoke about the feud between himself and the Frost Giants, Dark Elves, and other races. All in all, the atmosphere was pretty good. Carol Danvers. Seeing the arrival of Captain America, the spirited blonde woman stood up. "I received Fury's message and rushed back immediately. Unexpectedly. It was still too late." There was a touch of self-blame on Carol's face. Strictly speaking, she wasn't a superhero in Earth's region. Because Captain Marvel often wandered around the galaxy, acting as a cosmic policeman, helping weak civilizations to resist tyranny and power or rebuild their homes. "Welcome, Carol." Captain America omitted the lengthy and redundant introductions. He already knew the identity of the other party from Luke's mouth. The name Avenger had a long history with Carol. The plane she was testing at that time was called that. "Hello, Captain Rogers. I read comics about you when I was a kid." Captain America was worthy of being the most well-developed superhero in the surrounding area, with fans worldwide. Even Carol couldn't escape this pattern. After all, if someone hadn't bought Captain America's comic books or watched Captain America's educational videos when they were a child, then their childhood would be incomplete. "Do you have any plans? I mean, is there anything I can do?" Carol was the type to act straightforwardly. She hadn't returned to Earth for a long time, and she wasn't thinking of taking a break. She just wanted to do something practical. Thanos is a notorious tyrant. Over the years, he led the Black Order, wreaked havoc in the galaxy, and rampaged. Every time he occupied a civilized planet, he slaughtered half of the local population. Not long ago, the Black Order descended on Xander, and the new Nova Corps that resisted was almost completely wiped out. Even Noah, occupied by Tavan's group, wasn't spared and destroyed. In addition to this, the dwarfs in Nidavellir. Captain Marvel was worthy of being a superhero active in the galaxies. She was well informed and understood the civilizations of various planets. It seems that during this time, the universe hasn't been peaceful. Captain America lamented. According to Carol, Thanos was simply the #1 terrorist in the universe. "It so happens that we need you, Carol." Luke chimed in. "Our top priority is to bring Iron Man back." He didn't forget that Tony Stark and Nebula were still on Titan. Without the former's algorithm and model, these superheroes couldn't reverse the future. "Where is he?" Carol asked. "Titan." Luke raised his hand towards Rocket Raccoon nestled in the seat and said, "This rabbit probably knows the coordinates, right?" "Hey. I've said it many times. To you, and that stupid big guy, my name is Rocket." The alien raccoon said fiercely. "If you want to go to Titan, we at least need one spaceship that can make space jumps and fly at the speed of light." Luke turned his chair around and looked at Captain Marvel, who had her arms around her chest, and smiled lightly. "Carol definitely has a solution for this." Comment. 29 comments. Vote. Chapter 266, Chapter 263 Quinjet, Sailing at the Speed of Light. Rocket Raccoon's real name was actually Experiment 89P13. He was a citizen of Half-World and went through a rather painful experience through extensive neuromechanical transformation and genetic enhancement. Later, he met Peter Quill, Gamera, and the others, forming the Guardians of the Galaxy. In essence, they were actually a bunch of cosmic villains, but they had a bottom line, received money to handle affairs, and rarely did bad things such as blackmail. Like Rocket Raccoon, in addition to a terrible personality, a greedy nature, a strange tendency to collect body parts, and other unbearable minor problems. Ignoring the above problems, he was barely a good teammate and helper in other aspects. After all, this alien creature that looked quite similar to the raccoons on Earth. He was a real spacecraft piloting expert, a mechanical maintenance master, and a prison escape genius. Yes, Rocket Raccoon had a legendary experience of escaping from 22 prisons. Few prisons could hold him for more than a month. Even KYLN, which was claimed to be the strictest prison by the Nova Corps, was turned upside down by Rocket Raccoon and Peter Quill in less than 24 hours. "Pass me the wrench. I heard Thor say that if you get angry, you'll become a big green man." Rocket Raccoon carried a hammer and wrench and knocked wildly at S.H.I.E.L.ds Quinjet. Earth's superheroes were ready to transform it into a space fighter, capable of making space jumps. Anyway, Captain Marvel herself could be regarded as a human-shaped light-speed engine, which was enough for the Quinjet to reach that speed. This used to be the case, but recently, the big guy has stopped coming out. Banner said angrily. If you wanted to pick out the most frustrated person among the Avengers, it would be him. As the team's top combat power, Hulk only appeared once when Thanos appeared and was knocked to the ground by the latter's punch. Then later, Hulk refused to fight, so Banner was reduced to a comedic side character. To this day, he still remembered General Okoye in Wakanda, with that disgusted look in her eyes. It was really painful. "Well, without the big guy, you're still a bit of a brainy earthling." Rocket Raccoon wasn't good at comforting people and could only try to say something that sounded less unacceptable. "Thank you, Rabbit," Banner said emotionally. "Get out of here. I'm not a rabbit or a raccoon. I am Rocket." Some time ago, he searched on Google to find out what kind of animal a raccoon was, making Rocket very resistant to other people calling him that. "Okay, Rabbit." Banner passed the pliers. One person and one raccoon clamored to transform the Quinjet, while Luke and Carol stood behind them, acting as overseers. "I can bring Tony Stark back by myself. There's no need to go through so much trouble," Carol said confidently. She was probably the only superhero among the Avengers who could survive in space. In the original plot, Captain Marvel brought Iron Man and Nebula back to Earth. According to the formulated plan, we won't only bring Tony back this time, but also plan to find Thanos' position and make him pay. Luke shrugged his shoulders and explained. "Although, it's actually useless, and there is no way to return the lost lives. But as Thor said, it's personal, deep hatred and grievance. It's the best way for them to vent their inner emotions." Carol thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "Yes, I can see that Thanos's final victory was a big blow to them. Everyone will feel that it is their own fault. If they worked harder and tried their best, they could have stopped the other party, maybe finding Thanos and ending that guy's life would make the Avengers come out of depression." Carol flexed her hands with eager anticipation in her eyes. She didn't take part in the last battle. This time, she also wanted to let the other party know what a woman's punch was like. "If it goes well, we'll be able to go to Titan in 2 days." Luke leaned on the pillar behind him, calmly watching the busy Rocket Raccoon and Dr. Banner. It had been 3 days since he came to this universe. Everything was going according to the original plan. The next step was to open the door to the quantum realm, use PYM particles to return to the past, get the 6 Infinity Stones, and rewrite the future. There was nothing to worry about as long as they got to this step, even though Thanos had crossed the past to the present. Mixing up the plot shouldn't be too easy. "I hope nothing goes wrong," Luke thought silently. "By the way, I heard Thor say that you came to this universe from the past of another universe." Carol looked at Luke, who was lost in thought, and smiled lightly. "Do you know the me from the past?" "Not yet, but there will always be a chance to meet Miss Danvers." Luke deliberately joked with a more formal address. "I believe that when the time comes, we will get along swimmingly." Carol raised her eyebrows and asked softly, "Are you flirting with me?" "If you think it is, then it is." Luke's face remained unchanged, but his heart was filled with emotion. Captain Marvel was a straight woman of steel. Thor said that you could fight very well, the most powerful Midgardian he has ever seen. Carol raised her fist and made an invitation, "Are you interested in sparring with me?" "We'll talk about it later," Luke replied perfunctorily. He wasn't interested in fighting in the literal sense, but it may be interesting if it was hand-to-hand combat in other aspects. 2 days later. "I have a question, who here hasn't been to space?" Rocket, in the pilot's seat, turned his head and asked. Next to him was Luke, and behind them were the surviving Avengers. This time, it can be said that the whole team was mobilized. "You better not throw up on my ship," Rocket warned. The Avengers, except for Thor, had never been aboard a spaceship. "Carol, you can start to speed up." Luke ignored the incident and contacted Captain Marvel outside the spaceship. The other party was equivalent to a human-shaped light-speed engine, capable of accelerating the aircraft to a degree sufficient to make a space jump. "Okay, remember to give Captain Rogers and the others a plastic bag to prevent vomiting everywhere." Carol's voice came from the comm, and then, a violent pushback firmly pressed everyone to their seats. This was even more exciting than the fastest supercar in the world, which accelerated to the peak in an instant. Distorted rays of light appeared around the modified Quinjet. The dark outer space glowed with a blurred brilliance. "Start the space jump," Luke reminded. This was also the first time he had experienced a spaceship's light speed acceleration. It's just that with his extremely strong physical quality, he could ignore those terrible feelings. Boom! Carol mobilized all her strength to push the Quinjet. As the speed got faster and faster, countless polygonal grids appeared in the void, which was the visualization of spatial coordinates. The Quinjet successfully passed through under Rocket's piloting. It seemed that in the blink of an eye, a long time had passed. When the Avengers opened their eyes, they had reached Titan. A strong desire to vomit arose. The undigested food residue rolled over and poured out of their throats. In particular, Banner, Scott, and Colonel Rhodes were physically the same as normal people. Seeing everyone rushing to the back, Rocket gloated and said, "I told you, rookies like you should prepare a bag. Carol and I will go down and take a look." Luke loosened his seatbelt and whispered, "Perhaps Thanos would lay in ambush." Rocket opened the hatch and jumped straight out, standing firmly in the void. "It feels fine." Luke noticed invisible radiation flowing through his body. The harsh cold environment, coupled with the high-energy particles released by the stars and celestial bodies, undoubtedly made it difficult to survive. He opened his bioforce field and wrapped it on the surface. "We'll take the lead." Luke, like a fighter jet swooping down, directly broke through the atmosphere on Titan's surface. Captain Marvel followed, and they quickly landed on the ground. What happened here? A terrible war. The axis rotation was shifted by 1/8 of an inch, gravity is extremely unstable, and there are many ruins. Carol stepped on the deserted ground, frowning tightly. A catastrophe. Luke used his supervision, like a radar sweeping through, looking for Iron Man's location. He doesn't look like he's in good shape. He doesn't have much air left. Binge. Surprise mass release. Every 400 votes today equals one extra chapter tomorrow. Please vote by visiting the novel page if you do not see the vote bottom. Current vote count, 2,798. Comment. 28 comments. Vote. Chapter 267, Chapter 264. You should call me Godfather. In the fallen ruins of Titan, a red-painted spaceship was docked. It was the Milano of the Guardians of the Galaxy. Now it had become the home to Iron Man, Tony Stark and Nebula. Hiss. Ah. Ah. Easy, easy. At the open hatch, Tony let out a scream that made people think of other things. However, the real scene didn't have any ambiguity. Playboy Stark was a story from a long time ago. After a series of crises and growth, Tony got rid of the past cynicism and egotism and no longer indulged in the depravity of beauty, alcohol, and drunkenness. Of course, this once disappointed New York newspapers. You know, in the past, Tony Stark's scandalous gossip alone could feed most of the paparazzi. Now, they had to find a new favorite for the headlines. Thanos almost stabbed your lungs with a short sword made of nanometal. You're in a terrible situation, Stark. Nebula said solemnly while treating the other party's wound. Internal bleeding, extensive contusions, penetrating wounds that heal slowly, as well as associated excessive blood loss and malnutrition. Even though you first applied a hypothermic hemostat to the wound, it will also cause damage to the surrounding muscles. As a semi-mechanical creature whose body had been greatly transformed without needing food and water, Nebula's arm was stable, accurately and effectively removing the necrotic flesh and completing the stitching work. She and Iron Man were the only two people on Titan. Thanos' snap wiped out the rest of the superheroes, such as the Guardians of the Galaxy and Doctor Strange. It was a desolate land with vast ruins. There was also a harsh environment with alternating heat and cold and extreme temperature differences, making it difficult to survive in the desolate place. These weren't the only serious challenges that needed to be faced. Ever since the chattering bug turned into ash, Iron Man became very silent. He seemed to blame himself for all this. When will the spacecraft be repaired? Tony asked with a grin. There was no anesthetic on Titan, let alone a medical first aid kit. Nebula only found some antibiotics and anti-inflammatory drugs on the Milano of the Guardian of the Galaxy and could make some simple fixes towards the fatal wound near his chest. The fuel tank was affected during combat. Many minor cracks need to be repaired. This may take several days. Nebula's tone was so plain that he couldn't hear any extra emotions. As for the idea you proposed, using the ion battery in the storage room to charge the spacecraft, although very feasible, it can only get at most 48 hours of flight time. Without the power to accelerate the engine, we wouldn't be able to make the space jump. When the battery runs out of the last trace of energy, we would be trapped on the spacecraft. In addition to waiting for rescue, there is no other way. Tony curled his lips, and the look in his eyes turned bleak. He was very clear about the current situation. Titan was far away from the Earth, and it was unknown how many thousands of light years apart. Instead of waiting for the Avengers to find a way to come to the rescue, it was better to try to save himself. No matter what, it's worth a try. We can't stay on Titan and wait for death. Well, of course, only I will starve to death due to lack of drinking water and food. You should have other ways. Tony looked up at Nebula and laughed at himself. If I had known, I should have turned myself into a consciousness like Ultron, or maybe I would have been better off like you, much more capable of surviving, not even needing to breathe air. Nebula didn't say a word and reached out to help him up. Then got into the spacecraft and continued to search for the necessary materials and parts. In fact, she actually admired the tenacity of this human being, trapped on a strange and desolate dead planet with a stranger. He didn't know if his teammates on Earth were still alive, nor did he know if his family and friends survived the disaster. It was easy to collapse just because of mental suffering. However, apart from the above, he still suffered from physical torture. Iron Man was seriously injured and could get infected. In addition, the ion batteries stored in the ship were insufficient, and the survival supplies and oxygen reserves were tight. Leaving Titan was actually a risky decision because the spacecraft would stay in outer space once the power was lost. It was basically waiting for death. All those various factors, Nebula believed that this intelligent Earthling would certainly know. But the other party insisted on taking off and leaving Titan. The more I hope to survive and stay on Titan, the more desperate I would be when the imaginary bubble of waiting for rescue pops. Tony said calmly. He leaned against the hatch to rest for a while, and Nebula climbed into the spacecraft to collect the intact ion batteries and prepare for the subsequent charging. Stark, come here. The tough survival days hadn't been going on long when Nebula called Tony over. On the cockpit console, a radar-like safety system generated an alarm. There are other living beings approaching. Nebula picked up the long sword and energy weapon at hand with a trace of vigilance in her eyes. Titan had experienced a great catastrophe, and the civilized race had long since died. It stands to reason that there shouldn't be any active living things other than them. Maybe the captain came to save me. Tony's pale face forced an optimistic look. His nano-armor material was exhausted, and he was seriously wounded, so he was currently powerless to fight. If he wanted to deal with the enemy, he could only rely on Nebula. The only good news was that this blue-skinned alien chick was actually stronger than most warriors. You stay in the spaceship. Nebula left the cockpit and closed the hatch. Tony said nothing but silently watched the other party disappear into the deserted world. I'm willing to use half of Stark Industries' shares in exchange for a large hamburger. Leaning on the seat, Tony's thinking began to wander. He remembered that when he came back to New York after escaping from the cave and saw Pepper. At that time, he said he only wanted to do two things, one of which was to eat a hamburger. If Pepper is still alive, I hope she won't be too sad. I mean, she can live with her grief for a few weeks and then. Perhaps because of lack of water or hunger, Tony felt that his consciousness was getting blurred, and his eyelids were getting heavier and heavier. He wanted to sleep like this, and when he opened his eyes again, everyone would reappear. That friendly neighborhood little bug, who was such a chatterbox. That cocky and arrogant-looking Doctor Strange, that in fact, really was arrogant. And those unusually annoying guys from the Guardians of the Galaxy. Everyone would return to Earth in a spaceship together, and then the Avengers would gather around. Tony would talk about this wonderful space trip in a proud tone that always made people uncomfortable, and feel their envious and curious eyes. How nice it would be. I want to sleep for a while. Iron Man, whose face was full of exhaustion, said in a low voice. That won't work. A gentle voice with a smile rang in his ear. If you die here, how could I explain it to Howard when I get back? Although in a sense, you aren't his son in this universe, you're always a Stark. Who's talking? Tony struggled to open his eyes, but his eyelids became heavy as if they had been filled with lead. What happened to him? The voice questioned. It's because of the high fever caused by infection. There are too few drugs available on the spacecraft. He had to grit his teeth to get through it. Nebula replied. Fortunately, I wasn't too late. The voice spoke again. Tony really wanted to know who that guy was. Why did Nebula come back? Wasn't she searching for the living beings that broke into the area around the ship? How long has it been? Question after question appeared in Tony's head. His consciousness was blurred, and his brain was foggy. His eyelids barely squeezed a gap, only to see a young face. Who are you? Tony asked. According to seniority, you should call me Godfather. The man replied. Comment. 12 comments. Vote. Chapter 268, Chapter 265 Seniors Gather, a Gathering of Heroes. When Tony opened his eyes, he found himself lying in the regeneration cradle, soaked in the nutrient solution. A warm feeling wrapped around him as if he was a baby that had returned to his mother's womb. Am I dreaming? Otherwise, why am I lying in Stark Industries' regeneration cradle? Tony's pale face, which had lost a lot of blood, showed a trace of confusion. In his groggy head, his memory was scattered and fragmented, like a badly edited movie clip. He saw the alloy hatch on it, and there was a familiar logo similar to the letter A in a conspicuous place, which was the symbol of Stark Industries. With a light touch of his hand, a virtual interface suddenly appeared. Tony was familiar with the operation, and before long, the nutrient solution covering his body gradually receded, and the lid of the regeneration cradle automatically opened. Are you awake? It so happened that a young man walked into the room and saw Tony, naked and skinny. He threw a bath towel at him casually. A few minutes faster than I expected. You seem to be fine. Tony caught the bath towel and wiped off the residual nutrient solution. Then, he took out a brand new set of clothes from the lower compartment. He seemed to know the layout and facilities of the room very well. Who are you? Why am I here? If I remember correctly, this cabin seems to be the regeneration cradle I designed earlier. Tony had a lot of questions in his heart. He touched the ferocious wound at the bottom part of his chest. The originally infected pus was cleaned up, leaving no trace of scars on the surface of his skin. If Tony didn't remember it clearly, he might have thought the fierce battle with Thanos on Titan was a terrible nightmare. As if nothing actually happened. The snap that erased half of every living being in the universe, the sacrifices of the Guardians of the Galaxy, Spider-Man, and Doctor Strange, were all just the reflection of his inner fear. I said, according to seniority, you should call me Godfather. The young man who brought Iron Man back from the Milano was none other than Luke. He first found Nebula, identified himself, and entered the spaceship. Immediately afterward, he found that Iron Man's physical condition wasn't optimistic and quickly sent him to the Quinjet. Fortunately, Luke anticipated that Tony might be in a weak state before leaving and specially prepared Dr. Helen Cho's regeneration cradle system. The vibranium body created by Ultron back then, and later the idea of Iron Man's nano armor, all came from it. Godfather. To be honest, you should probably call me Uncle Stark. Tony changed into a well-fitting jacket and felt like he had a new lease on life. I know a high school student who can't stop talking, and you don't look much older than him. Just graduated from college this year. Tony obviously didn't believe in the so-called Godfather. It was hard for anyone to accept a godfather who was much younger than they were. Every time I meet someone, I have to explain my origins to them. This is becoming an annoyance. Luke opened his hand and smiled. Tony, I know your father, Howard. Although he's your father in another universe, you have the same blood in your body, with the Stark family's innate narcissism, pride, as well as a genius mind. Although you weren't born in my universe, Howard has promised to let me be your godfather provided that he could really get married before the age of 35. I have no idea how much of a fascinating woman your mother, Mary, was. But to have Howard take on the responsibility of a family is, I must say, a remarkable thing. Seeing Luke's familiarity, talking about his father and mother, Tony's brain couldn't help but crash. He tried to analyze the meaning of Luke's words, but the results weren't satisfactory. Different time and space in the universe, different time nodes, these were things that ordinary people couldn't understand. Wanting to digest and accept quickly would be a big problem for anyone. Even if Iron Man was one of the top geniuses in the world. But without knowing Luke's identity, he still showed a confused look on his face. That means that this guy, oh no, my godfather, who came from another universe, wasn't only the captain's comrade but also knew my dad's. By the way, you actually managed to beat Thor in a one-on-one match, that's amazing. Half an hour later, Tony, who chewed some compressed biscuits and drank tons of Coke, finally cleared his mind. Hey! I just didn't take it seriously. Thor said resentfully. He hated it when people repeatedly brought up that defeat. I'll keep my mouth shut. Tony waved his hand. He had regained his physical strength and spirit and had become the energetic Iron Man again. Back to the subject, Luke, do you want me to call you Godfather or Uncle Cavill? Luke recognized the teasing in his words and shrugged his shoulders. You know, although parallel universes don't interfere with each other, there are exceptions to everything. Tony, back in my universe, you aren't born yet, and your father isn't married. In other words, it's possible for you not to be born, causing a chain of accidents. I believe you have watched Back to the Future. You should know what I'm talking about. Tony, who swallowed the last bite of compressed biscuits, made a surrender gesture and pouted. Okay, I'll call you Uncle Cavill. After some back and forth, the atmosphere inside the Quinjet's cockpit grew heavy. Tony, we are all very happy that you're okay. Captain America opened his speech with these words. After the tragic defeat in Thanos' hands, we have all lost a lot. The unlucky Quill, Gamora, and Drax, that big idiot. Rocket sat on Thor's shoulder, sniffled, and then wiped it with Thor's cloak. The Guardians of the Galaxy only had one seedling left now, and the rest of its members had been erased by the snap. Such a mortality rate was simply astonishing. Looking back at the Avengers, all the senior members were fine. It can only be said that Thanos' absolute fairness and random probability may be the will of the universe. Do you have any plans, or specific plans, Captain? Tony asked while biting a straw. Because of Luke's presence, he didn't look at Captain America with antagonism. If there was a chance to restore everything, then working together and fighting together would be the most important objective. We're going to go straight to Thanos, get the Infinity Gauntlet back from him, and kill that bastard. Captain America glanced at Luke sitting next to him and spoke in a heavy tone. Wow, Captain Rogers said a swear word. Did any of you hear it? Please write it down for me. Tony said exaggeratedly, with a strange look on his face. He couldn't help it. There was a battle once before, Iron Man just said shit, and then he was lectured by Captain America, the team leader. Therefore, Tony certainly wouldn't let go of this opportunity. Captain America smiled helplessly and continued, Nebula mentioned that Thanos has a retirement plan. When he completes his mission and accomplishes his goal, he will return to a planet called the Garden. Banner, who had studied gamma rays before, is perhaps the most knowledgeable expert on the energy of the universe. What a wise man. You plan to scan the energy residue of the Infinity Stones with the Earth as the center and then find the traces of dispersion to determine Thanos' location. Tony instantly understood what Captain America really meant. That's right. When Thanos left, he used the Space Stone to open a portal. Whenever energy is released, there are bound to be traceable clues left behind. Captain America nodded his head. This was an idea that Luke and Banner came up with after some discussions. So, did you find him? Tony's face turned serious. Thinking of the terrible guy who erased half of life in the universe, the wound on his chest was aching. After comparing the range of energy radiation, the intensity of the energy response, and the results of extensive scans, we finally confirmed the possibility that Thanos was on this planet. Captain America pointed to a projected image, which shows a beautiful planet. Then what are we waiting for? Thor, being the impatient Thor, couldn't wait. Captain America tightened his lips, looked around, and asked in a deep voice, Ladies and gentlemen, are you confident enough to fight again? The superheroes nodded one after another, with a look of determination in their eyes. Well, then, Avengers assemble. Captain America and Iron Man looked at each other and shouted the classic line. Binge. Read next 60 chapters on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/binge translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. Comment. 31 comments. Vote. Chapter 269, Chapter 266 Beheading, Infinity Gauntlet. Avengers assemble. As these words fell, everyone was full of fighting spirit. Luke, as a sideline popcorn eater, echoed symbolically. In his own universe, the Avengers weren't born yet. Even if there were a superhero group in the future, it had to go through Luke's hands. Who told him to be the first director of S.H.I.E.L.D., and possibly the last one to stay until Superman retires? The difficulty wasn't normal. Begin another space jump in 20 minutes. Captain America set the time, and the Avengers called this mission Operation Beheading. The reason was that they were aiming to cut off Thanos' head and get the Infinity Gauntlet back. After the meeting, the superheroes dispersed to their own rooms. Nobody said anything. Those passionate speeches or exciting words were meaningless. Everyone here knew very well that what awaited them would be a tough battle. Thanos held the Infinity Gauntlet with 6 Infinity Stones. Since one snap could erase half of the life in the universe, it wasn't difficult to wipe out the remaining superheroes if he wanted to. He just needed to snap once more. But no one wanted to back down or be afraid. In Thor's words, "We have nothing to lose." Meaning, either bring back everything as before, or turn into ash and disappear with them. Beyond that, there are no more options. I was relieved to hear that Pepper is okay. In the cockpit, Tony continued to replenish his nutrition, reaching to open a box of canned beef, which he hadn't eaten in a while. On the Milano, there were only a few artificially synthesized poor-tasting frozen foods without much substance. According to the calculation, it could only support one person and 1 month of consumption at most. Nebula was a semi-mechanical life form and could go without food for a long time. But Tony couldn't. He missed burgers, cokes, and burritos of Earth quite a bit during that time. He dreamed of being in a high-end restaurant, enjoying the wine and food he had eaten before. Anyway, I have already recorded a video as a farewell and last words. If I am unfortunate enough to die, remember to give it to Pepper. Iron Man, who was still eating and drinking, said lightly. He was prepared for the worst. This was a dangerous battle concerning the destiny of the entire universe, and someone had to make sacrifices. You don't have to fight, Tony. There was a trace of anxiety in Captain America's eyes. He dissuaded him, "You're in a weak state right now, and your physical strength and spirit haven't recovered to the fullest. It's unnecessary to take part in a battle that people are destined not to return from. It's really unnecessary. Besides, Pepper is still on the Earth, waiting for your return. Before we left, we all promised her that we would send you back to her in one piece. That doesn't mean to cover your body in a flag and dump it at the door of the Stark mansion." Captain America made a joke, using a humorous tone to ease the heavy atmosphere before the battle. "Captain, when you were fighting in the past, would you leave your teammates because you were wounded? Watch them walk into a life and death battle, and then walk off the battlefield alone in silence." Tony chewed some beef and shook his head. "Stark family men have never been deserters. I can testify to that." Luke, who was lying back on the chair with his head in his hands, interjected. "Howard has always maintained a very positive attitude, whether on the battlefield or in love. To be honest, he wasn't sure if his arrival would have a subtle impact on the original plot. Logically speaking, Luke didn't deliberately change anything. It only shortened the time for the Avengers to travel to the garden and accelerated Iron Man's rescue. As for the butterfly effect caused by this, it was impossible to know what kind of changes would occur. My dad also liked to chase beautiful girls. That's surprising. I always saw him as a serious guy, thinking that the old man was actually like Captain Rogers." Tony wiped the corners of his mouth. In his impression, his father rarely expressed his true emotions, completely out of touch with the image of a playboy. Captain America, standing at the sidelines, shrugged his shoulders. His own love story was very simple. Besides Carter, there was only her niece Sharon Carter, A.K. Agent 13 from SHIELD. Wait. Aunt and niece. Well, it's not that simple. Every man who plans to get married will say goodbye to his past self. Luke's mouth turned up and whispered, by the time you are born, learn it to crawl around on the carpet, learn it how to take a radio apart and put it back together. Howard was already the senior member of S.H.I.E.L.D, the #1 helmsman of Stark Industries, and the chief scientific advisor to the Pentagon. He needs to shoulder responsibility and family. So, occasionally he needed to be a little more rigid. Tony thought about it. He was rebellious when he was young, and his relationship with his father wasn't harmonious. I remember Howard told me that when he was a child, he hated his father's discipline and couldn't solve a problem without a belt. Every time he recalled it, the look on his face turned unpleasant. Luke said lightly. So, he often told me that he would never be so harsh on his son in the future, and he would try his best to show his fatherly love. Tony curled his lips and complained, he's never done anything like that. You know, the first time I went to an amusement park, I was 17 years old. At that time, I had just graduated from MIT and was dating a girl. As for things like sitting on a father's shoulders, toys and surprise birthday parties, getting good grades and receiving compliments, neither he nor my mother did those for me. Luke crossed his fingers and smiled. Then when I return to my own universe, I'll make Howard a good father and make up for the fatherly love you have missed. Feel some fatherly love from that guy. Forget it. I'm not dissatisfied with my dad. He left me Stark Industries, the arc reactor, and the new element. Tony shook his head with a nostalgic smile at the corners of his mouth. Unconsciously, Howard paved the way for his son to become Iron Man. Tell me, what do you think Thanos would greet us with? Another snap of his fingers or a fleet of ships? Thor, the god of thunder, stroked the Stormbreaker, joined the conversation. He had no interest in family education, and Odin, king of the gods in Asgard, had always failed in this aspect. His eldest daughter Hela was too rebellious, and his adopted son Loki was keen on power. Thor, the only proper orthodox heir, was an arrogant, headstrong muscle brain since a long time ago. It can be seen that Asgard's teachings for a crown prince were rather poor. No matter what Thanos uses to deal with us, you only need to remember to swing your axe and aim for his neck. Luke quipped. For Thanos' success in snapping his fingers, many blamed two people. One of them was undoubtedly Star-Lord, who had turned into ash. This person succeeded in turning this story that should have had a happy ending, into a tragedy, with almost all of his people sacrificed. And the other, naturally, was Thor, who caused the greatest damage to Thanos. Who told him to throw the Stormbreaker and aimed for his chest? Why not the ugly purple potato's head? Otherwise, there wouldn't be so much going on right now. I won't miss again. Thor made a solemn promise. I hope so. Luke closed his eyes and waited for the next space jump. Thanos' garden was a beautiful planet. In a thatched cottage surrounded by mountains and water, Thanos, who had disarmed himself and returned to the field, sat at the door. He wore the Infinity Gauntlet on his right hand, with 6 intact stones on them. Thinking of the impending crisis of life, and the gang of unwilling superheroes, a trace of coldness appeared in Thanos' eyes. He gripped the Infinity Gauntlet, and the red light of the Reality Stone glowed faintly. Binge. Read next 60 chapters on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/binge translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. Comment. 24 comments. Vote. Chapter 270, Chapter 267 Reality Changes, The Butterfly Effect. What shall we do later? The Quinjet made a space jump. It only took a few breaths to reach the garden planet where Thanos was located. Thor, carrying the Stormbreaker, couldn't wait to ask, when we see Thanos, do you want to rush up and chop him to death and dismember him on the spot? Or do you want to put a few words in and condemn his evil behavior? Looking at his cold expression, he was obviously more inclined to the former. Captain America slightly frowned and replied, Thor, this isn't a one-on-one duel, let alone a boxing match in the ring. Do you need permission from the referee before you can start punching? Facing Thanos, the only battle plan the Avengers need is no rules. In short, just do it. That's right. I agree with Captain Rogers. Superheroes don't need to talk about morality when dealing with Thanos. Tony nodded his head. It was rare for him to agree with Captain America. Let the flying, glowing chick outside be the vanguard and attract Thanos' attention. Then, we wait for the opportunity to move. As the only superhero who had had a one-on-one fight with Thanos and lasted more than 2.5 minutes, Iron Man was very experienced. He knew that he couldn't give the other party any chances. Otherwise, the Avengers would suffer. That's right. Never let that guy snap his fingers. We limit his left hand, limit the power of the Infinity Stones. I'll leave this task to Thor. Captain America agreed and added a couple of sentences. Each of the 6 Infinity Stones had a powerful effect of rewriting the rules and subverting reality. If Thanos were given time to prepare, everyone would be for naught. Carol, can you go scout first? Luke, who was listening silently, turned the communicator on and spoke to Captain Marvel, who was staying outside the spacecraft. The latter had no problem and directly turned into a stream of light, breaking through the atmosphere of the planet's surface. The rest of the superheroes made their own preparations. Tony had added enough nanomaterials and had covered himself with his Mark 50 armor again. Captain America clenched the vibranium shield on his right hand. This one was produced by Wakanda's family, not the previous one. In the past few years, the situation was increasingly tense because of the Superhuman Registration Act and the international public opinion. Civil war broke out among the Avengers, dividing them into 2 camps. Captain America and Iron Man went their separate ways, and the round vibranium shield created by Howard was finally abandoned by the former. Thor leaned on the Stormbreaker and looked towards the beautiful planet emitting vigorous vitality. There was a wisp of electric light dancing in his eyes. Banner left the cockpit and prepared to change into the Hulkbuster. Without Hulk's combat capability, he could only rely on his own mind. Rocket and Nebula were filling his energy gun with ammunition, while the other was wiping the sword in her hands. The atmosphere in the cockpit seemed to condense into ice. Everyone kept silent and said nothing. Their inner anger and strength, like a torrent, slowly accumulated. There are no satellites, no fleets, and no ground defense forces. Everything looks normal. 20 minutes later, Carol, who had finished scouting, informed them. She circled the sky to make sure that there was no ambush. It looks like Thanos is really planning to retire. He lives in a thatched cottage next to a field. His life is simple and peaceful. Captain America glanced at Iron Man with anger in his eyes. How in the world did that bastard manage to live a normal life with a massive blood debt of half of the lives in the universe in his hands? Is he indifferent to the weeping and wailing souls? It's time to let Thanos know that he owes an unpayable blood debt to the Earth and the entire universe. Tony stood up and thought of Spider-Man, Guardians of the Galaxy, and Doctor Strange turning into ash. His slightly pale face was as cold as ice. Let's go. This is revenge. A final move to save us, save the planet, and save the universe. Captain America responded. The superheroes, whose emotions were at an all-time high, got up one after another. They were lowered down in batches on small landing crafts, breaking through the planet's atmosphere and then landing on the ground. The target is in that thatched hut. Don't make any noise when we approach, so Thanos won't notice the threat. Tony, covered with nano armor, scanned the vast plant field from the air and found no traps. Let Danvers go first. Banner, you activate Veronica. Use the Hulkbuster's diamond-shaped burrowing form, and hide underground. Glowing all over, supernova like Captain Marvel, she made an OK gesture. A moment later, the body covered in uniform turned into a stream of light and blasted straight towards the thatched hut below. Rumble. The atmosphere exploded. Carol's hands were raised like a powerful cannon, spitting fire. The powerful cosmic energy was thrown out like it didn't cost anything and instantly tore a big hole in the thatched cottage. Thanos. Carol was like a heavy cannon that had been storing momentum for a long time, knocking Thanos to the ground. Then, with a fierce uppercut, she hit her opponent's thick, coconut-like chin. Thanos only felt a loud noise in his brain as his whole body stumbled back. Immediately afterward, the floor burst open. A huge figure abruptly appeared and grabbed Thanos's left hand in a precise and powerful manner. At the same time, War Machine landed beautifully, smashed through the thatched cottage that was about to collapse, turned on his maximum power, and locked the other's right hand. Don't let him move. Captain Marvel kicked Thanos in the back of the knee, keeping him in a half-kneeling position. Both hands held the purple potato-like head tightly and fixed the other's body with a technique similar to a choke hold. From the time Carol launched the attack to the time Banner and War Machine provided support, the entire process took less than 5 seconds. The action went exceptionally well, and they managed to restrain Thanos. No matter how strong a Titan was, he wouldn't be able to move for a while. The director of the Family Planning Commission, who had completed his mission, didn't get to utter malicious words when a red shadow fell from the sky. Thor, carrying his Stormbreaker, gripped it with both hands and swung it in a powerful arc, cutting off Thanos's left hand. Bang! The arm with the Infinity Gauntlet fell to the ground. At the door of the thatched cottage, Captain America and Iron Man walked in. If this was seen by someone uninformed, they might think that Thanos was the innocent victim, and the superheroes were actually a bunch of wicked people. A large number of people were bullying the poor old farmer who had no one to depend on. No. The Infinity Stones are gone. Rocket turned over the arm. The holes where the Infinity Stones were held were empty. Where did you hide the 6 Infinity Stones? The expressionless Captain America looked at Thanos, whose arm was cut off. I advise you to answer his question, otherwise this is the sword from Titan. Iron Man raised his right hand, and his nano armor turned into a short sword, stabbing straight through Thanos's chest. The universe needs to be corrected. When it returns to its correct course, the Infinity Stones will serve no other purpose than to add temptation and create chaos. Thanos took a deep breath and spoke while in pain. His tone was so righteous as if he had just done a trivial thing. Such a poor attitude angered Banner, who was inside the Hulkbuster. He violently pushed Thanos to the ground and clenched his mechanical arm into a fist, smashing it continuously on the purple face. Bang! 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 The mechanical fist, like a giant hammer, released Banner's anger. "I'll ask you again, where are the Infinity Stones?" Captain America pursed his lips. He already guessed in his heart, but he didn't want to believe it. "You're too late. Everything has turned to dust." Thanos fell to the ground, no longer the powerful, arrogant overlord of the universe. "I destroyed the Infinity Stones and let them dissipate, for which I paid with half of my life." It was only at this moment that the superheroes found that Thanos was badly injured, and half of his body was in a burnt state. He must be lying. Who would give up the Infinity Stones that took so much time and effort to collect? Iron Man was expressionless, not wanting to accept the answer. As long as he took back the Infinity Gauntlet and snapped his fingers, those lost lives would be brought back. That's what Luke told them, the only way to rewrite the ending and turn reality around. But if there were no Infinity Stones, it meant that everything that happened could never be changed. "My father is an overlord who will do anything to get what he wants. He will take lives, and he will kill women and children. He has no compassion, he will kick any stumbling block in his path. My father is many things, but a liar is not one of them." Nebula stared at Thanos, whose eyes looked somewhat complicated. The other side had been her nightmare, giving her endless pain and suffering, treating her body like a machine, disassembling and assembling it at will. But until now, the hatred and pity that welled up in her heart couldn't distinguish which one was greater. "Thank you for your understanding, dear daughter." Thanos opened his mouth, seemingly intending to say something. But Thor didn't want to listen anymore. He waved the Stormbreaker and cut off the other party's head. Blood gushed like spring water and splashed on Nebula's face. Bang! The powerful Titan body fell to the ground, its vitality was completely cut off. A cosmic overlord thus fell. "This time, I went for the head," Thor said coldly. His eyes were dim. The hope that had risen had turned into boundless anger with the destruction of Infinity Stones. In a thatched cottage, the superheroes were silent. Once again, they seemed to have lost their way forward. Captain Marvel looked at Luke, who had been quiet the whole time, and asked softly, "Is that the end of it? Is there anything else we can do?" Luke's eyebrows slightly wrinkled as if thinking about a problem. He looked around and walked to the door. "How does it feel to see your head cut off?" A few moments later, Luke's twisted eyebrows unfolded, a sharp look swept through his eyes. What he was most worried about had finally happened. The butterfly flapped its wings and caused a storm. "Hey, what a keen insight!" the muffled voice whispered, startling the other superheroes. The red glow rippled like water waves, and the dilapidated thatched cottage, together with the headless corpse, instantly turned into an ethereal illusion. A tall figure appeared out of thin air. It was none other than Thanos, whose head was cut off by Thor. Luke, weekly mass release. Every 300 votes today equals one extra chapter tomorrow. Please visit the novel page and vote for this novel. Comment. 37 comments. Vote. Chapter 271, Chapter 268 Future Ending, Binary Mode. What's going on? The superheroes looked stunned. Thor, in particular, had his eyes wide, full of confusion. He clearly chopped off the opponent's head just now, but the result was like going back in time. The headless corpse disappeared, and the dilapidated thatched hut also returned intact. As if nothing had happened. Ether particles. After 2 seconds, Thor suddenly realized. Those are distorted illusions. Thanos is still alive. He immediately issued a warning, and the superheroes who had relaxed a bit became nervous. Iron Man erected an alloy square shield to protect Black Widow and Rocket Raccoon behind him. Banner piloted the Hulkbuster, opened the energy cannon in both hands, and started to accumulate power. Thor and Captain Marvel were the 2 strongest fighting forces. One clenched the Stormbreaker, and the other raised her fists. The atmosphere suddenly condensed like ice, but Luke, who pierced Thanos' illusion, looked calm and stared at Thanos, who appeared out of thin air. The rich red light rippling like water waves was the brilliance of the Reality Stone. It was also called the Ether Particle, which was once the ultimate weapon relied on by the Dark Elves. In Thor's second movie, Thor defeated Malekith and handed the Ether Particle to Tavan, the Collector. He thought that Tainlir Tavan, as an elder of the universe, would never lose his collection. But now, Noah had been destroyed and reduced to ruins. The Reality Stone naturally fell into Thanos' hands. What a quick response, Asgardian! Thanos said in a jarring voice of praise. He raised his left hand. The Infinity Gauntlet cast in gold was glowing red. Everything that happened just now was just an illusion created by distorting reality with the help of the Reality Stone. Oh, there's a new face this time. Aren't you going to introduce yourself? Thanos ignored Thor's hatred-filled eyes and instead looked at Luke, who saw through the illusion. People on our side like to call me Superman, and some people call me General, Director and Great Hero. If they are known friends, most of them will call me by my first name. Unfortunately, I don't know you very well. Luke raised his eyebrows. As he had guessed, the butterfly's wings caused subtle changes. Coming to this garden planet where Thanos came to retire in advance and rescuing Iron Man, Tony Stark, ahead of time, the original plot had become completely different. The Overlord who wiped out half of life in the universe hadn't destroyed the Infinity Stones yet. Not only that, but it seemed that his injuries had also healed. Originally, he was almost split in half by Thor with the Stormbreaker, but now, it looked like traces of it weren't even left behind. Full of energy and in perfect condition. He's a strong opponent. The strength of the Infinity Stones lies in the fact that they produced the 6 singularities. So even if you are a legendary master skilled in illusionary magic, it's difficult to detect the flaws. Thanos asked modestly. He seemed to be very interested in Luke. In order to get those 6 Infinity Stones, this cosmic overlord had done meticulous homework. The Avengers, Asgard, the All-Father Odin, the Sorcerer Supreme of Kamataj. Most of the superheroes on Earth were well known to Thanos. He even had a certain understanding of Captain Marvel, who only appeared briefly. A lot of information and intelligence were provided by Loki, a guy who liked to play tricks. The second prince of Asgard in those days was a standard bandwagoner. But Superman was beyond Thanos' understanding. To be precise, he hadn't even heard of this name. Partly by intuition, partly by guessing. Luke answered honestly. He just thought that it wasn't that simple. If Thanos destroyed the Infinity Stones, Banner should have detected a strong reaction from the cosmic energy. But the latter's instrument didn't sound like an alarm. When the superheroes beat Thanos and found that the Infinity Stones had disappeared, Luke noticed something was wrong. There was no explosive reaction of cosmic energy, which proved that the Infinity Stones still existed. But Thanos said that he destroyed the 6 stones, and then Thor waved his axe and cut off his head. Everything seemed to be staged according to the script. It was too perfect. This made Luke's heart inevitably generate a trace of doubt. So, what you just said just now, was just a trick to lure me out. Thanos wasn't angry. He smiled and said, "That was a smart move. I originally wanted you to meet a silent, painless, unresisting death. Now, it seems that you can only face the cruel reality, taste the despair, and finally die with regret and reluctance." The Overlord of the universe spoke calmly, without the slightest killing intent in his eyes, as if he were just saying an established fact. But every word made people feel a deep chill at the bottom of their hearts. "Before we accept this ending, can I ask you a question? Think of it as an exchange for answering your question. How about it?" Luke took a step sideways and stood in front of the superheroes. The Avengers, who had been stone-faced and ready to fight, stopped in their tracks. Their trust in Luke had increased by 1 point, compared to before. If it weren't for the reminder of the other party, how would they be able to trick Thanos to come out? These superheroes might have died in vain. They didn't even have the qualifications to face the enemy. "That is fair. What do you want to ask, Superman?" Thanos asked lightly. He clenched the Infinity Gauntlet on his left hand. He already felt he had won. "How did you discover us? When Carol broke through the atmosphere? Or when we approached this thatched hut and made a noise that alerted you?" Luke's eyes flashed as he asked out loud. He wanted to know why Thanos didn't follow the plot but made preparations in advance. Wonderful questions. Thanos nodded with satisfaction, and a smile appeared on the purple face. "What do you think was going on just now? Was it an illusion from the reality stone?" "No, that was fate. It was the future." Hearing Thanos say so, the superheroes looked at each other, puzzled. So, Thor chopping off the head of the ugly purple potato was actually a predetermined future. I did have the idea of destroying the Infinity Stones. After I had achieved my mission, they would be of no use to me and would only lead to unnecessary strife and confusion. They would only give you illusions that you could recover from your failure. Thanos turned sideways slightly, looking at the vast fields where his favorite fruits were planted. A long time ago, the Titans had such fruits everywhere. Large swaths of farmland, the breeze blowing, moving the low bushes. However, Titan was gone. The rich farmland was also destroyed by war. Just as I was preparing to do this, an idea suddenly came up in my heart, and a voice came out in my mind. Thanos condensed his recalled thoughts, and his eyes became cold. Was this the ending I hoped for? When I snap this finger, will the universe move towards peace? Will bloodshed and sacrifices, wars and struggles, all be eliminated? This puzzling question, like a seed, took root and thrived in my heart after it came out. It was difficult to contain, just like Pandora's box being opened, releasing many messy thoughts, which made me start thinking. Finally, in order to solve my confusion, I decided to follow this timeline and go to the future. Luke frowned and stretched out. His doubts were answered, and he knew the changes caused by the butterfly effect. Thanos used the time stone to see his own ending. The superheroes wanted to rewrite reality, but the other party wanted to reverse the future. Both sides were trying to change things. This was ultimately the cause of all this. As you have experienced, I destroyed the 6 Infinity Stones in the next 20 days, which cost me half my life. Then, when I was at my weakest, you came to me, and the Asgardian would cut off my head with an axe. This is my end. The future is dark, and there are no other scenes." Thanos sighed. The purple potato-like face showed regret. In the future, he saw, he didn't live the idyllic life he dreamed of. As long as these superheroes were alive, they wouldn't give up fighting and struggling. So, Thanos figured it out. In addition to wiping out half the life of the universe in an absolutely fair and random manner, he also wanted to destroy the Avengers and nip these unstable factors in the bud. "Now, are you ready for death?" Thanos raised his left hand, and the 6 precious stones gleamed brightly, emitting a charming light. Boom! Captain Marvel took the lead and jumped out of the crowd. She directly turned on her binary form, and her whole body looked luminous. An incredibly powerful photon cannon blasted straight out, tearing through the air in its path. Thanos was unable to dodge, and the extremely tall Titan body retreated a few steps. His snap was interrupted. "Are you ready to meet death again?" Carol rushed towards the other party. She returned the original words, and at the same time, threw the terrifying power in her fist towards him. "You're not enough." Thanos opened his palm and blocked the punch. The powerful force bombarded his body, making him grunt. Even he had the body of an eternal, extraordinary and strong, it still felt a little overwhelming. When Captain Marvel opened her binary mode, she would continuously absorb cosmic energy and quickly transform it into her own power. With this blow, even the Empire State Building would collapse. This showed how much power was put into it. "Give it a try." Carol's blonde hair was scattered and rose upward as if gravity had lost its effect on her. The pair of fists wrapped in balls of dazzling light would make an offensive explosion every time they were thrown. The vast fields were like facing a huge tornado, with broken branches and dust flying around. Thanos' eyes were slightly cold. The last time he landed on Earth, he had never encountered such a powerful opponent. "Carol Danvers, finally, someone who can lift up my spirits." The Cosmic Overlord didn't panic while facing close combat. Before he could beat Hulk down with a set of punches, so naturally, he wouldn't be afraid of Captain Marvel. The left hand held the terrifying fist. As the right hand clenched, the gauntlet closed, and a purple light burst out. The Power Stone released majestic energy, like a giant hammer striking Carol. Rumble. The latter left a streak of shadow as she penetrated the mountain behind her. Her body was embedded in the thick rock wall, stamping out a deep outline. Before Thanos could relax for a moment and put the power gem back into his gauntlet, a red figure approached with a bang. Comment. 25 comments. Vote. Chapter 272, Chapter 269 Heroes End, I Am Inevitable. Bonus Chapter. Thanos. Thor roared, and the power in his body surged. It was like a flood that broke the dam and poured out. Those eyes contained deep hatred, which was filled with blazing white thunder. The flashes of lightning were particularly shocking. "I want to thank you for giving me one more chance to cut off your head." Thor stomped on the ground and suddenly leaped into the air. Holding the Stormbreaker with both hands, he swung a semicircular arc and slammed it into the purple potato-like head. He believed that since he could kill Thanos in the future, then, now, he could certainly do it. Asgardians. Thanos sneered without fear. He raised his left hand, and the space stone embedded in the Infinity Gauntlet suddenly burst with light. The invisible void suddenly became heavy. as if it were a series of strong shackles wrapped around Thor's limbs. His fierce and rapid slashing movements were slowed down. The azure blue light, like a solid bubble, wrapped and covered him. If you want to win a battle, having extraordinary courage isn't enough. If you don't have enough strength to support that confidence, it's just futile resistance. Thanos snorted coldly and used the Space Stone to control the aggressive Thor. This time, he wouldn't make the same mistake again, leaving the other side room to exert his strength. That fatal wound to the chest was a bloody lesson. If you want to cut off my head, you would have to ask your father to come. Thanos calmly said. He wasn't afraid to face these many superheroes. Above the earth, within the 9 realms, the strongest person worthy of fear was no longer there. The Sorcerer Supreme died physically, and her soul wandered the dimensional worlds. The All-Father Odin died and returned to the embrace of Yggdrasil. How could they stop him, who had the Infinity Gauntlet, just by relying on the Avengers? Asgardian, take one last look at the world. Thanos' right hand stretched out. The Space Stone released blue light, tearing out a deep rift. The long, cold, double-edged sword emerged and steadily landed in the palm of his hand. Your family, your kingdom, your people, they have all returned to the embrace of death, so let me send you to reunite with them. Thanos' legs took a few strides and rushed towards Thor. The long double-edged sword that had been stained with the blood of countless races and civilizations would cut down without hesitation. He intended to reunite the Asgardian royal family. Boom boom. Boom boom. Boom boom. Dozens of tiny missiles, like swimming fish, interweaved a net of death and accurately hit the Titan's body. There was fire, explosion, and smoke everywhere. Unfortunately, this didn't cause any effective damage to Thanos. He took a few steps back, unscathed. The purple skin was enough to resist most of the energy attacks such as heat, electricity, and radiation. At best, the bombing of small missiles could only make Thanos feel a tiny bit of pain. Of course, Iron Man's own purpose wasn't to deliver damage. He was just trying to save Thor to prevent his teammate from getting killed by Thanos. I owe you one. Thor took this opportunity to swing Stormbreaker and cut through the space confinement. Then help me beat the shit out of this guy. The thrusters spewed fire, and Iron Man flew into the air as he said so. Okay. Thor nodded and agreed, raising Stormbreaker. The power of thunder poured out. Like a fierce and thick electric python, it broke through the earth and moved towards Thanos. Iron Man didn't look away either and released a beam of energy from his palm. When the rest of the superheroes saw it, they joined the battle. War Machine and Iron Man, like two powerful mobile forts, flew in mid-air for fire support. Thor and piloting the Hulkbuster, Banner were equivalent tanks, meat shields that taunted the opponent. They were beaten and absorbed injuries while restricting Thanos' mobility. As for low-output heroes like Black Widow and Rocket Raccoon, they could only wander around the edge of the battlefield, constantly moving around. Captain America was the commander, responsible for the overall situation and giving orders. If necessary, he would also fight in person and absorb the damage with the vibranium shield in his hands. If we regard this as a large-scale multiplayer battle, Thanos would feel a slight crisis as the final big boss. This opening team of superheroes was well configured and clearly distributed, so he even wouldn't have the time to snap his fingers. If his life was looked at as a status bar, and he was surrounded by heroes, he was likely to get killed. As the saying goes, even a single tiger would be afraid of a pack of wolves, let alone a group of superheroes. If this is the extent of Thanos' powers, then the Avengers will be able to solve it without my help. Luke didn't actively participate in the team. He was a solo type of player. Rashly joining this team battle would only disrupt the rhythm of those superheroes' cooperation. Moreover, there had always been one rule, whether it was Marvel Universe or the studio next door. No matter how strong the characters were, their combat power would definitely drop by several levels as long as they were in a team. When Batman fought alone, his combat power often broke through the sky. He could beat all those Gotham criminals, and he could even beat the Justice League. However, in the Metal event, each individual Batman from the other universes could destroy the Justice League. After forming the so-called Dark Knights, they were destroyed one by one. There were countless similar cases. The more famous ones were probably the Nova Corps of Marvel and Green Lantern Corps of DC. They could save the world individually. If there were many of them, they would be destroyed. In order to ensure that this rule wouldn't take effect on himself, Luke chose to watch the battle. There was Thor and Captain Marvel. These two main outputs, as well as the other Avengers, teaming up against the Infinity Gauntlet and Thanos, there was still a small chance of winning. Asgardian, you were born with power. It's a gift and a flaw. In terms of combat experience, you are far inferior to Odin. Thanos held his long double-edged sword across his chest and blocked the Stormbreaker that was slashing towards his chest. The two sides were like bulls wrestling, not one of them giving way to the other. There was a strong force on one side, and on the other side, there was a surge of thunder. Suddenly, it turned into a stalemate. Thor, let me help you. Iron Man flew behind Thanos. His two mechanical arms came out with full force, tightly strangling his opponent's neck. Banner's Hulkbuster strode forward. Two energy cannons were building up power, intending to shoot at the purple potato's head. Let me teach you how to fight. Seemingly caught in a critical situation, Thanos' eyes were calm, and the muscles on his arms were raised. Holding the double-edged sword and pushing it forward, the purple potato's head violently crashed forward. Bang! A headbutt. It had been proven that the hardness of an Eternal's skull was slightly superior to that of an Asgardian. Thor's brain only felt a buzz and a sharp ring. His whole face felt like it was hit by a large hammer, stumbling and falling back. The tyrannical force exerted on the Stormbreaker was also released. You aren't a real warrior. Thanos kicked the other's chest and pulled Iron Man from behind him. The long double-edged sword swept across and split the erected alloy shield in half. Bang! 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 Tony. The Hulkbuster was like a quarterback on the offensive, rushing forward in large strides. Two cannon shots were thrown out, but they were blocked by a spinning shield formed by the sword. Where's that clumsy big guy? Won't you come out? Thanos waved his left hand, and a red light appeared. The Reality Stone on the Infinity Gauntlet came into play and directly turned the Hulkbuster into a big red balloon. The latter only felt that his body was out of control, free from gravity, slowly floating upward. I have witnessed my tragic death in the future. Your tricks and resistance are useless. Seeing Thor approaching again, Thanos smiled coldly and punched the other on the head. The purple light spurted out, stirring up the atmosphere and turning it into a raging tide. Boom! Thor couldn't resist the power stone that once smashed a planet. Like a cannonball, he hit the ground so hard that it was difficult to get back up. Remember when I strangled your brother Loki? At that time, you were so weak and desperate that you could only watch. You couldn't stop it. The corner of Thanos' lips showed a trace of cruelty. He clenched his fist, and a purple brilliance suddenly bloomed. The Power Stone turned a distant mountain into dust. The mountain was shattered. Rubble flew across the sky. Then, he distorted reality with the Reality Stone and turned it into a rain of fire. It was as if the gods were furious and casually sent down a catastrophe to destroy the world. Red clouds reflected the blazing light, and the heavy meteorites that covered the sky crashed down. This move was like a carpet bombing that covered the whole screen. The superheroes had nowhere to evade. They could only bear the violent explosion. "I am inevitable." Thanos, who stood on the battlefield, said so. Above his head, the meteorite fire and rain roared down. It was a doomsday scene that covered the entire sky. Under his feet were the fallen superheroes. It was the arrival of their fate, death. "You may not know, Mr. Thanos." The dark red cloak fluttered, and a faint voice sounded. "People like me enjoy changing fate the most." Comment. 21 comments. Vote. Chapter 273, Chapter 270 Superman's Body, a Small Celestial Entity. Bonus chapter. Luke lifted his feet off the ground, slowly rising. The bioforce field was fully opened, covering the surrounding superheroes. Boom boom. Boom boom boom. The meteorites that covered the sky roared down with fire and rain, all of which were blocked by an invisible force. The incredible impact was transmitted to Luke's steel body. He shook slightly, then stabilized his figure. This little bit of offense wasn't enough to put pressure on Superman. The dark red cloak fluttered as if the flag was raised. His eyes condensed with red light, making people afraid to look directly at them. "It feels terrifying." With the briefest of eye contact, Thanos, who was complacent, felt an overwhelming aura sweeping over him. It was like facing an active volcano ready to erupt. That destructive force was hidden under the calm surface. Once noticed, people would be horrified. It's surprising that the strongest opponent among these superheroes turned out to be a fresh face. A trace of astonishment flashed in Thanos' eyes as he hesitated. He regarded Thor and Captain Marvel as enemies before. Of these two people, one almost dismembered him on the spot, and the other defeated Ronan's mighty fleet from the Kree Empire. Both opponents were worthy of vigilance. "Superman. I went to the future, and you didn't exist in the ending I saw." Thanos stared at the tall figure and made no secret of the puzzled expression on his face. The Avengers were obviously the only obstacle to his progress, but when he was only one step away from success, Superman inexplicably appeared. This made it difficult for him to understand. "I don't belong to your future, nor do I exist in the past of this universe." The corners of Luke's mouth curled up, thinking that it was a bit funny. "I'm just a passing traveler." If it weren't for Kang the Conqueror's space-time device, he couldn't have gone from his own Earth 1024 to Earth 199,999, which was about to come to an end. Without this accident, Luke would have had to wait for nearly a century to meet Thanos and start the final decisive battle. Is that so? Thanos didn't fully understand. The theory that the universe was a small box inside a big box. Only the server administrator-like beings, like the living tribunal, the full-sized 5 supreme gods, and some multiverse-level bigwigs knew this truth. For others, this was always an amazing secret that was never known. "Then let me bury you in this universe, this time and space." Thanos lifted up his head. As the meteorite rained down on the vast farmland, it turned it into a scorched planet. Those superheroes were no longer able to fight. There was only one left: Superman. Only by smashing this last obstacle could he rewrite his destiny and dominate everything. You can give it a try. Luke narrowed his smile, his eyes were indifferent. The ceiling of the movie universe's combat power had always been low. Even Odin, who was also at the All-Father level, may not be able to win against him. Those multiverse-level elders were almost reduced to funny characters. The Ancient One, the strongest of the Earth, and Odin, the Lord of the Nine Realms, left early. Therefore, Luke was still calm and collected while facing Thanos, who had the Infinity Gauntlet and all 6 of those precious stones. He didn't think anyone could stop him. The earthquake gradually subsided. A rain of meteorites and fire raised a heavy cloud of smoke and dust. The grey-faced superheroes held each other's hands, panted heavily, and stared at the figure in the air. "Can he do it?" Thor asked. He fought Luke and ended up in defeat. However, Asgard's Thor stubbornly believed that it was a personal duel without adequate preparation, and he somewhat underestimated the opponent before. If he could do it all over again, he would never lose so badly. "I don't know. Infinity Stones are too powerful. Even Danvers couldn't stop them." Captain America looked solemn, with a worried look in his eyes. He had estimated Thanos' strength and made comprehensive preparations. But the reality was cruel, and Thanos' strength was still beyond his expectation. Especially when the other party witnessed the future and knew the ending. As a qualified villain, he didn't intend to give the superheroes any chance to turn over. Otherwise, how could the Avengers once again face another crushing defeat? "We can only trust him." Iron Man smiled bitterly and laughed at himself. "I hope my uncle and godfather could be a little better than Danvers." Captain Marvel returning to Earth was once the last lifeline, grabbed by the Avengers. They needed an existence that could compete with Thanos. Thor had seriously injured the opponent, and Stormbreaker was such an item that he wouldn't fall behind, even when facing the Infinity Gauntlet. Carol's personal strength was also extraordinary, which was worthy of the superheroes' trust. Who would have thought that both of them would fail? "Has the battle started?" Black Widow asked doubtfully. She suddenly felt her feet shaking and a little unstable. There seemed to be a strong earthquake in the surrounding area, and a lot of dust rose up as if a horse had galloped by. Everyone felt that it was getting dark, as if the light had been absorbed, revealing a gloomy atmosphere. "It's Luke." Captain America found the source of the disturbance. In their sights, the tall and straight figure standing in the air, the whole atmosphere was distorted and blurred. The other party seemed to turn into a small celestial body, releasing a huge pressure, absorbing light and moving dust. "We can't wait any longer." When Thanos saw the guy named Superman, as his momentum increased layer by layer, so did his strength. The warning signs in his heart were so strong that a strong killing intent emerged in his eyes. He raised his left hand and slammed it downward. Purple light shattered the ground and directly penetrated the crust. Rumble. Red magma flowed out of the red-hot pillar of fire that rose to the sky. The planet's crust suffered drastic changes, triggering a strong shock and setting off an apocalyptic catastrophe. "Can't this wait?" Luke's eyes condensed slightly, his expression calm. He actually didn't do anything extra but just removed the protection formed by the bioforce field. According to the strength of the comics, what was the concept of an All-Father? Travel the universe, and compare strength with other gods. exert full effort, and destroy planets. The almighty All-Father at the peak, such as Odin, the king of the gods, would have no problems fighting a singular entity. As the youngest All-Father in history, Luke didn't rely on magic, divine power, and other external forces. How strong was he? As we all know, Luke had the Superman card, and his combat power relied on the body of steel. The strong and dense muscle fibers, the billions of cells that absorb energy, forged an inhuman body. To him, the human world was like paper. Without the protection of the bioforce field, Luke would have stayed in New York. That high-density, large mass of steel body caused gravitational disorder and ruptures in the ground. This triggered a huge earthquake and magma eruption. In the end, it became a terrible disaster that couldn't be undone. Is this Superman? Luke took a deep breath and took a step forward. The atmosphere exploded as if countless gunpowder barrels were lit all together. Bang bang bang. The originally stable space seemed so fragile under his feet. The erupting pillar of fire and the slowly flowing crimson magma evaporated by itself before it came close to Luke's body. Everyone was shocked. Not only the superheroes but even Thanos was horrified. It was as if they were witnessing a small celestial body moving, and the absolute power that came over them was simply breathtaking. Put your best foot forward and bet everything you've got, Thanos. Luke said calmly. Only then will you be able to accept your failure. Read next 60 chapters on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/binge-translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. Comment. 35 comments. Vote. Chapter 274, Chapter 271 Pushing Through and Crushing Battle. Who's the scary villain here? The superheroes staring at Luke's back had the same question in their hearts. Compared to Thanos, who was standing below with horror in his eyes, Superman looked more like a villain. Wherever he passed, the pillar of fire collapsed, and magma evaporated. Space had almost collapsed, gravity was in disorder, and the planet's crust was broken. He was almost like a human-shaped natural disaster, turning this beautiful garden into full of holes and ruins. Why is there no Superman in our universe? If my uncle showed up earlier, what could Thanos do? Iron Man curled his lips and spoke regretfully. From the external performance alone, Luke was clearly better than Thanos. The monstrous momentum rising from the sky and the powerful force really felt like a god walking on earth. It gave birth to an irresistible feeling of wanting to surrender. Don't be too happy. Thanos has 6 Infinity Stones. Maybe Luke is stronger than the other party, but... Captain America poured cold water on his enthusiasm, still with a look of concern in his eyes. Fighting wasn't just about special effects. Those players who spend real-world money would always be the ones to leave the battlefield first. Superheroes who spend too much money could only act as passers-by and do small quests. The battle has begun. Black Widow squeezed into the Hulkbuster, and the Avengers began to retreat backward. Because of Superman's terrible power, the planet's crust was like a crisp biscuit. The unbalanced gravitational force made it impossible to stabilize their footing. In a terrible environment, let alone fighting, even moving was difficult. The superheroes who originally wanted to support him from the sidelines had no choice but to stay away from the battlefield. Do you want me to accept failure? Impossible. He wiped away the horror in his heart and resumed his usual cold expression. He raised his left hand, and the time stone suddenly lit up. weaving several circles, aiming at the tall and straight figure in the air. The emerald green light flowed out, intangible and elusive. It was about to cover Superman's body and pull it into an endless time loop. "Oh, I am a gifted master who studied in camouflage," Luke sneered. He folded his hands together and put them on his chest. Just a few breaths later, the space was like a cracked mirror, directly blocking the spreading time loop. This was a classic spell in the Book of Vishanti, the mirror dimension. Time is something that only exists in the material world and couldn't invade the mirror dimension. Luke didn't give Thanos any room to start. His body flickered, and in just a moment, he appeared in front of the opponent. A hurricane was formed from the surge of air. If the superheroes entered the battlefield, they would be thrown off by the aftermath before they got a chance to get close. Boom! Luke closed his right palm and clenched it into a fist. Such action alone caused the space to give out a pitiful wail of being overwhelmed. Thanos felt the warning signs in his heart and thought it was difficult to stop him. He quickly held out his left hand. The power stone on the Infinity Gauntlet slightly flickered. The strength of one fist against the majestic purple glow. The strong collision formed a dazzling incandescent white. The overflowing shock wave spread like a hurricane, tearing apart the space, pulling out the extremely terrifying wave of energy. Damn! Step back! The thrusters under Iron Man's feet spew flames as he flew out some distance away. The rest of the superheroes were the same. They didn't want to get caught in the crossfire. The battle between Superman and Thanos was beyond comprehension. If placed on the Earth, these two people could probably level the whole North American continent. Who remembers that this was supposed to be our vengeance battle? Thor stared at the bright light that burst out and dismissed the idea of looking for Luke to fight one-on-one. He felt that unless he lived for thousands of years, fully grasping the power of thunder in his body and the rune left by his father, otherwise, he might not even be able to block the opponent's punch. In the middle of the battlefield. Not bad. Luke smiled and commented. Thanos, who was standing in front of him, had disappeared. The unbeatable Power Stone seemed to have lost its effect on Superman. Ha ha, that was close. The mighty Titan figure slowly crawled out of the huge hole. In his left hand, the Infinity Gauntlet, made by the Dwarf King himself, showed a crack. The Power Stone blocked Luke's heavy punch, but the equipment that could carry it wasn't strong enough. Got to figure out a way to. Thanos was very experienced in fighting, and he knew that he wouldn't be Superman's opponent in a head-to-head confrontation. Only by working out an effective plan and finding out the opponent's weakness could he strike a fatal blow and defeat him. Have you had enough rest? Before Thanos could figure out a way, a faint voice passed through the gust of warm wind and into his ears. Immediately afterward, a sonic boom. The atmosphere rumbled. It was as if hundreds of explosives detonated together, sending out a series of ear-piercing screams. The terrifying aftershocks swept through the area, leaving Thanos in a state of shock. Then, he saw an arm coming out, clenched into a fist. The terrible strength surging above was enough to defeat any powerful existence standing in front of it. As the crisis of death loomed in front of him, the Infinity Gauntlet was almost subconsciously gripped, and the blue light slightly flashed. The sturdy figure was like a wisp of smoke, disappearing abruptly and moving into the distance. Luke swung another heavy punch in the air, and the violent power poured out. Rumble. This vibrant garden planet seemed to be welcoming the end of days. A narrow wound had been torn out of the hard surface of the planet, stretching tens of thousands of miles. If you look down from a height, it was like the whole planet was cracked. Ha! Luke, who retracted his fist, raised his eyebrows lightly. He felt a subtle wave hitting his heart. The Soul Stone. Such a pity. Superdemon was immune to mental attacks. Luke's brain felt dizzy for a moment and then returned to normal. Thanos' offensive didn't succeed but instead resulted in more fierce blows. The dark red cloak pulled out a streak of shadow as Superman reached out and grabbed Thanos' shoulder. The latter used the Space Stone and flashed to a safe place, not far away. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, Superman followed him like a shadow. The fluctuations in space could easily be predicted. Luke pressed Thanos' shoulder, bent his right hand into his elbow, and slammed into the opponent's chin. Crack! With the clear and incomparable cracking sound, the cosmic overlord's head was buzzing as if bombarded by heavy artillery, a large mouthful of blood spurted out. You have too much faith in those Infinity Stones, Thanos. Luke didn't stop chasing the sturdy figure that pulled out a shocking explosion and flew thousands of meters away. Boom! Another punch. With his slaying instincts from many years of fighting, Thanos decisively turned his head to avoid the fierce attack that almost blew his head off. The violent force squeezed the air, creating incredible wind pressure. Like a knife, it scratched out several blood marks on that purple face. It's not over yet. Luke flew at high speed and threw a powerful whip kick. Thanos' chest collapsed, the hard and sturdy golden armor crumbled inch by inch. Boom! The sturdy figure smashed into the ground like a cannonball. The hard crust of the planet crumbled and disintegrated, and the whole planet seemed to shake. Thanos laid helplessly in the boiling lava, panting weakly. In those unwilling eyes, a blurry tall figure was reflected. Binge. Read next 60 chapters on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/binge translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. Comment. 34 comments. Vote. Chapter 275, Chapter 272 Thanos, this is my last snap. How could this be? Erasing half of the life in the universe and rewriting the future outcome of being beheaded were supposed to be two good things he could achieve at once. But in the end, it ended in a disastrous defeat. Thanos was depressed. He lifted up his head and looked at the tall figure standing high in the sky. It was like a celestial body. The terrifying atmosphere rose, seemingly endless. A feeling of despair grew in Thanos' heart. The indestructible body of Superman was like a majestic mountain that crushed him down. It was hard for him to breathe, and he couldn't even catch his breath. Cough cough. Thanos vomited a mouthful of blood and lost his vitality. The 6 stones on the Infinity Gauntlet on his left hand dimmed. What irony! Thanos thought of the supreme power, the ultimate artifact he had been pursuing half his life, and couldn't even fight back against Superman. The cruel reality had broken the tough and stubborn steel will. Was he weak, or was Superman too strong? Could I only reach this far? Thanos' pride was strongly unyielding, and his purple face turned ferocious. Every short breath was accompanied by bitter pain. On the collapsed chest, the golden armor cracked. Then it disintegrated and crumbled into dust. Even if he didn't want to admit it, he was desperate, and his life was on the line. Thanos, you wanted to hold fate by the throat, but it seems that you were lacking. Luke's flat tone came down from high above. Crack! Crack! Superman landed slowly. The moment he stepped on the ground, the hard rock formation couldn't bear it, and it collapsed into dust. The flowing magma dried up and evaporated, giving rise to large swathes of smoke. Thanos propped up his seriously injured body with both hands and stared at the fuzzy figure in the hot mist. His mind turned extremely fast, exhausted all the combat experience that could be referred to, but he couldn't find a way to defeat the opponent. When the strength gap between the enemy and ourselves is too large, no matter how excellent the strategy or how outstanding the wisdom, it is difficult to survive against such adversity and turn the tide in a desperate situation. Can't you just accept your failures calmly? Luke asked softly as if he had guessed Thanos' thoughts. This universe had a low ceiling for combat power, and Thanos, who held 6 Infinity Stones, unfortunately failed to show their true power. I am inevitable. Thanos' eyes were filled with intense resentment. His hands were pressed against the charred ground, trying hard to get up. He seemed to be preparing to gather the last bit of power in his body and challenge Superman again. The sturdy body swayed. No matter what, it was always difficult to get up. Flesh and blood, as dense as iron, suddenly ripped open, causing a vicious wound. A large gush of blood poured out, and then it evaporated. As a Titan, you may not know that there's an oriental martial art on the earth, called Kunjin. Luke's mouth smiled as he threw a punch that was as fierce and powerful as a blade. If it was someone weaker, such as Thor, he might just explode into a puddle of mush. This was Thanos, with the tough body of an Eternal, he was able to survive. Luke had learned various martial arts by using the Deathstroke skill card. He thought that he might just become the veritable one-punch Superman in the future. If the card was upgraded in the future, facing the living tribunal or Darkseid from the studio next door, he could try to punch them right in the center. Why are you doing this? Thanos clutched his chest and asked in a deep voice. What would stopping me bring you? Isn't a peaceful world without killing and disputes better than the original world? Luke stopped, shook his head, and said, I have already explained it, Thanos. Mass extermination can't stop the spread of chaos and disorder. Any living race has a desire for land expansion and resource plundering in its bones. This is their nature, they are born with it, and it can't be erased. And that's exactly how a civilization would take shape. For beasts, meekness and kindness can't be exchanged for food. They have to earn a place for themselves. Constant hunting, predation, and migration is the best way to continue a race. You only see the destruction of Titan, but you ignore the fact that when the planet's resources are depleted, civilization would expand, not stop and wait for the destruction. The laws of nature are cruel, and so are the ones in the stars. Thanos' purple head drooped slightly as if thinking about something. Of course, a determined cosmic overlord like him couldn't change his mind and let the other party's words move his heart. The era of interstellar colonization is full of killings and disputes. The war between the Kree Empire and Skrulls lasted for thousands of years, during which many civilizations were affected. Thanos raised his head, and his cold eyes flashed with enthusiasm. The brutal killings consume the population too slowly. That's why I wanted to play the role of a cleanser. What's wrong with that? Luke showed some helplessness and shrugged his shoulders. I know that every extremist would seek a cover for himself when they commit some criminal act that violates the moral bottom line and public perception. They sometimes say that this was to create a better world or to welcome a new future. I have seen all kinds of bastards, villains, and aspirants, Thanos. Someone will kill millions of people without hesitation to prevent a world war. Someone will create chaos and cause disaster, just to watch the world burn, and then stand on the ruins and laugh. Some people will turn into dictators and make the whole world tremble under their feet. They all have grandiose excuses, and they are all as confident and firm as you are. At the same time, they have one very similar thing in common. Luke paused, looked up slowly, facing Thanos. He smiled and said gently, that is, they regard themselves as the god of the new world. But if you want to become a new god, you need to be strong enough. Do you think you deserve it? Thanos was silent for a moment, without the slightest intention of retreating. I'll prove it to you, Superman. He said so. Then I will wait and see. Luke stepped out. The ground trembled and crumbled. He did not want to convince Thanos of moral righteousness. A strong fist was better than pale words. Come on. Thanos raised his left hand and aimed it at Superman. Light erupted from all 6 stones, converging into a majestic pillar of light. The corners of Luke's mouth curled slightly as he determined where he was standing. It's on the right. The stellar energy in his body surged out, and 2 high-temperature rays smashed straight through. Boom! A series of bright lights flashed, turning into dazzling white. The violent explosion shook the atmosphere like a tornado. The superheroes who had hidden far enough silently continued to retreat, preparing to board the Quinjet and leave the planet's atmosphere. If they stayed any longer, it felt like the planet was going to be completely blown up by these 2 people and turned into dust. Thor, you said Luke is an Earthling. Captain America couldn't believe that the guy who rubbed Thanos on the ground belonged to the same species as himself. I hate to admit that he's a Midgardian, but it's true. Thor nodded helplessly. It seems that the gap between humans and other humans may be greater than that between humans and any other species. Iron Man said sullenly. He once believed in the power of science. Even the Hulk or Thor. As long as he had enough time, he could create armor to deal with them. But an anti-Superman armor? Forget it. Unless he could set the 6 Infinity Stones on an armor. It was only a way for him not to get killed by a punch. I can't hold out much longer. Thanos' eyes were clear. He knew that this was only a stopgap measure, which couldn't help him defeat Superman. The muscles in his left hand swelled up as he tried his best to prevent failure. The crack on the Infinity Gauntlet, which happened before, gradually expanded and was about to collapse completely. That's the only way. Thanos made a decision and clenched his left hand. The dazzling brilliance of the 6 stones spurted out, striving to confront the heat vision. He saw that Superman hadn't retreated, as if standing on hard rock, letting the raging tide wash over. On the contrary, it was himself. His body trembled like a small boat in a storm. Rumble. The ground collapsed where both sides were standing. The whole planet seemed to split in the middle, sending out a huge explosion. This is my last snap. Thanos raised his left hand. The cosmic energy bursting from the Infinity Gauntlet suddenly disappeared, and the 2 heat vision rays pierced through his chest without any obstruction. Immediately afterward. Snap. A snap of a finger.